in Kosovo. They're like British soldiers, and he was a friend of a friend, which was quite a weird sensation to have someone like who literally airdropped from a airplane, parachuted into the airport where the whole war started, and you have like an account of the first people to ever go there. So it was such a weird sensation. Like I don't know if I can explain it. It's like equivalent to let's say U.S. troops dropping out of airplanes, going to a airport in Ukrainian ports to stop the Russians, and you having the pleasure as a Ukrainian to meet that soldier. So such a cool story.
Thank you very much. Now then, what are we on? We're on day 721, folks. And well, there's a heck of a day already started today. So what are we? Valentine's Day, indeed. So we received our first gift this morning of the Caesar Kunikov, and the video is just beautiful. I noticed that the BBC have commented in such a way that it sounds as though it may not have sunk after all. But I think that video needs no questions to be asked about whether or not it sank. Ukrainian intel has also been active, managing to publish details of 141 men in Syria that have been recruited by Russia. A few days ago, there was video published of men apparently being trained as drone operators in an area near Aleppo. So, now, unfortunately, Russia bombed residential housing again in Selyadov. A pregnant woman, an 8-year-old child, and the mum were all killed. 9 apartment blocks and a hospital building, another hospital, were damaged. Now, the attack comes just 2 days after 3 other civilians were killed in the same town. Now, I hate to say this, but Victoria Sparks, born and raised in Chernihiv, which is suffering and continues to suffer from the Russian invasion. However, yesterday she spoke against the Ukrainian bill and later admitted she hadn't even read it. And I find that unfortunate. I really do. You know, Ukraine is facing a really critical moment, and you know, the aid bill that she was speaking against, she was saying that here we go. The aid bill so far provided insufficient types and quantities of aid, and that's why she's voting against it. However, I mean, something is better than nothing, is it not? My goodness me, they've been trying to get this through long enough. At this point, stop putting hurdles in the path. She also made plain that, in her opinion, Ukrainian officials cannot be trusted to oversee foreign weapons. Now, people said they were surprised that she would be so combative against her own nation, and literally Ukrainians speaking against Ukrainians' assistance isn't very constructive. So that's just comments on that. I mean, you know, she can say anything she wants, but when Ukraine is facing its most critical moment, losing people daily, any kind of obstruction is just performative bollocks at the point where people are literally holding their breath waiting for this aid. So, yeah, I'm just going to say that, you know, Russia, unfortunately, has a lot of influence, and you can see how this influence is, even in you know, the minds of people who you would expect to be very supportive. Now then, Prince, go ahead.
You know, this is extremely disappointing to me, and I'm going to tell you why. It'll be, I think, 2 weeks tomorrow, I think, that I was watching a Helsinki Commission hearing. And, you know, I haven't paid extremely close attention to parts. I've paid a little attention. I have noticed she's been very combative and hasn't been as supportive as I would have expected when it comes to Ukraine. Now, she said something in this hearing that made me say, I think she's changed around. And boy, howdy, I think that she was lying or something. This is what she said, because I do have this. I did. This was on the 2nd, I think. Just looking at the date on my note here. This is what she said. We should help Ukraine to win. That that one, not as long as it takes, but as quick as we can, and we can win quickly. She said, we should help Ukraine to win, and we should do it quickly, because they can win quickly. Basically is what she said. And now she does this. Oh, that woman is a little bit, she's on my bad list. She's on my list of bad people again, because this is totally against what she said. And I am going to bed. Good night.
Good night, Prince. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't even know who she was a while ago, but I looked her up when I think Prince mentioned her mockers and that. I don't want to go down like a political rabbit hole, and I'm sure you don't either. But to me, it's just an example of, actually a terrible example of how far the MAGAs will go. Right, when they're MAGA Trumpists, they are MAGA Trumpists. Right, they are cults. Right, and they will basically do anything, even deny their own heritage and that, right, in order to support the MAGA Trumpists. That's all you need to know. I mean, that's the problem that I basically have with a lot of the Republicans mockers, is when push comes to shove, right, the MAGA Trumpists will support the cult, and I mean, it's just terrible. She's got what, 2 grandmothers or something? Are they still alive in Ukraine? I think I heard her visiting, that she went to visit her 2 grandmothers in Ukraine, and that, right, and she can't even be bothered to read the bill, which says, okay, that she'd made up her mind beforehand, doesn't it? I mean, it's basically, mockers, why I say they're not even worth talking to, because you won't get any sense out of them. You can't expect any sense out of them. They're certainly not worth listening to.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, it really is. But there we go. Unfortunately, no matter where you go, there will be some people who are just not great people. So, today there is, however, another Rammstein, and it was supposed to be an in-person Rammstein, but due to Secretary Lloyd Austin's absence, it's gone back to a Zoom format. And perhaps it's no coincidence that Ukraine chose to strike another vessel today ahead of that meeting. And I believe the main topic of the meeting today is F-16s arriving in Ukraine. And exactly when that will be, and all of the preparation and so on and so forth. So we might get a little announcement later, but I don't think there'll be anything too solid, to be honest. Now, Tim, as you're here, would you like me to tell you something that I've just found out about Estonia?
Oh, before we do, have you heard the Ukrainians sank another ship? I'll take a funny joke.
You know what, Tim? I might have.
Yeah,
I might have heard
let's
that.
talk about Estonia.
Yes, just for the moment. So, Estonia looks to be following Finland now and closing its borders with Russia. Tallinn has accused the Kremlin of trying to flood their border crossings into the EU with migrants. So, due to migrant pressure, Estonia may be forced to close their border crossing points with Russia. You can no longer return to Estonia via a closed border crossing point. Please note, if Estonia is forced to temporarily close its border crossings due to additional migration pressure, you will not be able to return through this border crossing point. So choose wisely, basically, because it looks like it's going to happen. So, at the end of 23, Russia deliberately directed to the Estonian border groups of foreigners lacking legal right to enter the European Union. If these activities continue, we will be forced to close the border crossing points in order to protect our national security and public order. Finland have already taken this step due to the migration pressure. In the event of closure of these crossing points, this will apply to all the crossing points along this border. You will need to use another crossing point to return to Estonia, which may add several hundred kilometers to your journey. In other words, don't go to Russia if you want to come back. So there you go, Tim.
It never ceases to amaze me that the borders are still open with Russia anywhere. I don't understand what the impetus for that is. Okay, so there are lots of people in eastern Ukraine who will have relatives in Russia, possibly business in Russia, who need to cross the border. But frankly, fuck them.
100%. Yes, absolutely. And, well, they've just put an arrest warrant out for Kaya. So, you know, that's a bit rude as well. I think absolutely just close the border. Do it. Get it done. But it does look like slowly but surely Russia is forcing everybody to cut them off. Now, slightly overshadowed by the exciting news of a sunken ship, but we did also have a little record this morning. Do you know what that is?
Is it lots of dead Russian soldiers?
It's lots of dead artillery systems as well. But yeah, Russia's losses are back to quite large numbers, shall we say. Remember that refreshed troops moved into Avdiivka? Well, there's rumours that they may have pushed the Russians back to previously held positions. So, well over 1,000 more bodies in the last 24 hours and 66 artillery systems, just 5 times the daily average there, and a record as well, Tim.
Wow. And we're crediting the Avdiivka pocket with this.
We are assuming that that has played a part, yes, because there's a lot going on there at the moment, and the Russians pushed into an area, and in order to stop them from continuing to cut off the road, because I mean, you know, they have this like lifeline road, and basically Russians were getting very, very close to it. They moved in the 3rd Brigade, I think. And since then, there are rumours that the Russians have been pushed back well away from that road. So let's see. Let's see what happens. But yeah, it's still very fluid at the moment round there.
Yeah, you see, I don't know what to think about Avdiivka. It's, I don't know, it concerns me, right? Because it's becoming increasingly unclear that the Ukrainians are going to be able to hold the pocket, because the way the forces are disposed, as well as the Russian forces against them, it's right. So my initial reaction was, right, they've got this Avdiivka pocket. It's kind of useful because it puts Donetsk city within artillery range, particularly that enormous rail marshalling yard kind of to the northish of Donetsk. So that's basically, if they can get enough guns into the Avdiivka pocket, then they can deny that whole logistics hub to the Russians completely, right? It'll basically make it unusable. So my initial thought was, right, so they've got this. This is somewhat useful. They seem to be pushing further into the pocket. Now, what does that tell us? It tells us that the Ukrainians are very, very confident at their ability to defend the shoulders of the pocket from being pinched off by the Russians and surrounded, therefore destroying everything they've got in the pocket. So they're either very, very confident because they're going deeper into the pocket, or they're making a very, very rudimentary military error. Now, my first thought was, well, they must be very confident, but they don't really have the mass stand there. If Russia did mount a serious counterattack in Avdiivka, then looks increasingly like they'd lose it and everything in it. So it makes me think that they may actually be committing a very rudimentary military error. And the reason they might do that is politics, right? So the political symbolism of holding on to Avdiivka, much the same as the political symbolism of holding on to Bakhmut, right? Militarily, not particularly important, but politically, it's something you can point at to rally your people. The issue with that is that Ukrainian casualties were pretty heavy in Bakhmut. They lost quite a lot, and they lost many of their best troops. Are they about to repeat the same thing in Avdiivka? That kind of worries me a bit. But I suppose time will tell.
Well, I think one of the things that I have noticed is over the last few days, not only have they rotated out some people who were desperately in need of coming out of that area because they'd literally been there 2 years fighting, and moved in the 3rd Brigade, who appear to be fresh and full of ammunition. And also there are other areas where there are instances where ammunition is suddenly no longer perceived to be desperately in need of being rationed. Now, I'm not saying that they've got loads, but I'm saying that it seems as though they've decided to use some. So that there is movement, shall we say. Now, despite command saying that Ukraine is in a more defensive stance at the moment, there is actually also news that they may have had some advances in the area of Krinky. So field reports stating there are additional advances achieved by Ukrainian forces in Krinky, and a generally positive trend on the left bank for Ukrainians fighting there. So I would say, I'm not saying that they've suddenly got loads of ammo, but in some areas they have had some more ammo released to them for whatever reason. And perhaps this is a case of we were saving this ammo for our summer offensive, which never really took place. Do we save it for next summer, or do we use it now and hope that next summer's ammunition comes? And I honestly think that might be where we're at, Tim.
Sure. I mean, you have to look at not just ammunition, you have to look at the number of guns as well. This is an area where Russia will nearly always be able to wield at least a local advantage. So, I mean, they, as you said, they've just lost in a day 5 times as much artillery as they usually lose. Will it actually slow down the intensity of their counteroffensive in Avdiivka? I don't know, maybe, but maybe not. So, yeah, this is. I guess this was the problem with the summer counteroffensive holistically, right? Is that the Ukrainian armed forces fundamentally lack the mass to achieve what they were trying to achieve. Right? They're just not big enough, and the Russians are just bigger. And this is where Western support becomes even more crucial, because those differences in those differences in mass can be made up for to an extent by superior Western supplied equipment. But if things stay standing still on that front, then the Russian advantage in mass will trump anything Ukraine is currently able to do, and that will cost them Avdiivka. When you have these kind of mismatches in numbers and materiel, you can't hope to win an attritional war, right? You will break before the Russians do. And yeah, this is why Western support is so crucial.
Wow, yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely crucial. Just to advise, a MiG-31K is taken off from Mozdok airfield in Russia. Excuse me. It is a carrier of the Kinzhal, which poses a threat to all regions of the country. So don't be surprised if there is suddenly an air alert across the whole of Ukraine. Wouldn't be surprised. Oh, I just need to pop something very Valentine themed into the nest for you all. There we go. So we went through the UK MOD report, and guess what they were talking about today, Tim?
Is it a Zircon missile?
Yes, they were talking about what we were discussing yesterday about the Zircon missile. It's very strange, isn't it? Now, they did claim that it was brought down, perhaps with EW, although there were parts, chunks of it. So it's possible it did not explode on its own, but may have been intercepted in some way, leaving chunks. So that's obviously what they had to chat about today. Just 48 hours behind everybody else.
You see, what interests me about this is this the first time a Zircon has ever been fired in anger? I mean, it might be.
Well, I don't know personally, but possibly. No, you'll have to look that up, I'm afraid, Tim.
It's quite new, right? They only introduced it into service in the last couple of years. So unless they've been firing them at the poor old Syrians or whatever, then this might actually be the first time it's ever been used.
Yeah, we have records of it only being tested previously. So, yeah.
And it got shot down. Lol.
That is very true. Yeah. Maddie, welcome.
Oh, hi. Hi, Marcus, and hi, Tim. Yeah, something a little bit different, but also the same what's going on.
You're really quiet,
So-
Maddie. Sorry to interrupt.
Can you hear me now? Is that okay?
Somewhat
better?
better, yeah.
Okay. So something a bit different, but sort of same. What Russia doing and what South Africa doing? International player. So I just saw this today, and let me just open it so I can read it for you. So Fikile Mbalula, who's the Secretary General of the ANC, heads to Moscow for forum on combating Western colonization. So the ANC indicated it will join political parties from the Global South in Russia this week to discuss forming an organization to challenge the dominance of the West and erode neo-colonialism. ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula will this week lead the governing party's delegation to Moscow, where several political parties from the Global South will finalize the details of the structure that is being formed to confront neo-colonialism. The informal forum, which will be held from the 15th to the 17th February and will be officially launched at the end of March, is an initiative of the United Russia Party, which is aligned with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The 3-day meeting is expected to recommend the establishment of a forum organizing committee headed by Dmitry Medvedev, Deputy Chairman of Russia's Security Council. While it's unclear which parties will be present, an organizing committee meeting November 2023 included political formations from Algeria, Belarus, Brazil, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, Indonesia, China, Cuba, Laos, Lebanon, Mozambique, Myanmar, Nicaragua, Pakistan, Syria, Kyrgyzstan, and South Africa, according to Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. According to media reports, representatives from North Korea's ruling party and Central African Republic's president will attend this week's meeting. So the ANC Secretary General tweets today, or posted today, on the 15th to the 17th February 2024, I will lead an ANC delegation to the Forum of Supporters of the Struggles Against Modern Practices of Neo-Colonialism for the Freedom of Nations in Moscow, Russia. So now we know what it's called and where they're going and what it's about. So it starts tomorrow. So so there's a notice here that he tweeted. He leads an ANC delegation to the Forum of He leads an ANC delegation to the Forum of Supporters of the Struggle Against Modern Practices of Neo-Colonialism for the Freedom of Nations. There we are. So that's what's happening.
Thank you very much, Maddie. I'm just going to mute you because getting a bit of feedback on your microphone there. Yes, another buzzword to watch out for, right? So the lexicon of Russian nonsense includes a number of buzz phrases, and if you listen very carefully, you will hear them in all sorts of places. Military-industrial complex is one of them. Neo-colonialism or anti-colonialism or decolonization is another. And the more you look for them, the more you will see these words being said, not just by these preposterous individuals like the African National Congress, which is and has always been a creature of the KGB, but also from particularly Western academia. So the kind of quasi left-wing blob of Western academia, including and incorporating the social justice movement. You'll have heard that these things have been greatly amplified in the last 10 years, since Russia started her attempted resurgency, right? This stuff, this kind of cod intellectual gunk about decolonizing curriculums, decolonizing universities, and all of that rubbish. A South African flavor, of course, including partly incorporated the Rhodes Must Fall movement in South African universities, which was brought to the United Kingdom by brought to Oxford in the United Kingdom by a South African fellow who was himself a Rhodes scholar. So he attacked the man whose largesse brought him to Oxford, which I suppose is certainly poetic anyway. Yeah, and I think just to tie it into another current event, I think one of the most telling tweets in the wake of the 7th of October massacres in Israel was an account, I'm not sure if it was a big account or even a particularly political account, tweeted, "What did you all think decolonization meant anyway, lol?" Yeah, he told us exactly what decolonization meant. Anyway, thank you for that, Maddie. That's very interesting. I'll go back to you, and then we'll go to you, Anna.
Thank you, Tim. So, sorry, my thoughts are not really very much in order right now, but I'll try to convey what I wanted to say. You know, when the Ministry of Defense in UK publishes the update for the day, there is also always a link to the use of language by the Ministry of Defense, and I think that all the newspapers that are taking the Russian news should include, you know, the Russian way of using language, and the fact that there are some narratives and some words are used in a different way by the Russians. And about this thing about colonialism, because they are pointing the finger to all the other countries except themselves, and they do not recognize that that's what they are doing. You know, there is that silly alien movie Mars Attack, when Martians that are looking really hideous come on Earth. It's a comedy anyway. Come on Earth and kill everybody at random, and at one moment the leader of the Earth is meeting the alien, and it's Jack Nicholson, and he says, "Why can't we just get along?" You know, so we can't get along with the Russians. It's impossible to get along. In the movie, he's immediately killed by the aliens. So yeah, the Russians do not strive for a multipolar world. Actually, no, they want to dominate the world, and if it's not possible, they want to go back to the spheres of influence. You know, two spheres of influence, one by US, one by the Russians. It's absolutely nonsense. All that narrative with, you know, empowering the global South and striving for fighting colonialism and aiming for a multipolar world. Actually, very recently, Dmitry Driza, which is the main political commentator for Kommersant, practically said it like this: we just want to make, you know, to negotiate with the US how we split the world, and then we will be happy ever after, something like this. And yeah, I guess that's you know, that's the Russian aim, to have as much as possible, and if it's not possible to have it all, then to have a very definite and if possible very large sphere of influence. I don't know if it makes sense. I kind of mixed many things together, but yeah, please bear with me.
Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. Yeah, I mean, multipolar is another one of those buzz phrases. It doesn't, as you say, it doesn't mean a sort of balance of hegemony between different countries and different blocks. It just means that Russia wants her own bloc again that she can comfortably dominate, and that's, you know, that's all it means. It means Russia wants territory that she can exploit for her own interests. Of course, the anti-colonialism, the neo-colonialist thing, was invented by the KGB and very heavily weaponized, especially during the decolonization of Africa. It was designed to create this idea in the public imagination, both in Africa and also in the imaginations of Western intellectuals, that to enjoy warm, friendly, and cooperative relations with any Western country is basically a continuation of imperialism by other means, right? That was the idea. That was the thought they were trying to sow, and they were enormously successful at this. And you look at the kind of intellectual bedrock of this nonsense. You go back to people like Frantz Fanon, who he was I think he was Caribbean originally, but somewhat French, and he wrote a book called The Wretched of the Earth, and in that he introduced basically his big idea was that political independence from colonial powers was not enough. That the colonial subjects, the subalterns within that within that dichotomy, they had to completely remove all Western ways of thought and Western ways of doing things. Which is an interesting thesis because it presupposes that everything Western is by definition bad if you happen to be African, which is total nonsense, of course. But it is also quite interesting because Frantz Fanon was a Marxist-Leninist. And I don't know, I'm not fluent on Marxist history, but I don't think either Marx or Lenin were African. Right? I have a feeling that Lenin was Russian and Marx was German, but I may be wrong. So his solution for these allegedly harmful Western ways of thinking, Western ways of doing things, was to import another Western way of doing things. So the whole thesis is a load of shite, really. It's absolute nonsense. It's total gunk. Yeah, and you have to look at, as you say, there's a sort of hypocrisy to this, right? It's not imperialism when we do it, is Russia's basic thesis. Same with China, and you have to look at if their big thing is that any cooperative relationship between an African country and a Western country is by nature imperialist. You have to look at the actual fruits of the different models of relationship that are available to the global South at the moment. Now, it's not the United States who corrupts and bullies these countries into debt slavery. That's China that does that. It's not Britain that deploys mercenaries to mining areas, massacres trade unionists, steals resources for the enrichment of our own oligarchs. It's Russia that does that. So everything that was harmful about the imperialist system in Africa is being done by Russia and China as we speak. Nothing that was good about the imperial project in Africa is being done by either of those two countries. So they don't bring the peace of belonging to an empire. They don't put an end to internecine strife within those countries. In fact, their model rests upon it, right? Their model rests. They are able to exercise power because there is a civil war that they often cause, right? So that's the way they're able to get their foot in the door and maintain their foothold in these places. So you don't see the one of the key advantages of being part of an empire is that your tribal squabbles will cease. You don't see the rule of law. You don't see nation building. You don't see genuine assistance with development. It's just all take. So imperialism 2.0, but worse. All of the disadvantages, none of the advantages, and they call it anti-colonialism. It's really quite extraordinary rhetorical gymnastics, and it is to the eternal shame of a certain class of intellectual in the West that they cheer this nonsense on. Joanna?
Oh, I think she's dropped
Oh,
off.
she tied up. Okay, let's
Yeah.
go to Aria then. Aria, welcome.
Hello, Tim. So a couple of things. There is a very common trope in Russia that Russia is not an imperialist country and has never launched an imperialist war. I would recommend anybody who holds this belief who is listening to look at the last several hundred years of history of Asia, especially in the Northeast, and of the Caucasus, and then of Eastern Europe, but that's neither here nor there. I find it interesting that the ANC is going for an anti-genocide, anti-imperialist conference with the Russians when the Russians are committing genocide and have openly admitted to committing genocide and are proud of it. When they are claiming Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, when even if you take Hamas numbers at face value, it would not constitute genocide. The other thing is, it really blows my mind. We've seen for years the left-wing influences of Russian propaganda, primarily leftovers from KGB influence. It's a very new phenomenon that we are seeing people among the traditional right wing and conservatives that are being influenced by Russian propaganda. And it's a very scary thing to see that now both sides of the aisle are getting, encroaching more and more Russian propaganda. And this I think is a scary sign of the fracturing of our political system here in America, and I'm very concerned about it. And I mean, if you had asked me a year ago if I would have ever believed that conservative senators and congressmen would be parroting Putin propaganda, I would have called you insane. And it's scary how quickly that transition has happened. And I don't want to smear the entire Republican Party, as doing this, but the fact that it has become normalized and mainstream within large segments of politics is terrifying. I've been speaking out against it on, when I've seen it in the left for years. And it is terrifying to me now seeing it also on the right. And I think it proves more and more that the horseshoe theory is real in a lot of respects.
Absolutely, thank you, Aria. Of course, I lost connection for a bit, but I don't know if you mentioned in your litany of Russian imperial actions, they attempted during the late 19th century to conquer and colonize Ethiopia, and they failed. So it's not that they didn't want to have an African empire of their own; it's that they just weren't very good at it. And so their imperial adventures failed. Rather like the Scottish Darien scheme in the 17th century. Just a bit of a disaster of an imperial expedition. And Ethiopia, until the Italians got involved, remained, I think, Ethiopia and Liberia were the only truly independent territories in Africa. A lot more to unpack there. I think, yes, it is a curious thing, because the Russians have always had their fellow travelers on the left, and it is a curious thing that they've managed to corrupt the right into this nonsense as well. And it's quite alarming because it's happened within my political memory, and I'm not particularly old. So you go back to the George W. Bush era, for example. Can you imagine somebody who identified themselves as a conservative in the United States saying that they did not trust the FBI or they did not trust the CIA? Right? And okay, you've got the lunatics, right? You've got the Timothy McVeighs of this world. They're not conservative, right? They're not mainstream. They're not in any way politically respectable. They're these kind of pariahs all the way over there. And yeah, they've got their loony. They've always had their loony issues with the, with the organs of the federal government. But fairly mainstream people saying, I do not trust the institutions of the United States to act in the interests of Americans. Like, that is absolutely extraordinary. And I think this is both a symptom of and the reason for institutional capture, right? So it's part, it's a function of the culture war, right? One of the reasons it's so easy for a certain type of conservative to lose sight of what, of who his allies are, and lose sight of the value of having effective institutions, is because to a certain type of conservative, those institutions look corrupt, and they look corrupt by the kind of social justice nonsense that all these institutions are doing now. So you ask a certain type of conservative, do you trust the FBI? And you look up the FBI on Twitter, and they've got a rainbow flag in their profile, and you think, okay, well, that's them gone then. And so there's this kind of interconnected flawedness, at least cosmetically, about this stuff. And it certainly explains why this kind of critical social justice gunk has been so heavily leapt upon by our enemies and their fellow travelers, right? Because if you can make conservative people not trust the CIA, that's like, wow, that's an achievement, right? That is a real corruption of the institutions of your enemy. Like that is a startlingly good, effective piece of political warfare right there. Aria, I'll go back to you.
You're 100% right, and I think we have lost the the common threads to an extent that bind us as Americans. Not that it's beyond repair or is at the point of no return. But I think a lot of people have become so involved in politics and have gotten so much hate for the other side that they are willing to put petty political victories ahead of the common good of our country. And it terrifies me. It truly terrifies me. And I think that this is an issue on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. As our friend Axel says, the center must hold. Let us go to Joanna. Joanna, you back with us?
Yes, thank you, Tim. So actually, about what we were speaking earlier and about the imperial ambitions of Russia, I found a small text from Mihai Eminescu, which is the national poet in Romania, the most well-known poet. He has written it in 1833, so 191 years ago. Can I read it? It will be quick.
Yeah, do it. Fascinating.
Yeah, actually, in places it will seem not be very politically correct, but political correctness evolved a lot in the last year. So he says like this: our governments have been able to know very well Russian policy and its goals for 100 years and more, sprung from the Mongol races. With their conquering nature settled on vast steppes whose monotony has a drudgery on human intelligence, depriving it of vigor and giving it fanatical instincts for ideas of vague grandeur. Russia is equally the mother of pride and the flock of culture, fanaticism, and despotism. The beautiful is replaced by the grand, as the rolling hills and the wooded mountains of the Western countries are there replaced by endless plains. In the tendency of conquest, in the so-called historical mission that seek their natural limits, there is nothing beneath but simply ignorance, ignorance, and the taste for spoliation. In vain, a people seeks in territorial extents, in conquests, in wars, what it lacks in its very soul. In no place in the world will they find what God has refused them, or rather what God willed to be the result of the labor of many generations devoted to work. So that's written 191 years ago.
That's absolutely splendid. What is the source of this, please? I missed that.
So Mihai Eminescu, which is the best known Romanian poet, but he also was a journalist and published in the newspapers of the time, political journalist. He has many texts on Russia, mostly related to Basarabia and the struggle that happened then. But this is like a more general text by him.
Ah, fantastic. And Eminescu, he was actually Moldovan, wasn't he?
He was in Moldova, but in Romanian Moldova as it is today. Well, it depends because there is different delimitation today. But yeah, he was in Romania most of the time. But I believe he was born on the territory of today's Basarabia.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, that's a very interesting take. A very interesting take. So it kind of goes to show that Russian nonsense is timeless, right? And this is why we have to be careful calling this Putin's war, right? There's nothing new about Putin. There's nothing new about the Soviet Union. These things were all just aesthetics. They were feng shui. They were decorative. The fundamental problem is Russia, and that problem will not go away without some kind of cataclysmic change in Russia that causes a wholesale change in their political culture, as well as their individual culture. So thank you very much for that, Joanna. That's very interesting. Let us go to Maddie, please. Maddie.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say I did bookmark and I also retweeted that article about Vikolele Mabulu of True Moscow. If anyone wants to read it, the full article. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maddie. I'll check that out and have a quick read. So I wish all of the tankies a lovely conference in Moscow about recolonizing themselves in Russian and Chinese service. That's going to be that's going to be a fun one. So,
well, they're already cutting themselves off from the rest of the world. So yeah.
Well, this is the thing, right? And it's a bit like the situation that Hungary is in, right? There must come a point. Okay, so Russia is very, very good at corrupting political systems and very, very good at ensuring that the leadership of a country don't act in the interests of the people of that country. This is particularly true in global South countries, particularly true in Africa, where the price of a political party is fairly cheap, even though they may not be your ideological fellow travelers, to the extent that anybody is really an ideological fellow traveler of Russia. Now, okay, they can corrupt their political systems, but ultimately the people of these countries will have to ask themselves some very serious questions about where their interests truly lie. Do they lie in the ideological comfort zone of this anti-imperialist nonsense? Do they lie in the kind of politics of self-pity, the politics of victimhood? Or do they lie with the West, with all our goodwill, which is genuine goodwill, by the way? This tanky thing that they do, where they turn around and say, yeah, but what about, I don't know, the Congo Free State? That was horrible. It's like, yeah, that was horrible, but we're not aiming to repeat that. It's not like that's a goal we cherish. You know, it's not a core civilizational value for us that we have to do horrible things in the Congo Basin. You know, it's just nonsense. So whenever this thing they do when they turn around and say, you know, whenever you say that a Western country might actually have honest and good intentions towards a global South country, and they go, oh yeah, but Iraq, it's like, oh, piss off, you silly people. So they can wallow in that ideological comfort zone, or they can realize that actually the West has a great deal of goodwill, the West has a great deal of wealth, and the West has enormous institutional capital when it comes to statecraft, and has whacking great big markets that you need access to if you want to sell stuff and you want to develop your economies and you want to move into the future as societies. That's what we offer. Now you have to ask yourself, well, they have to ask themselves, what does Russia offer? Beyond that ideological comfort, which I don't quite understand, but hey, I'm not African. Beyond that ideological comfort, what does Russia actually bring to the table? This is true in Hungary as well, right? The European Union is 20% of the Hungarian government budget. Russia is an economy the size of Spain, right? Russia has absolutely nothing to offer to Hungary. Russia has absolutely nothing to offer to the global South. All they offer is corruption and slavery and poor practice and theft. So these countries are going to have to ask themselves, where does our future lie? You know, if we have to align with one of these two, one of these two forces, are we better off aligning with the West, with all its goodwill, with all its wealth, with all its markets, with all its ability to improve our country? Or do we align with Russia because Russia says it's anti-imperialist? So, yeah, I mean, frankly, I think it's about time they just grew up. They just need to grow up. Marcus?
Yeah, I get that. Sometimes there's just the wrong people in charge of things, you know, and they act like a right childish doofus and cause everybody else loads of problems. Been there. So, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, goodwill. Goodwill is one of those things which, yes, it's very important, but it's also been used against us, unfortunately. And it's taken a very long time for us to come to the point of saying, nah, actually, probably taking the mickey now. You know what I mean? We allowed our goodwill to be used as a weapon, unfortunately. And I think we have to maybe get out of that slightly. Get out of that the idea that everybody is approaching us in good faith, because yeah, that's not caused us any problems at all, has it?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of this. It's part of this false thesis. You know, it's the Fukuyama thing. It's the end of history. It's a disease. It's a brain worm that infected our entire political class when the Soviet Union collapsed. Was this idea that you can bring countries like Russia and China round to our way of thinking if you just kind of include them a bit in the party, right? It's part of the reason why China was allowed to join the World Trade Organization, or the General Agreement on Tariff and Trade, as it was back then. It's part of the reason for these bilateral arms reduction treaties with Russia, all of these Minsk agreements, yada 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 yada. It's the idea that if you embrace these people, then more of you will rub off on them than vice versa, and they will kind of normalize. And it's kind of a multi-layered fallacy. It's kind of a fractally wrong way of looking at things, and some of it is bound up in this. What is foundational law for the European Union, for instance, is the idea that if you trade a lot with a country, you're probably not going to go to war with it, which is absolute bollocks. Of course, the who was the British Empire's biggest trading partner in 2014? That was, of course, Germany. Who was France's biggest trading partner in 2014 in 1914? That was, of course, France. That was, of course, Germany. Italy's greatest trading partner was France. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's greatest trading partner was Russia. Like yada 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 yada. Right? It's just nonsense. This idea that economic entanglement makes war less likely. It's just not true. So there's a bit of that in it as well. And this has been proven wrong time and time and time again. If you are not ideologically on the same page as the country you're engaging with, if they don't have that goodwill that you spoke of, Marcus, they will just exploit you. This is what China does. This is what Russia does. They will just take the piss. And all of the, this kind of altruism we have in Western countries, right? The goodwill we discussed, the idea that, we do actually want the best for everybody. And that's absolutely true and sincere in Western context. It's not shared by our enemies. This is a uniquely Western thing. It is no other civilization has this. And it comes back to what Gunny said a couple of times a few months ago on the space, is that fundamentally these people don't like us. I mean, and this is another way that our kindness is weaponized against us, right? We don't like racism in the West, for instance. Like we don't like prejudiced views of whole peoples, right? They're jarring for us. So if you say, I don't know, I hate the Vietnamese, if you say that at a Western dinner party, people are rightly going to raise an eyebrow, right? Because that's racist, right? Surely not all of the Vietnamese. Surely you may have an issue with a particular person of Vietnamese extraction, but you can't hate all the Vietnamese. Well, they can, right? They don't like us. They have contempt for us. They consider us to be barbarians. They consider us to be culturally, racially inferior to them, right? They do not think in the same way as we do. They just don't like us. And once people wrap their heads around that, then a lot of the policy of our enemies starts to make sense. Why do they behave like this? Why do they do things that are obviously against their own interests as well as ours? It's because they don't like us. Because especially China, but Russia as well, they're just quite racist. They're prejudiced. They have this palsy. So yeah. Anyway, that would be my take on that, Marcus.
Agreed. And we need to wake up to that, don't we? And we need to just realise that, no matter how we try, they are never going to come to us with the same intent that we are. Arya, go ahead.
I do fear that as things get worse in the West, more and more people will go to the contrarian view and the propaganda view that this is, due to us opposed to.
Dude, you want me to put your wrist? You were just basically, that's it. We're all going to get crushed by propaganda then, mate.
No, not to that level. But among as somebody a little younger, I think you're around my age, Mockers. But I think most of the people here are older than me. I have younger brothers and sisters, and I see a little bit more of the younger generation, and I may be mistaken in this, but many of them, due to altruistic reasons, as said before by Tim, of wanting to fight racism or wanting to fight against injustice, have bought into these ideologies. And I do think, as I've said before, that things are going to get worse before they get better. And as various services or things that people grew up with and we took for granted start to disappear or shrink in what they're given, I've seen within the last couple of years more and more people blaming the West for that, opposed to blaming the people that are trying to destabilize us and cause us harm for this. And I'm afraid that not enough people will wake up to the reality and will fall in line with the propaganda. I don't think that this is the guaranteed outcome, and I'm not trying to put dreariness over all of this. There is hope, and this is why I'm here speaking. If I didn't think that this could be stopped, or we can do better, then I wouldn't spend my time doing this. I'd be digging a bomb shelter somewhere and being a crazy person. But I do think that this is something that we're going to have to deal with and fight against. And then on the flip side, I see people, using this, as was said before by Tim, to push their own political, views on the other side. And that's also scary. So I think it's something important that it's important that we be mindful of, especially as more and more people start having these extreme views or these anti-Western views that possibly are altruistic, possibly are out of hate, but it's important if we want to be able to counter it and get more people to support values in this fight.
Yeah, just to add to that, it doesn't help when there are large swathes of media ignoring the important issues. So that's another way of combating propaganda as well, is to have truthful media who are not afraid to speak the truth, who don't ignore the important issues, who do the investigative journalism. So yeah, that should certainly be encouraged, is a freer and more conscientious media, basically, because I don't know about you, but the lies that seem to come through some news media these days, and I think, my God, how do they get away with that? Just absolute untruth. I can't. When I was a kid, if somebody had put something in the paper that was not true, the next day there would be a retraction and an apology, or it would have been April Fool's Day. There was no other time that you didn't see, okay. There was then publications that said, like a Ford Fiesta had been found on the moon and things like that. But you knew for a fact that they were poking fun. You knew that was just a laugh. But the differentiation these days between the truthful news and the what the hell has become very blurred. And yeah, some people seem to go too far up the what the hell scale. And I don't understand why we cannot have, our core of media back to some sort of, responsibility, standards. I don't know. If it were up to me, if I was in charge of a news studio, if I found out they were saying anything that wasn't true, they'd be sacked. And that would be that. But you see, independent news, investigative news, I find is usually really high quality. And then you turn on the telly and you watch the nightly news and you think, what the fuck was that? It was nothing about what's going on in the world. It amazes me. Live Sniper.
Thank you. What Tim just said, let me perhaps try to rephrase or paraphrase it a bit, because what you said about collective, how would I say, discrediting or this racism and so on, and collectively condemning some people just because they are what they are. Then what you said about let's say Russia and the non-Western people, that could be misunderstood or forged. Your words could be forged so that you are not any better because you condemn like Russia, for example, and the other nations as well. But I
Sorry,
think I got your point.
Live Sniper,
Sorry,
I can
sorry.
barely hear you. You're really muffled. I can't really hear you.
Oh, I'm outside right now. Was it understandable so far? Did you get my point? That your words could be misunderstood or forged, so that you would have claimed the same you're accusing the others of doing, so that you are condemning Russians as a whole, and so on. I got your point, but it might be that not everyone has got your point, because I think that you meant that an individual is condemned because he or she belongs to a certain group, but you spoke about general culture of a nation, which can be proven to be, as you said. I'm sorry that my voice is so bad at the moment. I'm outside, but do you get my drift? I just wanted to, if you would like to elaborate a bit, what was the distinction of your attitude and the attitude you claim the non-Westerners to have. Thank you.
Sure. It was a point about the way we treat kind of out groups on a philosophical level, and it's kind of different, right? So the way we tend to think in Western countries is we think in a sort of liberalized way. So, for example, you wouldn't say, "I hate Nigerians," right? That would jar, right? You like it's not. It would not be an acceptable view to hold, that you have unbridled contempt for all Nigerians, right? I mean, you can say that the Nigerian government is hostile to us. This is just picking a random example. I've nothing against Nigeria, by the way. You could say that the Nigerian government is hostile to us, and that, I don't know, there are aspects of Nigerian culture that I don't like, or I think are backward, or what have you. But what we don't do, either in our rhetoric or in, I believe, our personal beliefs either in the West, generally speaking, is we don't condemn an entire outgroup because we don't like aspects of how that outgroup behaves or how it is orientated, or what it is up to at the moment, right? So, and I was contrasting this with the view that our enemies take, and this is particularly true in China. They don't like us. They don't like white people. They don't like European countries. They don't like European civilizations. They hold us individually and collectively in contempt. And so what I was attempting to do is contrast that view, the view that our enemies hold of us, with the kind of slightly atomized, liberal, reactive view that we tend to hold of other peoples who aren't us. So, is that clearer, Live Sniper? Because that's kind of what I was getting at.
Yes, it's all clear for me. But basically, if you say that the Chinese don't like Europeans, then do we like the Chinese? You get the drift. I'm just like a advocatus diaboli here. I get your point, and I agree. But your words might be misunderstood, and you could be accused of the same sort of rejecting some people as a whole, as you are accusing them of doing towards the Western nations. That was my point. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a question that, you say, do we like the Chinese? It's a question that doesn't really make sense in a Western liberal context. And that's kind of my point, is, do we like the Chinese? It's like, well, we neither like nor dislike the Chinese. The Chinese are a group of people. They're an ethnic group. They're a culture. They're a civilization, and they live mostly over there somewhere. Do we like them? Well, I don't like their government very much. I don't like their political system. I don't like many of the attitudes that their society seems to breed. But I don't have a problem with the Chinese as such. And I think that's really the difference in the way we think. And that's the point I'm making, is that that's a question you can ask of non-Western cultures, for the most part. But it's not really a question you can ask of Westerners, because we don't really think like that, right? With the Chinese, right? Which ones? You know, I mean, I know Chinese people I've got an enormous amount of time and respect for. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. Ever after and still and all the time. I just wanted to avoid any confusion that you would sort of propagate the same rejection to a certain nation as you accuse the other side to do. And I completely understand you, and I completely agree. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, let us go to Roos, please. Roos, welcome.
I just wanted to add
Oh, sorry,
something.
Marcus.
I just wanted to add something. That's okay. I just wanted to add, like, we can say we effing hate Russians, and we really do. However, we can also recognise that there are people who are born Russian, lived in Russia, and have since left and condemn everything that's going on, and are even trying to help. So, you know, it's not everybody, but it is everybody who identifies with that society, that, you know, Russia's strong and all of that. That's what we hate. So yeah, it's difficult to generalize with a nationality because people are individuals, exactly, but it's difficult to celebrate that nationality when you know what they're doing. So yeah, just an additional point. Go ahead, Roos.
Well, I think this is a bit more complicated actually, because it's about social realms where we in the West usually in any official media, in most social situations, in a restaurant, at a party with different kinds of people attending, in school, at work, and so on, we can't really state these kind of views that would measure everyone of a certain culture with the same stick. However, there are people here too who hold these views. They're just not allowed to publicly vent them everywhere. There are, however, realms where they can. So certain part of social media and semi-public gatherings where people of the same kind of views meet. And the same goes for example, Russians. In most places, it is very, very okay to state a view that Western civilization and members of it are less worth than other people. But there are social groups where it's not okay. And they are just fewer. So it's a bit more complicated, but I get your point.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Russians. Right? This is possibly where I depart philosophically slightly from many in the Ukraine supporting community. I don't hate Russians. I hold Russians collectively responsible for the war that their country is prosecuting, unless they are very, very actively campaigning against that war. So, as Mock has mentioned, there are a number of hugely noble individuals who are taking significant personal risks to oppose the actions of the Russian government. But I can't put my hand on my heart and say I hate Russians, like, because I don't. I know several Russians, and I don't hate them. That they live in Estonia. They don't support the war. In fact, many of them actively oppose it. But nevertheless, I can't turn my dislike of the actions of the Russian state into a personal animus against the Russian people. So, I mean, these are perhaps semantic distinctions, because I'm not sure many people, even in the spicier bits of NATO genuinely hate Russians as people, as individuals. They are just using it as an analog for their opposition to the barbaric actions of the Russian government. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the point I'm making, is this kind of unbridled contempt and hatred for an entire people is something that is very antithetical to the way we tend to think about things in the West. So that's kind of my point there. I'll go back to you, Bruce, and then we will go to Leo. Bruce.
Yeah, the first part you said is similar with me. I hold Russians responsible for the current situation to a large degree, and I even hold them, those who are acting now, responsible. I just admire them for actually recognize that they are responsible and standing up and acting to remedy that. But sadly, there are a few Russian, maybe not friends, but acquaintances I have, that they don't feel they have contributed, but I think they have. And they are not really standing up for their responsibility in this. And that's a bit sad.
Sure, I don't disagree. Let's go to Leo, please. Leo.
Thank you. Very stimulating discussion. Yeah, I think the discussion there was originally about Putin, and then like the idea that Russia has had this widespread colonial, imperial ideology for centuries. And maybe the thing to just say is that it's just widespread. It's a widespread mindset, and so when we think about overthrowing Putin or somebody assassinating him or having a coup, some people have said, well, who follows him may be worse. I don't think that's likely. I think that it is essential to get rid of the most immediate problem. And while it's true that there could be other very, very nefarious dictators waiting in the wings, it's more likely that the person who replaces Putin will be more of a Democrat, more interested in human values, general Western values, and human rights. I do agree that there's a widespread cultural ideology that just loves this power and imperial kind of a mindset and doesn't pay attention to the fact that their level of life is very, very poor in Russia, and yet they somehow find Putin's actions to be justifiable because it makes Russia look strong, and somehow being strong is the number one value. I mean, it's really sort of a value that we think of in medieval times or farther back, Viking world, and if you look at legends, mythology and so forth, it was always the strongest was the one in the right. Odysseus comes home after his journeys and he slays 20 people in his house, and that's okay. He was a great hero by those standards because violence was very widespread and power was one of the highest values. The king was always the biggest guy, always the strongest man, was always the leader of a people. So there is this change that we've had in the last century, and every few years we're moving farther and farther toward an ideology that cherishes people's minds and people's values and their core principles over their just being powerful. Obviously, you have some people in the political world, even in the United States, that love power, love to side behind somebody who exudes power rather than somebody who exudes values. So that's an interesting thing. I did want to just add to the news that in the Congress, the House of Representatives, the Republican Santos had been forced to leave office, and he was replaced yesterday in a snap election by a Democrat. So that makes the House of Representatives one vote closer to helping Ukraine, potentially one vote closer to ousting Speaker Johnson and getting some help to Ukraine. So some good news. Anyway, thank you very much, Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Leo. I mean, I think something you said jumped out at me, and that was your point that there's kind of an almost medieval or earlier aspect to our enemies cherishing power above all. I think you do a disservice to both the medieval and the ancient world, because something you'll note about those societies, well, particularly medieval society, which is a personal interest of mine, is that they had very, very rich and multifaceted value systems, and they had deliberately constructed institutions and cultural technology to mitigate the possibility that strength trumps all. So they had value systems that valued religious piety, for instance, and valued cultural productiveness, cultural productivity, and even the cultures of war that they had, the cultures of violence that they had, were highly ritualized, in order to ensure that brute strength and brute force was not the end, was not the final word. And I think one of the things that, to my mind, differentiates totalitarianism is that all of those, wherever totalitarian regimes take root, is that those, or rather authoritarian, I suppose, not totalitarian would be a better phrase, wherever authoritarian regimes take root, they tend to co-opt those institutions and those cultural technologies into the service of that power, right? So a very good example of that is the Russian Orthodox Church, right? That is supposed to be the cure of souls of the Russian people, right? That's its job. Its job is to get people into heaven, and it's just an extension of the KGB, right? So that is the whole point in the church. It has a religious purpose. It is supposed to be, it is supposed to sit outside the power machinations of whoever's doing politics, to an extent that churches are always somewhat involved in politics, but you take my point, right? They are at very least a meta politics. Yet you cannot tell where the Russian state ends, or rather, you cannot tell where the FSB ends and the Russian Orthodox Church begins. And this is true of all of their, all of their cultural institutions, all of their culture itself. It's all ordered towards the service of power. And yeah, but I mean, I take your wider point on that. That's very interesting. I'll go back to you, Leo, and then we will go to Arya. Leo.
Yes, just to say that the key issue is that violence was basically upheld. Violence was admired, and one of my favorite movies is Monty Python and the Holy Grail, in which violence is the romanticization of violence in the past, in medieval times, is brought to light and made it so clear how our values do not jive with the values that civilizations have had for millennia, really, where violence was a common event and everyday matter. But we're going in the right direction, certainly. Thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Leo. I mean, I guess very much to political taste. I mean, I think we do value violence still. but I think we frame it slightly differently. We would frame it as valor. So, for example, we greatly admire and respect soldiers who fight well, or policemen who defend the public gallantly, and things like that. I mean, what are they doing there? They're effectively wielding violence, right? That's what they're doing. Their job is violence, and they're doing their job well. They're doing violence in a very effective way. So I think it's not. I think it's simplistic to say we don't value it. I would say it's safer to say we don't value violence for its own sake, right? We value violence in the service of some good. I think that would possibly be a safer way to put it. But thank you. That's very thought provoking, Leah. Thank you. Let's go to Arya, please, Arya.
I actually think it's something different than violence, and I agree with you, Tim, that violence is held in societies that have positive values, and there have been just wars and so on and so forth. I think it breaks down to how a society views its population, right? Are you a resource of the state, or is the state there to serve you, right? So in the West, in the vast majority of what we call democracies, people have rights, and the whole point of government is to serve those people, right? That's why we make laws. That's why we elect people. In totalitarian regimes, regardless of whether they are right wing or left wing, communist or fascist, in their view, they view the individual as a resource. The individual is an organ of the state, and you have obligations to the state outside of normal civic duty, right? It is expected for you to give your life for the state. It is expected for you to give up personal possessions for the state if dictated. You do not have rights outside of the collective body of the population as an individual in most cases. So I think it really breaks down to that. And that, I think, is what we are fighting against. And what we are fighting for is, our rights in the West as individuals versus getting to the point of becoming a collective polity. But I appreciate everybody here for the conversation. It's been a really good conversation this morning. I need to run. I've been on a lot longer than I thought I was going to be on. I've got a bunch of stuff I got to get done today. And I hope everybody has a great night or day wherever you are. And I pray for the day we don't have to have these conversations anymore. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Arya. Always a pleasure, and always very thought-provoking having you up. Greatly value your contributions to our humble enterprise. Let us go to Roos, please. Roos.
Yeah, this is a bit strange. I just came back to the conversation and heard you say that heaven is an extension of the KGB. I think you should be an author. It's a great setup for a very strange book.
Well, I mean, the strange book is Russia, right? Russia, a study. There's it's stranger perhaps than fiction. But thank you very much. So that's very kind. Okay, so mockers, guess what was released yesterday?
Ooh, a tiger. I don't know. What?
No, close. Because their coat of arms is a lion. But anyway, the Estonian Foreign Intelligence Yearbook was released. Shall we have a look at it?
Oh, is this like a list of people who they've identified as foreign intelligence agents? Is that what this is?
No, not really. It's not like a sort of high school yearbook of all of the dastardly Russians and their photographs. If only it were. No, it's kind of the Estonian government's take on global security, and they they publish it every year, and it's something that everybody tends to pay quite a lot of attention to because they put a lot of effort into it. And Estonia, everyone likes Estonia. They seem to be one of these countries that's able to get on with everybody except Russia. So they get a lot of support and respect and regard for publishing this. But it covers all sorts of different areas, and it's been very widely reported and summarized. And I thought it might be quite interesting if we had a quick look at it. Now, this is published by the Estonian Foreign Intelligence Agency, so the Välislooreamet, which is the Estonian version of MI6. So it's kind of MI6 but tiny. MI6 is like the CIA but tiny. So it's kind of a Matryoshka doll of intelligence agencies going on there. So it's kind of Estonia focused, but it has wider implications. So among the things they cover is the military reforms by Mr. Shoigu, the defense secretary of Russia. And they are likely to significantly increase the number of Russian troops stationed in Estonia. Thank God, no, near Estonia. So the report reads, for Estonia, Russia's military reforms entail a significant increase in Russian forces near the Estonian border in the coming years. Now, it notes that the objectives behind the Russian military reforms reflect the Russian leadership's view that the resources they need for both the war against Ukraine and for credibly confronting the West, to the extent that they can credibly confront the West. Now, they say that the Kremlin is probably anticipating a possible conflict with NATO within the next decade. Russia's goal is military dominance in the Baltic Sea region, pointing to the changes underway in relation to the Russian army reform process, which is centered on restructuring the chain of command and control. Now, the reform will dissolve joint strategic commands and revert to a structure based on military branches and services. The Pacific, Black Sea, and Baltic fleets, which were previously part of joint strategic commands, have been brought back under the direct command of the Russian Navy. Okay, so they're moving towards a kind of monolithic chain of command for each service rather than what we would call jointery. So the idea that there is a geographical area and a single command for that area. So the Joint Strategic Command formed around the Northern Fleet during the past reforms has been dissolved, returning it to its regular structure. The air and air defense forces have been reorganized, no longer subordinated to the military districts. Instead, they now operate under the command of Russian Aerospace Forces, which is the Russian Air Force. The military districts will retain only a limited role as territorial commands. The planning and execution of Russian joint operations will likely occur at the level of the General Staff or a dedicated joint task force staffs. Another major change is the establishment of the Leningrad and Moscow military districts, replacing Western Joint Strategic Command. So they've gone back to the old Soviet military district system, rather than the kind of the Western military district, as they call it, which was larger. Now, this shift likely aims to bolster Russia's military posture towards Finland after its accession to NATO. Now, you know the way Putin said that this was all about NATO expansion? Well, he just got an extra 1,500 miles of border with NATO. Lol. Anyway, so the report continues that a third significant change is the addition of corps level command to the structure of land forces, involving a transition to a 4-level command scheme: military district, army, corps, division. The Army Corps already existed in Russian military organization before Shoigu's reforms, but they were established solely for operations in geographically isolated regions, such as the 11th Army Corps of the Baltic Fleet in Königsberg, and the 68th Army Corps in Sakhalin, etc., etc. With Shoigu's reforms, army corps are formed within the regular army structure, indicating that the Russian leadership sees the need to return to a mass army concept to continue the conflict in Ukraine and prepare for a possible conflict with NATO. So the key takeaway there is we're seeing the end of the pretense of a professional Russian army, and we're seeing a reversion to the Soviet model of a mass conscript army. So they've tried doing things the Western way. It hasn't worked out for them, so they're going back to the way they used to do things, which, to be fair, only really worked once, didn't it? Anyway, there we go. Now, the report also highlighted Shoigu's initiative to increase the number of troops and units in the Russian armed forces and return to the concept of having a mass army, as we discussed. The plan foresees increasing the personnel and adding new units to the armed forces as the primary focus of Shoigu's reform. Russia aims to increase its military personnel from 1.15 million soldiers to 1.5 million soldiers by 2026. Restructuring 12 land and naval infantry brigades into divisions and create dozens of new units larger than regiments in the land, air, and naval forces, as well as airborne troops. Now, whether this increase includes all of the guys who are kind of dead, I don't know. But it seems to be, whatever they're planning, there's going to be like a 500,000 man hole in it. But anyway, I don't think the report dwells upon that too much. Now, regarding Ukraine, the Estonian Foreign Intelligence Agency have said the Kremlin is preparing for a prolonged conflict with Ukraine, necessitating additional armies and army corps, particularly the 3rd and 40th Army Corps, the 18th Army, and the 25th Army, for which dozens of new maneuver, combat support, and combat service support units are being formed. And again, they stress that Russian leadership sees the need to return to a mass army concept to continue the conflict in Ukraine and prepare for a conflict with NATO. While the priority for troop deployment lies in the strategic directions of the West and Ukraine, another important area is Finland. Russian troop deployment has previously been minimal in that direction due to Finland's neutrality, though it now aims to bolster it in light of Finland's accession to NATO, ostensibly to protect St. Petersburg. Now, that's one of the sad, or rather the happy, facts of Russian geography and Russia's military realities is that St. Petersburg is very, very vulnerable. So not only is it vulnerable from Finland, but it is also very vulnerable from the Baltic states as well. Where I am sitting, it is about a 4-hour drive to St. Petersburg, 6 hours if you're in a tank. There aren't really any natural obstacles in between except the Narva River, which is not a particularly large or impressive river. It would be fairly easy to bridge. So you can get to St. Petersburg, a major Russian population center, really quite quickly and really quite easily, unless it is extremely well defended. And this is why the Baltic states, to an extent, live rent-free in Russia's head, is because they are a very vulnerable flank for the Russians. We are really, really close to Russia's major population center of St. Petersburg, and it can be taken in an afternoon, or at least surrounded in an afternoon. So this is very much, now they've lost Finland as well. This is a bit of a problem for Russia, this particular area of operations. Goes on to talk a little bit more about Estonia specifically, but before we go there, I would like to go to Joanna, please, Joanna.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment a little bit on it because, the signs that Russia is preparing for a long time war are all over the place, and they began since 2022. The changes they made in conscription, in education, the demographic policies, and everything talks about about the fact that Russia is not willing to just end this war now, but to go on, maybe freeze the conflict and resume it after a few years, or continue like it. I don't know if they will be capable of doing it, because there are signs that the economy is not doing very well, but they want to do it in any way, shape, or form. We can see that. And about these threats for a war in eastern part of Europe, there were many assessments like this that appeared in the last 2 weeks or so. I believe the first one was by German experts, then by Danish experts, then the Norwegian assessment, and actually there is a Romanian assessment that is saying the same thing, that Russia may choose to attack a country in the Eastern Europe in the next 5 to 10 years. So yeah, I don't know if it's feasible for them, but as I said, many countries assessed this risk as being real. So I didn't read all those, just bits and pieces, but I will try to read them all and maybe make a summary of those. So German, Denmark, Norway, and Romania. That's at least what I know. And I believe that Poland also said something similar to that.
Absolutely, thank you, Joanna. And this is what Ukraine has, what Russia has been doing in Ukraine has laid bare, the grim reality of what Russian aggression looks like in practice. Right? As if we didn't learn this from the Soviet occupations, as if we didn't learn this from the Russian actions in Chechnya in the 90s, their complete destruction of Grozny. It's bad enough that a war with Russia would turn large parts of Europe into a battlefield, right? That's bad enough. But we now know for certain what Russia will do in any area that she controls. It looks like murdering enormous numbers of people and destroying property and deporting children for no reasonable military objective. Right? That's what it looks like. And so we have to start thinking with that reality in mind. A Russian occupation, because the way we've been framing this is that we will be a reactive organization, like we will defend reactively. There's nothing we can do to protect the Baltic states, so we will put a speed bump in their way and then take them back once we get, once certain things cross the Atlantic. I think what the Russian invasion of Ukraine has brought into very sharp relief is that is not an acceptable outcome, because the effect on the peoples of wherever Russia occupies will be so catastrophic that we cannot simply succumb to temporary occupation, as we might be tempted to do if we were dealing with a civilized country. Right? Being temporarily occupied by the Danes, for example, probably not much to worry about. Right? But we can't think like that. The thinking has to be real defense. So real holding of territory against Russian assault. That's how we have to think, because every mile of territory given is so many thousands of murders that Russia will commit against the civilian population. So, yeah, and this is Russia obviously cannot hope to win a war against NATO, but can Russia do a hell of a lot of damage before NATO gets her boots on? At the moment, yeah, probably. So, yeah, it's certainly something to think about, and it's good that a lot of the allies are thinking in exactly the same way. Okay, thank you, Joanna. Now, just to continue on, there's a little bit more, some more kind of Estonia relevant stuff, which is interesting to me. Now, the intelligence yearbook says, excuse me, says that the growth of Russia's military capabilities in Estonia's vicinity in Leningrad and Pskov Oblast primarily results from the potential transformation of existing units into divisions. In one possible scenario, the personnel strength of Russian land forces and airborne troops in the Estonian direction may nearly double from approximately 19,000 to 4th February to 24th, 2022. The extent to which these units will achieve combat readiness depends on Russia's ability to recruit, train, and retain contracted service members. Now, the report stresses that the success and timeline of Russia's military reform will be largely determined by the course of the war in Ukraine. I'll read that again because it's very, very important. The success and timeline of Russia's military reform will be largely determined by the course of the war in Ukraine. So this is to any Americans listening. The war in Ukraine is very important to Russia because it governs how they will fight the next war, which is against everybody else. If Russia manages to implement the reform, NATO could face a Soviet-style mass army in the next decade. This army is likely to be technologically inferior to the NATO allies' defense forces in most areas, except for electronic warfare and long-range strike capabilities. However, its military potential would be significant owing to its size, firepower, particularly artillery, and numerous inexpensive combat drones, combat experience, and reserves. Defending against a possible conventional attack from such an army would require Allied defense forces and defense industries to be significantly more prepared, capable, and better stocked with ammunition and materiel than they currently are. This is the scoop from the front line. As I said, St. Petersburg is 4 hours away. This is the Estonian Foreign Intelligence Organization reminding us that we are not equipped to defend ourselves against Russia. And he's not talking about Estonia, he's talking about NATO. NATO. So, in summary, Russia's plan to increase its military forces is ambitious, especially considering the short timeline and Russia's economic and demographic situation. However, it is also a source of threat for Estonia and NATO, contributing to Russia's aggressive posture, military potential, and growing militarization, reinforcing Russia's apparent path of a long-term confrontation with the West. So that's that. Some very, very stark reminders and strong words from the Estonian Foreign Intelligence Organization. I see we have a hand from Jenny. Jenny, welcome.
Hi, yeah. So regarding, from what I've understood, what I've read on the papers for the past not exactly 2 years, but soon it's going to be 2 years, when Sweden and Finland put in their application to NATO at the same time. From what I've understood, the defense of the Nordics includes the defense of the Baltics because they don't have the same military capabilities as the Nordic countries have. And I know that Sweden signed a treaty about a year ago, effectively making them a command center of the entire Nordic Air Force. And in case of an attack on the Baltics and the Nordics, then I think it was Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark's Air Force is a combined Air Force, and they will strike at Sweden's command. That's one thing. And then there was another Swedish guy on the stage last night that said that one of the reasons why we can't ramp up production of the 155 millimeters was because one of the main components is actually a product that comes from from China. And right now the supply chain isn't really 100% dependable. And we have to figure out a way to circumvent that. Either we make that component here in Europe or within one of the allied countries, I would imagine. But I do know that the Swedish factory for making those shells, it's apparently not even Swedish. It's co-joined by Finland and Norway, I think, but the factory itself is in Sweden, and that is working at maximum capacity. they have ramped it up to from 3 shifts to 5 shifts, and it's going around the clock 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even the employees there are saying, we feel like we're not doing enough. We're not doing this fast enough. We wish we could ramp up the production even more because we feel like we're failing Ukraine. And that was from the workers themselves. Also, I have to say, sometimes when mockers, when you are being snarky, I see Loke from the Avenger, from what are they? Like the from the Marvel universe, when he's looking like, oh, that is so sad. Anyways, on to the next one. It cracks me up every single time. I love it. Keep it up, please.
Thank you very much, Jenny. I'm not fully abreast of what you were describing about the Nordic countries having a single air force. What I will say is that the Baltic states and the Nordics are sort of considered the same thing for the purposes of NATO defense planning. So you look at the Joint Expeditionary Force, for example, which is a British-led multinational force made up of all of the Nordics and all of the Baltics. Sweden are not. Sweden are in it now. They joined it a couple of years ago. So there's that. There's so they're kind of the same thing for the purposes of military planning, but at the same time, they're kind of obviously not the same thing, right? Because the Baltic states not only have a large border with Russia, they also have very little in the way of strategic depth. So it's 150 miles from one side of Estonia to the other or something. So there's really, it becomes very difficult to defend because you're always you've always got your back to the sea. There's nowhere to retreat to. And they're also, the Baltic states are on the other side of the water. So assuming in the event of war, NATO does not control the Baltic Sea completely, which it probably won't, right? There will be a battle of the Baltic Sea. And that will be a real kinetic battle involving Russian air assets and Russian fleet assets. Until that is won, then for the purposes of military planning, you can't really consider the Baltic states to be part of the Nordics, right? Because the sea's in the way. So I think it's kind of geographically neat to treat all of those countries as kind of the same thing for military purposes. But I would question how that is going to play out in an actual hot war. Because here in the Baltics, we're on the other side of the sea. And also there's the UK question as well. So if it does all kick off, the UK is going to have other things to deal with too, particularly the English Channel, particularly the North Sea, and particularly the GI-UK gap. So the gap between Greenland, Iceland, and the north of Scotland. There's also Ireland as well, right? Which is a kind of a weak flank for the UK because it's not well defended at all. So Ireland's got an economy twice the size of Finland. It barely has an army and a navy. Right? It doesn't have an air force at all. It has 2 patrol ships. It has a brigade. Right? This is not a well-armed country at all. So the UK is going to have to protect Ireland as well. And it's kind of a neat idea, but it doesn't naturally include the UK, and it doesn't naturally include the Baltic states. The UK is included because the UK is militarily capable and brings things that the other countries don't have, specifically a navy. But it's not the most natural thing in the world from a military planning perspective, in my opinion. And it's especially not natural to include the Baltic states because the only thing we have in common is we're kind of sitting around the same lake. So, yeah, I do wonder how well these things are going to play out in practice.
So I read the agreement or the agreement that Sweden signed at Ramstein Airport or Air Force Base in February of last year, there was a thing that the country signed, and it said, in case of a war, Sweden becomes a command center and effectively commands the entire Nordic Air Force, every country in the Nordics. That is Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark, and they would then fall under the Swedish command because Sweden has the biggest fleet, since we have our own planes and we can make them. So I think that was the reasoning behind it. Also, the Baltics is not that far from Sweden, as you would think. Our biggest naval base is actually closer to Kaliningrad than it is to Stockholm, which is within the same country. And that naval base is not at the very tip, the southern tip of Sweden. It's kind of a ways up. And I don't know how well Russia would do if they started a kinetic war on the sea, in the Baltic Sea. They would have to engage, because otherwise you would, I don't know how that would look, but you would have Poland, Germany, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland in the fight. So whether or not the Baltics have a navy, I think that once you have all those nations against you in that tiny, tiny body of water, it would look quite horrible in the end. And we have trained it. That is what the Baltops is. And we've also trained the Swedish, Norwegian, and Finnish Air Force to fight as one in Nordic response. And this is an exercise that takes place, I think, every 2 years. Baltops, I think, is every 2 years as well. They had like a big show in, I think it was 2022. And I think it was like 32 nations that took place and played mock war. And amazingly enough, Russia had an exercise like that started a week into Baltops. And so they did a naval exercise in the same body of water. But this is something that is being trained. We have continuous exercise. The same thing with, now there is a few of the NATO nations that have been invited to Winter Sun, the actual ground war exercise that takes place above the Arctic Circle, where you get to practice Arctic warfare for real in snow. But it's kind of towards the end of the winter, because it takes place, it's going to start any day now, where I know Sweden, Norway, and Finland takes part in this exercise, but we have invited other NATO nations as well. So this is something that we practice heavily, and I think it's mainly the defense of the Norwegian and Finnish border up against Russia, because I have seen changes. I used to live up in the north part, in the one of the main military towns up in the northern part of Sweden. And what I saw in the beginning when I was living there, towards the end, and especially after 2022, there have been changes that I can see when I follow the Swedish Department of Defense on their website. You can see when they have things that they don't mind the public knowing. And I can see that there has been changes made after 2022 that we didn't have in place before 2022. But I do know that it has always been important for Sweden to assist Norway and Finland in case of an attack from Russia, that we go in and strengthen up the northern part of Finland and Norway, that we will assist them in doing that, keeping that border safe and secure. And I think at this point, we've just extended it to the Baltics as well, if that makes any sense. Thank you.
Sure, it does. I mean, my point was not that the NATO countries, particularly the Nordic countries, are incapable at sea. My point was that the sea is going to be a problem if general war breaks out, and it's going to be particularly a problem when it comes to the Baltic states, because we're on the other side of it from the rest of the Nordic, the Nordic blob alliance, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, it's not a battle that Russia can hope to win, but it is nevertheless a battle that does need to be fought before it becomes easy to provide military assistance to the Baltic states. That was kind of my point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And I think that Gotland and Åland especially will be stomping grounds on getting over to the Baltics. And thankfully they are controlled by Sweden and Finland.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And Sweden has recently remilitarized Gotland, right? It used to be a kind of it used to have no Swedish military presence at all, and now they've started basing troops there again, right?
Yeah, so they removed all the troops at the end of the 90s. No, 2006, 2007. That's when they pulled when they closed the last army base there, or military base. And I was asked by somebody, when did you realize that the shit was going to hit the fan in Ukraine? And I said that first I saw the buildup on the border and I was like, huh, that's odd. Then Sweden started moving troops all the way from the Finnish border up in the north and fortifying Gotland. For the first time in over 10 years, you had soldiers patrolling the little tiny airport at Gotland. And when Sweden fortified Gotland, and they did it fast, they pulled personnel from 3 different mechanized units and put tanks on Gotland for the first time since probably 2007, 2006, 2007. Because I know my cousin was stationed at Gotland in 2006. And then the biggest warship in all of NATO, it's a Dutch ship, a Dutch warship, came in at the end of January and just hung out at in the shadow of Bornholm, the island of Bornholm. It was like it was guarding something. And I was like, these things don't seem normal. But then when the Olympics kicked off, I was like, well, maybe I'm just making a hen out of a feather. And then the invasion happened. And I was like, okay, I did not make a hen out of a feather. But it was already in November and December that I was suspecting something. And that was just from everything that I could read in papers. I don't have any special intelligence that I can go from. But you're right. The Baltic Sea will look like a churning kettle.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Okie dokie. So that was a little snippet from the Estonia's foreign intelligence yearbook. There have been some comments on the yearbook from Mr. Kaupo Rossin, who is Rossin, who is the head of the Estonian Foreign Intelligence Service. Now, as I said, he said that a lot depends on how the war in Ukraine goes. But what we also see is that even if the war in Ukraine continues at its current rate of intensity, Russia does have enough resources to already start implementing its reforms just outside our borders, by which he means the Estonian borders. These units would probably still be tied up in the Ukrainian direction, for some time, if everything goes, but more units are already emerging. If everything goes according to Russia's plans, the number of troops next to our borders, which was a little under 20,000 before the full-scale invasion, would double. The number of armored vehicles would also double. The number of tanks would multiply, and the artillery systems would do the same. This potential in Russia is basically there. He stressed the need to start counter-planning now, saying it is important for us, meaning NATO, not to get caught napping. Now is the time for us to raise our own defense capabilities. Before launching an attack, Russia usually calculates the ratio of forces, looks at that, and then makes its own calculations. Our task as Estonia and NATO is to ensure that these calculations always lead to the conclusion that it is not worth attacking, because an escalation would no longer be controllable and the success of any military operation would be extremely limited. This is what we can do and what we already have done in Estonia and NATO. The work is going on every day, no matter what the future composition of forces is going to be along our borders. Now, he also commented on Russian strategic aims, saying that that the Russia's aim is to dominate the Baltic Sea region. He said that NATO should be able to prevent this from happening, particularly in light of Finland joining the alliance and Sweden's imminent accession. So Mr. Rosin said, undoubtedly, this situation has arisen with the accession of Finland and highly likely accession of Sweden is a big challenge for the Russian General Staff and Ministry of Defense. The situation has changed for them strategically. Russia's ambition is to always to dominate, including the Baltic Sea. Whether and how they will succeed is questionable. With the accession of these new countries to NATO, new opportunities have opened up for NATO here, both in terms of operational freedom and in overall deployment and the deployment of troops in our specific region. This is a very difficult challenge for Russia, and dare I say that in the event of some kind of conflict occurring here, NATO will be able to establish its supremacy over the Baltic Sea very quickly and deter Russia's actions. So there we go. You're in good company, Jenny, because Mr. Kalpo Rosin, who's the head of Estonia's Foreign Intelligence Agency, agrees with your assessment that the battle for the Baltic Sea would be a fairly quick one. Nevertheless, it would be a battle. And in the meantime, the Baltic states will be very, very vulnerable to Russian ground forces. So that's that. I thought that was an interesting little Estonian take on what Eastern European military picture doing.
Well, thank you very much. Would you like some good news? So the Kunikov, according to information, had a complement of 87 sailors and had recently left the quay previously used for loading weapons, vehicles and ammunition, which would explain why it made such a large explosion. So it's noted that they believe almost 100% of the crew should be dead. So goodbye, sailors. Somebody did mention that quite a number of these sailors were like, sons of moneyed people who they basically paid to put in those positions so that they weren't at the front line. Awkward.
Orcs.
Yeah, a little bit. So that's actually even funnier because I'm paid to keep them off the front line. Yeah, no problem. We'll go after those boats. Don't you worry. Now then, we know that they're having a Ramstein today, Tim, and don't know what's going on there just yet, but we believe F-16s are supposed to be on the agenda. Now,
F-16? Did you say F-16?
oh, okay.
Yeah, you think my battleship F-16 is what you said. Sorry, it's a battleship joke.
Okay.
Yeah,
cheers.
nobody gets the battleship joke. Anyway, Slava Ukraini.
I get the battleship joke, Chris. Well done. That was very good.
Oh, I missed it, I'm afraid. Anyway.
You know the game Battleship, where you play with the two boards.
Yeah.
And you say
Yeah.
F12, F6,
Oh,
like
like
that. Yeah.
Got you. Right. Now I get
Hardy,
it.
hardy, hard.
Oh dear, oh dear. I'm sorry you had to explain that to me. Sorry to everyone.
There have been worse jokes on MriyaReport. Just saying.
There have, indeed. Yeah, you're responsible for most of them as well. So anyway, NATO defence ministers will be meeting in Brussels tomorrow to address defence spending, ammunition production and further support for Ukraine. So they're meeting on Thursday the 15th to prepare the NATO summit for Washington in July. Previewing the meeting on Wednesday, Jens Stoltenberg highlighted historic progress on defence spending. Announced last year, we saw an unprecedented rise of 11% across European allies and Canada. And this year he expects 18 allies, a record number, to spend 2% of their GDP on defence. Minimum. Since the investment pledge was made in 2014, European allies and Canada have added more than $600 billion for defence, he said. So we are making progress. Ministers will also discuss progress made in ramping up production of ammunition. In the past few months, NATO has agreed contracts worth $10 billion, said Mr. Stoltenberg. Ministers will also address resourcing of NATO's new defence plans. The Secretary General explained that right now we are testing these plans through Exercise Steadfast Defender. This is the largest NATO exercise in decades, with approximately 90,000 forces from all 31 allies plus Sweden. NATO support to Ukraine will also be on the agenda, of course. He stressed that support to Ukraine is making a real difference, noting that with our help, brave Ukrainians have retaken half of their territory that Russia seized, opened their grain corridor in the Black Sea, and are inflicting heavy losses on Russian forces. Also, he'd probably note that a ship blew up this morning. He welcomed the recent decision by the European Union on major new package of aid and said he counted on US Congress to follow up soon because this is not charity, this is an investment in security. On Wednesday, the US-led Ukraine Defense Contact Group will meet at the NATO headquarters to discuss the situation on the ground and Ukraine's urgent needs. And then on Thursday, defense ministers will discuss how further to strengthen NATO's deterrence and defense following that meeting. Rustem Umerov will participate in the NATO-Ukraine Council meeting. So that's today. So there you go, just a little update of what NATO doing. Sorry, I had to cough my head off. So little update on what NATO doing. NATO's doing that. And, well, should we have a little bit of a chat about the Black Sea, considering there's a few eyes on it today? So, Ukraine has liberated the Black Sea west of occupied Crimea. Basically, due to the threat of missiles and sea drones, Russia's ships no longer operate in this large region of the sea, meaning Ukraine's pack-hunting sea drones and missile-carrying planes are better able to travel some distance towards Crimea without interference. Missile attacks on Russia's naval port in Sevastopol and wider occupied Crimea means Russia can no longer safely dock its ships in their harbours or risk repairing them in the dry dock. So Russian ships have been forced to scatter and makes them more vulnerable to attack. Russian ships appear to be dropping anchor on the Crimean coast at night, quite foolishly, hoping the darkness will give them security advantage. But as soon as a Russian ship is stationary, it is vulnerable, and Ukrainian forces know exactly how long it takes for sea drones to reach these points. And the next thing you'll see is a boom. So there you go. That's apparently why they're catching them, because they've got nowhere else to anchor and they're just anchoring them off the coast at night.
Interesting. Shall we go to Ovind?
Aye, let's. Hello again, Ovind.
Yeah, thank you. This ship was in the part of the called Project 775, and according to the information I find, there's only 2 left in the Black Sea. And then my question is that correct? And then another one, this was it Montreux Convention or whatever, some Swiss city convention about the Bosporus Strait. Will that not permit Russia to move in another of these ships? They had originally 28. I guess it's down to some 22 or something like that now. What's your take on that?
Yeah, they can't move any new warships in there unless they are home ported already in the Black Sea. So that's not going to happen.
And is it correct that they only have 2 left of these amphibious landing ships?
I think they have a few more, actually. Let's just have a little look at the chart, which I put in earlier. So it's one from the right, and there's a chart there of the various ships, and you can see that some of them are obviously been taken out previously. Now, in this particular segment, we have what appears to be
2 left.
Yeah. Let me just see. 775, 775, 775, 775. Yes, 1, 2 of this particular type, but you can see they've got quite a few others.
Yeah, and it's also Minsk that is scrapped. That originally belonged to the Baltic Fleet, but they moved it into the Black Sea. And then there was another one. Yeah, that also belonged to another fleet. So they actually have, moved in and lost. Yeah, so only 2 left, which means any amphibious operation from Russia is probably completely out of question. It probably was already with these ships, but now it's all gone. Is that correct?
Well, they've been using these ships. Now, initially, maybe they thought they might make some sort of amphibious landing with them, but Ukraine disabused them of that notion some time ago, I feel. Now, what they have been using them for is moving stuff around. So they've been, moving stuff from the mainland to Crimea. And, well, some of that is vehicles, persons, and also weapons. So they've been shuffling missiles around the coast of Crimea with these things. And they seem to consistently be using the same ships to do this sort of thing, which makes you wonder how many of them are actually still operational. And they appear to also be very careless and are losing them quite often as well. So in the last 7 months, they've lost 6 ships, which is, it's terribly careless. And there's another one which reportedly fought off 3 sea drones, was seen going into port looking a little bit squiffy, and has never been seen out on the sea again, which suggests that that's also quite broken. So, Ukraine's doing a fabulous job.
Yeah, and these ships will probably have a role in case there is going to be any kind of withdrawal from Crimea, I guess. Is that what you think?
Well, they're leaving the bridge up for now, aren't they? But think about it, right? There's a real logistical problem in Crimea. They've hit rail logistics in Crimea quite badly. They can't bring the weight of a lot of military equipment over the bridge anymore because there's problems there. So they've been using civilian ferries and these sorts of ships that have got, some room on them to store stuff, to move things around. And, once all the ships are gone, what have you got left? You're looking at a sole artery, which is the bridge. And I think once the ships are gone and they can't move things around by ship and they're stuck with the bridge, which isn't ideal, then would be the perfect time to get out.
Which means that if they had to withdraw, they will leave a lot of equipment behind. Thank you.
Well, just like in the Kharkiv offensive, what did they do? They ran away and they left an awful lot of stuff behind them, which Ukraine was like, thanks very much. So, yeah, I have a feeling in the same way, anything that they've taken there, they won't be taking home again. Running for their lives sort of thing. You just don't tend to pick everything up as you go, do you? Ukrainians found that out. Sorry. Sometimes karma comes at you hard, and well, in some cases it's very well deserved. Now, talking of karma, would you like to hear a little bit of complaining? Because, complaining of Russians really does cheer me up sometimes. So, this is, she's called Anastasia Kashanarova, and she's complaining, would you believe, on Telegram. You see, it's very hard in Avdiivka, and they've lost a ship and payments, and apparently there's a few things here which are quite sad indeed. So she starts with, the damage from ourselves is greater than from the rude word for Ukrainians. I'm sickened every day by our own stupidity. We're amused by it, but carry on. If we don't come to our senses, we will destroy ourselves. Yeah. Anyway, number 1, a monument to Zhavanetsky was unveiled. The governor of the Rostov region managed to find the time. It would be better if he opened or helped a hospital and didn't run away during Prigozhin's march. She's got opinions. Ukraine reports that the landing ship, the Caesar Kunikov, which was named after the hero of the Soviet Union, was sunk. And on the day the Soviet officer was killed, the ship was also lost. Where is the protection of the Black Sea Fleet? It's a good question. It is hard in Avdiivka, and instead of establishing communications and counter-battery fire, some commanders again conduct formations and instructions on security measures on the contact line. Instructions on how to shoot down a drone with a stick, or perhaps fend off artillery fire with a machine gun. Well done, these are great ideas. Oh, spicy. Well, I don't give a damn about Zhavanetsky, Kirkorov, whatever it is called, Kunikov or whatever. It wouldn't be so triggering if all our payments were on time. Oh, here's her real problem. There would be a large number of drones, communications, and electronic warfare would have been established if only everyone would help and be united, learn to love the motherland without profit. Then we will win. Oh, who's she talking to? She's shouting in the dark because nobody's listening to her, are they? But I do think that's quite funny that she has identified the problem, that, they can't work together. They're too busy robbing one another to actually get along and do anything as a team. I do like that special way of taking down drones, though, Tim.
Absolutely. I quite like the fact that the governments are ultimately responsible as well. If only we got paid on time, we wouldn't have these problems.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But sticks against drones, I don't know how that's going to work for them, Tim. I think it might be a little difficult, unless they're really, really good at baseball. So, yeah, she's complaining that everything is just too hard. It's just too hard.
I mean, it's one of those curious things as well about the pay, right? Imagine if you were serving in some honking part of the world. I don't know. Let's say you were a U.S. Marine in some dreadful Japanese island for months and months. You're probably not getting paid very regularly. Is that going to cause a general breakdown in the discipline of the U.S. Marine Corps? Probably not, right?
Well, no, I doubt it. I doubt it. There's probably enough training and camaraderie and what have you in there that you would get by until you could get sorted out. Yeah, but in Russia, you see, it doesn't matter because if you don't have enough, you just steal it off the next guy, and then he steals off the guy below him, and the guy at the bottom just has nothing. So you know, it's kind of like a trickle up economics, with beatings in between. Now, would you like a little mysterious fire? Oh no, sorry, it's not little; it's huge.
Yes.
Of course you would. Well, today there is a warehouse on fire in Bataysk, whatever. Right. Anyway, it's in the Rostov region, and it is a large fire, and it is, strangely enough, a warehouse full of cardboard. Again. I mean, gosh, they have an awful lot of cardboard to store in Russia. I'm surprised they didn't say a furniture warehouse, but they've obviously run out of their quota of furniture warehouses now. And we're back to cardboard warehouse or storage. Very weird that they just store so much cardboard, but that's apparently what it is. So it's 2,500 square meters. And there are, let me see, only 11 firefighters and 6 units of equipment. However, there is another unit that's turned up to help them, which is 3 people and 1 further unit of equipment from what they call MBU protection team, an ambulance brigade, Donergo, which is the energy company, and PJSC Gazprom Gas Distribution have also arrived. It's an awful lot of people turning up to just a cardboard fire, isn't there? Anyway, at 12:25, the approximate area of fire was then stated to only be 800 square meters. Okay. And of course, the cause is entirely unknown. But cardboard. I don't know. How many storage facilities do you think you would need full of cardboard, Tim?
Yeah. Oh, it depends.
Because this is about the 5th or 6th large warehouse apparently full of cardboard.
Well, maybe what's supposed to be in the warehouse got stolen, so they had to put something in there.
So they figured out it was just empty boxes.
Yeah, just fill it with empty
Very
boxes. You know,
possible.
when the relevant one-up or politician comes to inspect the inspect the stores, what's in all those boxes, Colonel? Oh, it's full of winter uniforms, sir. Yeah, definitely full of winter uniforms. Would you like to open one to take a look? Be my guest. Maybe not that one. Open this one. Take a look at this one. Yeah, I don't know. That's my theory anyway.
Love it. Well, yeah, very possible. But they just seem to, they had these excuses of everything being an electrical fire, electrical fault, sorry. And that seems to be a running theme. And you know what, with their maintenance, it's very likely there are an awful lot of electrical fires. But it's just what burns down, bakeries, shopping centres, large warehouse buildings, furniture factories, furniture storage, cardboard. Oh, and pallets, loads of pallets. It's as though, all these buildings are just randomly burning down just because they are of no value whatsoever. But I have a funny feeling that some of these do have some value when lost. So we'll see. Oh, Stoltenberg did comment in the end on the Black Sea success, saying that the Ukrainians are continuing to inflict heavy losses on the Black Sea fleet This is a great achievement and a great victory for the Ukrainians. His statement was made after the destruction of the ship today. So that's very happy man. He sounds as though he's, cheered up by that as well. As were we all when I woke up this morning. Sorry. So, do you want to know what Germany's doing? Scholz?
Are they
and his...
delaying things for no reason?
No, actually, being very supportive right now. So, after Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz had already met with US congressmen from both sides of the aisle during his US trip for talks on Ukraine aid, it was announced today that he will meet again twice with different groups during the Munich Security Conference. In total, over 100 US congressmen will be attending the Munich Security Conference. Once again, the Chancellor's goal is to influence positively as much as possible. His arguments are likely to be the 50 billion in EU aid has been granted, 14 billion in bilateral military aid from Germany alone this year, and more to come has been pledged by Germany, as well as latest commitments from other European partners that show that they are indeed pulling their weight and trying to pull their socks up with regards to their own security as well. So he's going to continue to make the case for supporting Ukraine as hard and fast as possible. So there you go. Scholz, he might still have that Taurus firmly secreted in his pocket. You wondered what I was going to say then, didn't you? He's doing a lot, and you know what? I can't really knock him right now. I think he's doing good stuff.
Just what's happening to the Taurus? Everyone stop talking about Taurus. Where's my Taurus?
Well, they are still talking about it, but I mean, right now, they only really, I mean, the Taurus will come in handy for lots of things, but really, they want it for the Kerch Bridge, don't they? Because it would be a really good weapon to aim at the Kerch Bridge. Almost as though it was made for it, a match and all that. As it's Valentine's Day, matches made in heaven and what have you. But is that their biggest priority right this second? And I think there will come a time when they will turn around and say, now we're ready. We really want it now. And then we'll see what happens. Tarixus, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I made it up. Stupid Twitter. X. Marcus, did you receive my letter?
Your letter, have you sent a written proposal to
Yeah,
Tarixus?
I did.
Oh, bless you. No, I haven't received it yet.
Okay, it must have been lost in the mail. Earlier we were talking about Russians stealing things. They were stealing Russian units were stealing cars from other Russian units near Divka, which is funny. But Avdiivka is not so funny. Is there some news, not opinions, but real news coming out of that place?
Well, it's still rather tense, shall we say, situation at the moment. But, oh, hello, where's it gone? Apologies. I tweeted something. Maybe I shouldn't. It amused me far too much. Anyway, the armed forces of Ukraine have made a statement that they have prepared alternative logistics routes in Avdiivka. And they state that the situation is indeed tense but under control. However, they are preparing for if the main logistics artery was cut by the enemy. there is alternate supply routes possible. So there's that. There is also a report this morning earlier on that it wasn't confirmed, and I'm still sort of waiting on it, but that the area of the industrial avenue, which they were basically creeping up, that area, they have been pushed back from the industrial avenue. So we'll just see what happens there. I mean, you know, it's just super tense at the moment. And yeah, every time I look, I'm just like, don't know what to do about that other than hope for the best.
Yeah, just wait and see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, don't we need a lot of patience these days, don't we? A lot of patience required. But I have faith that we will get there in the end. And I don't just have faith in the, you know, like flipping spiritual type stuff. I mean, you know, I have these gut feelings about things. And so far, a lot of them have proved to be almost spot on. So, you know, if I'm wrong, you can come back and tell me later. But for now, I'm still pretty darn positive. Now then, there is an indication that Russians tried to go around Ukrainian leadership and talk to the US directly about trying to freeze the conflict line. The US, according to information, just completely rejected any discussion about Ukraine without Ukraine. But that's not the real topic. What the real topic is if they did, that very move is very revealing. Just like the constant screaming and yelling that Ukraine should just surrender already because it's entirely hopeless, it tells us that Russia is not really geared up for a long war. Not right now, anyway. If they could have won this, they would have done it long ago. They already stopped claiming that they intend to take Ukraine carefully, because it wasn't possible to sell that rubbish even to their own audience. Aside from the military failure, their economy is a far greater concern for Moscow. The Russian economy is now basically a war economy with zero permanent value. Every destroyed tank, every fired grenade, every sunk ship is a GDP loss. The long-term prognosis for Russia's economy and future altogether are absolutely grim. While all industries in the world are investing in automation, IT, AI, new technologies, Russia is found retrofitting T-62 and T-65 tanks, which after a costly deployment get burned the very next month. I doubt that I have to continue to explain how much value this is reducing and how much value it gives to humankind in general in the 21st century. If the Russian economy wants even a theoretical chance to survive at all, it needs this war to be ended much sooner rather than later. But it doesn't want to concede anything to do that. What comes out are the Ukrainian efforts to undermine the Russian energy sector. We saw so far only small efforts to destroy Russian energy ports and infrastructure, but it's already caused significant measurable losses. Russia can barely repair its current equipment, and when it comes to extending their production in the energy sector, they are, or were, completely reliant on Western companies. But not anymore. When Ukrainians succeed in destroying an energy port, which is a sitting duck, then they are literally draining the blood of Russia's economy. The situation for Russia's workforce is dire as well. The Russian gains in Ukraine are still minuscule, if at all, and come at a cost which are beyond any reasonable cost-benefit ratio. Every killed Russian soldier is another loss for their economy and their country. Even the yet living Russian soldier is not available for their economy. And we haven't even covered the tens of thousands permanently maimed who will likely require a lifetime of care. Russia's in far worse shape than many people realise. This war, which started by Putin, is his Vietnam and Afghanistan on steroids. The Soviet Union was 10 times more powerful and had back then far less competition when it came to industrial capacity. And that couldn't have survived this kind of grind. I'm sure that almost everyone in Russia's oligarchy is well aware of this fact and behind closed doors is begging for a reprieve. So, it is plausible that Russia might have contacted the US in an attempt to try and talk them into talking Ukraine into some sort of ceasefire. It would sound like a frantic and desperate effort, which would be expected by Russia. To stop the military aid package for Ukraine returns a very coherent picture that when the West supports Ukraine in a steady and continuing fashion, then we inevitably push Russia to its breaking point. This point could be tomorrow, next month, next year, depending on how long they can keep dodging all the bullets. But the point will eventually come when Western resolve steadies. Sometimes there are detractors that the newest military aid package has no strategic strength. But you know, nothing could be further from the truth. There is a strategy. It's just being laid out. The course is clear. Help Ukraine, increase the military output of military gear, increase sanctions, close sanction holes, and tell Putin there is no other way other than for him to let go. And if he responds with the sentence over my dead body, so be it. What do you think, Tim? Did I talk for too long and you wandered off? Ah, you can't speak. Oh, poor Tim. Well, while you're un-effing yourself, I do have a little something, and it's a wee treat. You know me, you know what kind of treats I bring, don't you? I bring Ukraine volunteer transcripts. I have another one. And it is entitled, "The plan is, we can wait for the convoy, but they can't wait for us. We spent the day getting ready to head back out. It's going to get fairly cold around the middle of the week. Maybe some snow, but freezing rain more likely. Just enough wind that we have to take it into account. We've been told to plan for up to a week out and for enough ammo for direct combat. We should be supporting in the northwest area of the forest. I'm going with my normal complement, of course. The AK with the GP launcher, a LAW, 8 DM51s, and I'm taking a Beretta M9 this time. I figure I'm taking a few M18s. One thing with doing combat support is you have a closer source of resupply. Theoretically, we don't need to load up with the ammo and other kit, but you never know for sure. We tend to load up as though we're taking it alone. The plan is for a risky helo ride, in my opinion, and then a rendezvous with a supply convoy. At this point, the convoy's schedule is tentative, so conceivably, our plans could change. Word was today that a Western group was passing through doing some kind of survey, which seems to be true, since I saw some odd folks in our food hall. They didn't talk much, but I saw a guy going through the line in front of me in a white shirt and tactical khakis. He had an MP5 hung over his shoulder and got an immediate vibe. More interesting, I noticed the Blackwater Breitling on his wrist. You know I love my watches. It's a distinctive meaning. It's possibly bought it, but very few have been up for sale, so it's not likely. He didn't have that air about him of one who wanted to chat, though, so I left him well alone. But you can almost smell the aura of these people. It's palpable. He's either a government protective officer or a hired gun, possibly the latter, although his face and form are now branded in my memory, just in case I run across him again at some point. It's late here. Slept for a bit. Woke up and wrote something. Went over my gear again. Chris was working his punch list and making sure we had the right comm codes. He's passed out now. I played a bit of offline game on my phone. Read a bit more of the Guns of August. I suppose I need to get back to sleep, but I'm wide awake at the moment. Oh, hi, friend. I'm eating hot wings and just checking your messages. Nice. Send some over, for goodness sakes. Damn, they're good. Although, this is teriyaki chicken. Maybe that's just me, but this is my particular favourite. It almost makes me wish that I gave a monkeys about football. Football? The Super Bowl, man. It's on. Oh, right. Okay. Whatever. Well, have a good mission, score some points, come back safe. Hey, that's the plan, my friend. How long before you guys set out now? Well, we have a tentative schedule of early afternoon, but it all depends on the convoy. We can be ready to go. The plan is we can wait, but they can't wait for us. It sounds like a hairy place to make contact as it is. Well, it's well within the combat zone, that's for sure. Trucks are probably as risky as a hello, to be honest. How do you approach a convoy you're waiting for? Do you signal first? Or do you just walk up to one? I'm guessing that's pretty much out of the question in a combat zone. No, man, we have comms, for goodness sakes. All part of coded messaging. We know their planned routes. We try to be close enough to get ourselves on board quickly so they don't have to lolly around waiting for us. To this civilian, it sounds like waiting for the world's most dangerous bus, although maybe I've been on a few of those. Yeah, it can be a bit stressful for sure, but convoys going forward have drone surveillance with them. This helps. But they can't find everything, and you know, there's mines and fast air, so there's risks. Nice. What kind of rations are you taking with you? We have a mixed bag as always, but there's a lot more these days. Ukrainian rations are available now, and they're really good. Right now, I have Ukrainian, French, and German ones. As you can imagine, I tend to look through and pick my opinion of the best, the lightest, and the easiest to use. That's usually my requirements. Okay, so just looking at watches, because that's my thing. G-Shocks are the most popular. They're reliable, light, tough, and cheap. I don't think you ever said what you're wearing. Although I do recall you said you didn't want to get something messed up. I'm wearing a Seiko Prospect. I brought a trio of watches with me because I'm like that. They're all relatively cheap, but I couldn't live with myself if a Russian pinched an expensive timepiece off my corpse. Prigozhin was known to wear expensive watches in war zones. One time, and maybe it's still a thing, the CIA had a group that studied foreign leaders, terrorists, general officers, and others' watches. There are some potential dots to connect out there, I guess. What do you think the CIA would say about your watch collection? Oh, they'd put me down as an egotistical prick with too much beer money and fine wine ambitions. But they'd give me the common sense nod for not wearing an elite watch in combat for sure. As always, and unless somebody notches it up, the Omega Speedmaster Pro Moon watch is the best looking watch I ever made. Before I become worm food, I'll have to buy one. Anyway, I buy them for other people usually. My kid, she has 3 already. There you go. And oh, it's that time, is it? We've got people coming up. Ah, I see. It's that time. I hope you enjoyed my little story.
I most certainly did. The cavalry is here, fashionably early. Is the cavalry usually early or usually late? Cavalry is usually just on time, isn't it? That's the way cavalry works. So it's been a pleasure co-hosting this afternoon, Marcus. But I will drop to make way for the ever capable Robin and Jon. I will see you all tomorrow afternoon.
Groovy. Well, while you're doing that, I will just note that I'm really struggling to bring any requests up. So you might want to do that at the same time. Oh, no, hang on. It's just my screen didn't refresh. Weird. Go ahead, Booyah.
Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy sinking of the Caesar day. And good morning. The Yanks are awake.
Indeed, you are. You all woke up to find a new ship sunk. I know. The Ukrainians like to do these things while you're not looking. Nice little surprise for you today. So they didn't bring you flowers, but they brought you booms and many dead Russians, I believe. Up to 87 were on the ship at the time. And you know what the funniest thing about it is?
What's that, Mockers?
That a lot of those guys were said to have been placed there because it kept them off the front line. They were safer on the ships. Slightly ironic.
Oh, the irony.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So apparently you could pay for a position on these ships. And there were some of the mill bloggers having a bit of a go because, you know, fathers had paid these for their children to be put on a ship well away from the front line. And now, as a result of those people not being trained properly because they were just rich boys' children, it was all their fault that the ship was lost because they were just children of rich guys. And to me, that's even more pain to the Russians because, you know, those people, their opinions matter more, don't they? Those ones with the money and
Yep,
stuff.
it's almost like no Russian oligarch's kid will be safe in Ukraine. Odd.
Well, you know, that's what happens when you invade a country. You just you have to figure out that they're going to fight back at some point. And I really like that thing that I read out just before I spoke of our friend, the Ukraine volunteer. That, you know, that there is, I mean, I see the cracks appearing and the stretching of the system. I mean, something as simple as a food supply chain, and they can't seem to keep it in place. The very fact that they are literally taking every electronic thing apart now for the parts in it. They can't repair cars. That just, you know, a lot of the stuff that they're importing now from China or producing themselves is terribly substandard compared to what they were used to. It's all just going to hell in a handbasket, and at some point there's a cliff edge. And well, I see them getting very, very close to it. Probably for the last 12 months, and maybe they can hang on for another 12 months. But that's all I can say for sure. That at some point they will fall over that cliff edge, and it will be a terrible thing for them. Now I'm just waiting for another co-host to jump in the seat with me because, well, my sorry, my app is all left up. Sorry, I keep looking at it and everyone keeps moving around. Nothing's working. Anyway,
Are you sure that's the app, Mockers? You okay? You're not doing anything that you shouldn't be doing.
Are you there? because you are a disembodied voice. Are you in the co-host seat, Jan?
I believe so. That's what it says on my screen, at least. Hi, Mockers. How are you?
I'm good, but apparently I've been logged in so long that my thing is broken. So I'm going to jump out for a second, and then I will see what's going on, because yeah, I might have something else to do. So let me pop out and leave it with you for a moment. Be right back.
Excellent. Well, good evening, everybody. Nice to see you all again. Nice to be here with you all. And I guess on this Valentine's Day, what's left of it for me, the phrase is "say it with sea babies." Looks like the Caesar Kunikov is now communicating with the fish, which is all got to be good stuff. And what an excellent way to start the day for many of you. I kind of came to it a bit late, a bit busy all day, and then looking through my timeline, there were all these pictures of all these grainy pictures of boat getting hit. So that's all got to be good. That's like a lot. That's a lot of those ships going down now. And well done, Ukraine. That's absolutely fantastic. Big news. Also, just to kind of bring people up who are bring people up to speed who are waking up, perhaps in the United States, pretty big losses reported by Ukrainian forces today for the Russians. Lots of artillery. I think it was a record in artillery losses. Something like 69 artillery pieces were destroyed, reported destroyed yesterday, which is pretty impressive stuff. And also another 1,000+ military personnel taken out. And I think, 2 or 3 days, and we should be looking at something like 400K, which is absolutely extraordinary. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of getting confused by messages. What's going on here? Right. Okay. Oh, all right. It looks like I have been joined by James Healy, who is now in the co-host seat next to me. Hi, James. How you doing?
Hey, good job. I'm doing good. Good morning. Well, good day to you, I'll say, because that's a lot easier than remembering what time everybody's in. So, yeah, here I am. It's good to be with you, by the way. And I don't know what's on tap here because I'm sort of still waking up, even though it's late in the day. I did one of those double days last night. I woke up in the middle of the night, couldn't sleep, and then slept in, well, anyways, enough of that.
Yeah, I do that. It all gets very confusing when that happens, isn't it? I was kind of pretty full on at work today, and I came home and I just absolutely completely crashed out, and woke up about an hour and a half ago. It's nearly 11. Well, it's just after 11 o'clock at night here. So it's going to be interesting trying to get back to sleep, especially considering how much coffee I've had in the last hour and a half. So this should all be very exciting. But anyway, it's great to be here with you, James. I think the last time we were co-hosting, we were discussing the Japanese Secret Service or something. And I did buy the book, and it has arrived, and I've read at least 3 or 4 pages of that. So hopefully I get through some more of that, and we could discuss that at some point in the future. But really nice to see you again.
And good to see you. You bought the book. Well, cool. That Special Duty is it's a pretty good book. General intelligence, but I love the focus on what Japan did. So, anyways, carry on for a minute. I'm still getting settled in. If you would please.
Okay. Well, I will take this opportunity, I think, to encourage you to look at the second tweet in the nest, which is introducing our latest fundraiser. It's a Blitz fundraiser. I think it runs until Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, sometime this weekend anyway, and we are raising money for displaced, either internally displaced people or people who have moved outside of Ukraine. This is raising money, I believe, for accommodation, furniture, clothes, legal advice, general humanitarian aid for people who are perhaps trying to make that transition from living in the place where they have been living to a new place and getting used to that situation, whether that is inside Ukraine or in neighboring countries or whatever. It's always difficult. It's hard enough moving house, isn't it? Getting used to a new neighborhood. But if you're struggling with the consequences of a genocidal war and you find yourself in a place where perhaps you don't even speak the language, such things can be extremely useful to you. So I would encourage everybody to donate if you can. If you are a US citizen, and I think if you are a Canadian citizen, you can get some kind of tax break for this, or it increases the money or something. It's a 531 or something like that. I should know this, but it's a way for you to take advantage of that tax break system on charitable donations. So if you needed further motivation to donate to our latest fundraiser, then that would certainly be something which might make that task easier. Also, what am I seeing? I can just quickly throw out this one piece of news, which I found gave me sort of cause to chuckle a little bit. Is the dandy Belarusians? Apparently, the president, should we call him a president? I'm not quite sure how legitimately he is president, but the president of Belarus, Lukashenko, I think, has been complaining about the Belarusians wearing brand name goods and clothes from Versace or whatever, I don't know, but all of these things. And he's saying that it's kind of not what Belarusians should be doing. And if he's not careful, they'll all start running away to Ukraine. So they should all be wearing domestically produced threads. So good luck with that. But that kind of made me chuckle a little bit. James, are you into like Prada and that kind of thing?
I'm even into Prada, but I've never bought any. I would wear it maybe, sure, but I'd never buy it. I'd have to find it somewhere in a discount store, something like that. But I can't even think of Prada makes anything for me. But I'm not picky about clothes. What I like is to have the body parts covered up that I want covered. That's what I want, and I want to be warm if it's cold, and cool if it's hot. And so that's what I ask of clothing, is that stuff. So, and actually, no, I guess I am pickier than that, because I will not wear any damn color. There's just some things it's like, no, I'm not going to wear that. And especially when you get into the I'm going to call them violent plaids, if you know what I mean, the colors that just don't go together, but there they are, they're all mixed up. And so I guess I am a fashion horse, if you like, after all. But no, I'm not really picky about clothing. So I would never pay that much. On the other hand, I buy a lot of Columbia clothing, if you know the brand, because it lasts. And I've learned that my cheap bone is pleased by the lasting nature of the clothing. So, anyways, it gives me more money out of pocket eventually. But I'm going down a place I don't need to go down to. We don't need to talk about this any longer, because I would like to go back to the fundraiser just for a minute to say that this is a good one. And I've never, ever been a refugee. I think the closest I came to that was when I was camping and the tent fell down and we had to figure out what to do. That's it. That isn't much refugee stuff, right? I've never been through that. I can't imagine what that's like. You know, I have been in a place where I didn't have money at one point and had to borrow a little bit. It wasn't a big deal, but I'm a lucky person, is what that means. I've really been treated well by life. Not that I've mistreated life to get there, but you know, I'm glad that I did that, and I'm glad that I can give a little bit now because I do understand just how easy it is for people to kind of go over the edge. You know what I mean? Lose their way in life. And in this case, it's nobody's fault but the Russians that this is going on. And so I am particularly feeling that people deserve the aid that we can provide. This isn't a question of anybody being lazy or any other thing like that. This is completely a question of somebody is, you know, firing into their country and they're taking refuge somewhere. So this is unlike any other kind of aid system that we've got in the world. This is where people desperately can use some aid, and so I'm happy that we are focused on this time. You know, when we get back to the military aid, which I'm sure we will, that also is going to directly address the issues that face Ukraine. Helping Ukrainians kill Russians is good, but keeping Ukrainians alive wherever they are is a great thing too. So that's what I wanted to add. And we got out of the fashion discussion, so it's a double win.
Yeah, I think the fashion discussion was a bit of a blind alley, wasn't it? Sorry about that. But yeah, you know, if you were in Prada, then that kind of brings to mind a movie I once saw. And yeah, just a quick, you know, kind of come back to that fundraiser again. I mean, things can be precarious at the best of times, can't they? One sort of bad break, and you can get into that situation where you feel that everything could just completely slip away and fall apart. And God knows it's hard enough living day to day for many people. And if you're suddenly displaced to a new place where maybe you're living in not such fantastic conditions because there's just nothing available until you get sort of settled in and ready to go. I mean, I've been through that a couple of times. And you know, a bit of financial support in that situation could make a huge difference to those people. So just to, you know, give one more push to the push that you gave to my push. If you have a bit of spare cash lying around, then please donate to our latest fundraiser. Anything else you're seeing, Rance? I guess the big news is the ship. James, but have you seen anything since you woke up, whenever you woke up this morning, this afternoon, whenever it was?
Yes, I heard some things, and I was in the space for a while in the middle of the night for me, some 4 or 5 hours ago, and heard about this, and delighted to see that another landing ship is unavailable to the Russians. And in this case, I didn't get to see all the video. I'm looking forward to seeing that, but you know, apparently they saw the incoming at the last minute and were firing small arms. That was one of the things I heard. But then a big hole appeared in the side, and then a big boom, a really big boom, and then no more boat. Ship. Pardon me, I insulted the ship. No more ship there in the water. It was another refuge for crabs or whatever it is that hangs out at the bottom of oceans. Yes. And so the other picture that I really enjoyed from that was the picture of the fleet. And this was the version of it. Some of them have like X's with the ones taken out that are, you know, destroyed, I should say. But the one that I really enjoyed was the one where they were showing the what do I want to say? Eliminated ships were in flames, which I really enjoyed that picture. So it gives you a really good view of just what is left of the fleet. And, you know, I mean, they're already sort of neutered because they can't operate, but I'll be much happier when it's not just them kind of held back, because that could change. I'll be very happy when more of those are at the bottom of the Black Sea, because then let's just say they're not coming back once they get to the bottom of the Black Sea. There's very, very. I just can't see how Russia's going to resuscitate those things, float them to the surface, drag them somewhere to repair them. Well, Ukrainian sea drones are around. I don't think that's going to happen. So it's very pleasing. And, with all the other things going on, it's a little bit of balance for me. And I felt better for, for watching it. Is that bad that I enjoy destruction? I don't know. What do you think, John?
If you'd asked me 2 years ago, I would have probably said yes, but things have kind of moved on from then. It's kind of nice to. I mean, the Avdiivka is worrying, to say the least, and there's all kinds of sort of concerning stuff going on with like the as well, on your side of the world, in your place, and that's all kind of pretty sapping in a way. But these kind of small victories kind of help to boost you up a little bit, don't they? And it's good to see. It really is good to see, and it gives you kind of a nice warm feeling in which can be a bit confusing at times, but I think generally we'll accept it as the nice warm feeling that it is. And it's go ahead.
Finish your statement. Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to move on, so to another aspect of this. So go ahead if you want to discuss the warm feeling.
The warm feeling that the German word is a good capture, that the Schadenfreude, the joy in somebody else's pain, essentially is what it is. And in this case, I like it because it is, you know what I mean, not a bad thing, a good thing, that they're getting destroyed, even though loss of life, human life, is tragedy, blah blah blah. Well, I don't feel that way when they're inside Ukraine. Acting badly. I think it's a very good thing when they're destroyed. So I do feel that. So maybe someday I'll go have to face this inner darkness, face my whatever. But right now, today, no, I'm really happy this has happened, and looking forward to when, you remember the fictional video of the, I guess it's like a landing ship or something like that lands in the middle of Russia. It just smashes into St. Basil's, I believe. That also, I'm enjoying that, even though that didn't actually happen. But that's the kind of effect that I like, and I'm going to enjoy should that ever happen. And I just don't see that one happening in particular. Ships flying through the air and then crashing. Well, aircraft, but I mean, we're talking another landing ship. So delighted by that kind of artwork today. Anyway, sorry for blabbing on about it. It's not really pertinent, is it? But anyway.
Yeah, it needs some kind of impressive propulsion system, I think, to pull that one off. But yeah, I guess the bottom line is that landing ship is bringing stuff into Crimea, and it's bringing in munitions and material to go and kill Ukrainians and sort of push on with the genocidal invasion that's going on. So I suppose that you take it out, and you're happy that it's taken out, because that limits their abilities to carry on with this complete nonsense. So there's got to be a warm feeling in that. I think it's the positive sides on that. And it's kind of interesting, actually. I think it was the ship was I'm told, well, I don't know, I saw one place reported it was sunk just off Alupka. Does that ring a bell? Which is kind of just very much at the bottom of the Crimean Peninsula, just to the east of Sevastopol. So they've kind of forced the Black Sea Fleet off the the west coast. Sevastopol is not particularly useful to them at the moment, and they've kind of scarpered to that sort of the bottom of Crimea, and then presumably to the east of Crimea, and that's where they're sort of launching their missiles from and so forth. And I would imagine that this ship was bringing stuff over from mainland Russia. So if they're making that difficult, and I don't think there are many of these ships left, so if they can get rid of those, then maybe once that's all out of the way, then we can hit that Kerch Bridge and destroy that too. So these are the kind of things that we can imagine, and see Crimea brought back under the control of the Ukrainian government, and we can get a step closer to the Crimean Beach Party.
Which will be awesome. And yes, I don't know exactly where this place was. I do get the picture on the map. At least I've learned enough of the geography to say, yes, I know that general area. So I'm glad the area is denied. Odessa, I'm sure, is very thankful that so many ships are denied, although things still hit Odessa. It's a much longer shot, and there's more warning for the sake of them having cleared out that part of the Black Sea. So win-win. And I guess the role of this, I landing ship to me means, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but that means that typically that would be involved in landing troops on shore and some kind of thing. So it's another good thing for Odessa, because that might be one of the plays that they would like to make, is to create a new front and take advantage of their more sizable army. But I don't know that they have that kind of reserve to do a large scale effective invasion, because that seems like a 40,000 people kind of thing to go for that. But we'll wait and see. My understanding is that they really don't have, they're maybe building up reserves, but they don't have more than 40,000 people in reserve. And as I understand it, many of them are being committed to Avdiivka. But I didn't listen to Chuck last night, because as soon as I got off the air, I laid down on the couch, and oh yeah, that's why I was up in the middle of the night, because I got to bed really, really early and I woke up early. So, anyways, it happens. But maybe Chuck had said something about Avdiivka, which I saw the map this morning, looked at that, and saw that the lines have indeed changed, and well, not encircled. There is quite a bit of progress on both sides of Avdiivka by Russia. Not good, and we'll just have to wait and see whether or not this is going to stay like Bakhmut, and be one of these places where Russians just go to die without much progress, or in what I hear that again is that Avdiivka is not a treasure trove of necessary things that Russia has to have. So if they take it, it is still not one of these game-changing losses that some other places might be. But anyway, well, I see we've got a hand, John, so I am going to go and say hello, Oyvind. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. Viktor Sokolov, he was the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, and he was apparently killed in the September. But have you ever seen any other appointed to that positions? Or have you seen Sokolov still alive? What do you take on this?
I wish that I followed things that closely. I do not. I've not heard of, mostly not heard of many Russian appointments in the military. I'm glad you're following it more closely than I am. No, have not heard any appointments to replace him. But since I didn't know who he was in the first place, I am not the guy that's going to give you a good answer. But clearly, if he was killed, he at least doesn't have to live with the embarrassment of what's happening to the Black Fleet. So maybe he's with Gerasimov. I don't know, but no, I haven't, Ivan. Do you think there's something going on with that?
No, I just know that the Russians deny that he was killed in that attack on the 27th of September. And then there was some video showing him later, but some say that that was fake, that the video was taken before 22nd of September, and yeah, it has been a little bit back and forth. And but Ukrainian, they said that he was among the 34 killed at that time. Well, since we haven't, I haven't seen any appointment of a new commander. They might have appointed a new commander, but not telling us, because we want to believe that Sokolov is still there. But yeah, they they are caught up in their own lies, and then they can't. Yeah, they can't say who is in command, but somebody will be sacked.
Wouldn't it be dangerous to tell the Ukrainians, tell the world who your leadership is? Because it seems like Ukraine has had excellent success in thinning the top ranks, if you will. There's, I don't know how many officers dead, but thousands. And I wouldn't tell Ukrainians anything about my leadership if I were Russia, because it seems like they get put on the list, and the list is a hit list, and it's been working out that way. So, anyways, Ivan,
Yeah, and whether it it's the dead guy still running it, or some anonymous person who's still running, it's obviously not doing a particularly good job of it at the moment. They might be having some effectiveness on the battlefield, especially on the eastern front. The Black Sea Fleet doesn't seem to be going so well, whoever it is, whether it's the dead guy or not dead, or maybe dead, or possibly dead, or dead but we're not being told he's dead. And however absurd you want to make it, it's very strange. And as James says, yeah, you're putting yourself on a hit list if you admit to being an officer in the Russian army. Go ahead, James. You wanted to say something?
I did. I just wanted to say they're going to need a bigger Schrodinger's box, is what I think, because we just don't know their status, yeah, we're going to need a bigger box. So anyway, which of course, John, if you know American commercials, which every healthy person does, that is from a Taco Bell commercial. Anyways, which is very silly, but they needed a bigger box because I think it was a Godzilla thing or something. I forget. I bet Cece knows. Cece, hello, welcome.
Okay. Well, then I only remember like Schrodinger from chemistry lectures, but that's a long time ago.
Oh well, to be honest, the Taco Bell commercial had really nothing to do with physics or Schrodinger. It was because I forget exactly the whole plot line. I'll have to watch the commercial again if it's around. I bet it is. So, but Cece, save us from American commercial trivia.
I don't know if I'll save you because my love of highbrow clashing with lowbrow knows no ends. It's the best. I'm digging your conversation. I apologize. So I just put in the nest, is it okay if I leave it there? It's a call list. So what's happening is Elon is online everywhere and in spaces with multiple American senators, saying that Russia should actually win and we should negotiate with them. So we're going to have to be even worse. We will be worse. So these are the phone numbers of people to target. If you can only do 2 at a time between meetings, that's completely fine. Like, make it work for your schedule. I just want to emphasize how non-intimidating these people are that are answering the phones. They're kids. They're big, college kids. And so you can do just, like 2 sentences, right? You don't need these huge, long, awkward scripts that some people are putting out, that takes up a bunch of time. Like, you really can just do 30 seconds and it's over and go right back into your meeting. So we have to be louder than Elon, is my point.
Yep, we got to be louder than Elon. I don't know, Cece, if you got to catch any of the show the other night. The space, I should say, with JD Vance, with his satchel of secret information that he carried into one of the GOP rooms to spill the real truth, the real goods, the secret stuff that he got from somewhere. Anyways, ridiculous stuff. Glad I just jumped in and jumped out of it, but at the end they kind of summarized the points, and the idea that Ukraine is not interested in having a draft. Well, some aren't, some are, or that Ukraine is tired of the war, and it's like, well, who doesn't get tired of war? But they're not ready to give up. That is one of the things they've made clear, and the unity of that is so high. And I don't know that there's been more recent polling on that, but it was exceptionally high, like way up, like I think in the 80 somethings about that. I'll have to look it up, but
About the poll.
about not giving up, because
Yeah.
some people are saying, oh well, they're willing to trade. We just need to talk to them and have a peace conference, and we can sort out the land deal, and ridiculous stuff. So he's a liar. I think he's only interested in what's beneath the ground of Russia and the cheap, probably forced Russian labor that he can get. So he's not a good player. He's not a good boss, as I understand. He does have some facility with stealing products and developing them into pretty vast systems. So I can give him points on that. But the humanity part, he's sort of a failure with the rest of them. And this trading away lives, trading away freedom, just shows how comfortable he is with the ideas of slavery, and authoritarianism and the like. So he's very bad. So we do have to battle that. I feel fortunate that we're still able to talk here, because I always wondered when or if will he ever just get tired of us, and I guess our voice isn't big enough. Maybe, I don't know. Cece, what do you think?
Well, yeah, James, the blinding hubris of speaking for Ukrainians, especially when they're saying the exact opposite, is so obvious to me that I mean, they should be so embarrassed. They should be so embarrassed of themselves. They're complete embarrassment to my country, and they're just absolutely disgusting. And unfortunately, I did have the occasion to hear part of that space. I didn't last long, because I knew that my blood pressure, my doctor would not like my blood pressure during that particular space. So, and I didn't want to up their number, so I left. But just, yeah, just absolute hubris of pretending to speak for Ukrainians who feel the exact opposite is just so informed with what they do. So, yeah, and I love what you just said about jobs, and that he just wants to harvest like blind, this blind labor, which is so sad for all those people to just be thought of as raw labor. Ugh, just the way these people think across the board is just the most disgusting type of humanity.
And it has a precedent in World War II. We know that many of the labor camps where they were doing things forced on them, and that the position was worker will kill you, basically. And they were fed so little that many starved on the job, and that was okay because they brought in new people. So these are the same kind of people that we fought in World War II, the same kind of people that went on a genocidal rampage back then, and yeah, their replacements are here, and they're active. They're doing it again, Really, in the background, I don't think this hate has ever stopped. I don't think that the genocide has really ever stopped because they are still after Jews, and it is a nightmare situation for them. I'm glad that the rest of the world has better feelings for welcoming in other parts of humanity and keeping them around. And I think that's where most people are in the world. They don't want to kill off other people. They want to carry on with their life, be happy, have some prosperity, enjoy things, and not take from others is the main point I think here. So, Cece.
Did we learn that lesson in kindergarten? I think that's one of the reasons why this is so hand-wringingly frustrating, is because these are all kindergarten lessons that we learned. But so for my callers who are awesome and consistent and daily, I adore you. You're the best humans in the world. To anyone else that also wants to jump on board being a good human, there's two people, Fitzgerald and Gallagher, that are not on that list. That people write me all the time that they want extra credit. And new people. I mean, we really need to hit the whole house. And we don't want Democrats to fall off on the other side, right? So you can also call those offices and say, hey, we really need that aid to Gaza too. So, factor that in your cost benefit run of whether you're going to support this bill or not. Like, don't deny aid to Gaza right now, because Israel's going to get aid regardless. But Gaza is not necessarily going to get aid regardless. So, there's all sorts of talking points. Call me, DM me if you need them. And yeah, let's just really put our shoulders into the door here to bust it open, because it's going to take the people who don't like calling and they don't like advocacy interstitials statements. It's going to take you. It can't just be the people that normally call, because obviously we haven't hit a critical mass yet because it hasn't gone through. But we did in the Senate, and that's because so many of us became so fanatical, and it's just taken over. But a lot of people are getting tired. There's various people, who they're having parents dying or whatever. Like, there's always people who stop calling for a while for one reason or another, because we all have lives. So we really need new recruits. So if you've never called before, because you hate when I come up here and talk about this, it's actually a sign that maybe you should take 30 seconds and call at least a couple people, since Ukrainians are dying.
Yeah, and another perspective. I mean, these people who purport to speak for Ukrainians when they've probably never spoken to a Ukrainian. Another perspective on this is that if Russia, I mean, who wants to go to the front line and pick up a rifle and shoot at people and possibly get killed? I mean, who wants to do that? But if you're defending your country, and what's the alternative? You roll over, you get occupied completely, and look at what's happened in the so-called Luhansk People's Republic, whatever they call it. They mobilize the people. They mobilize the people anyway. They end up fighting for Russia, and this is what they will be used for if Ukraine falls. They will be mobilized into the Russian military, and they'll be attacking Lithuania and Finland and Poland, whatever. I mean, it's no way to it's no reason to stop aid to Ukraine. It's completely short-sighted. So that is the reality. So that's another talking point that you might be able to use if you can formulate it a little bit more coherently than I just managed to do. But definitely that is one other way of thinking about this.
I think that we we really have no alternatives but to use this method. I do think that the additional things you can do in addition to calling, letter writing, and even tweeting here it can be potentially embarrassing, especially if you're tying a representative to one of their local papers or press outlets. It's not a bad idea. Difficult questions like why aren't you doing whatever, and or presenting them with facts is not a bad thing either. But asking them is definitely the start of that. But calling is the magic button, because it's one of the things that seems to make the biggest difference. I think if everybody sent letters, that might have an effect too. And if you're into that, that's good. But I think calling really is the best thing. And Cece can tell you more about that. But I just wanted to tell you, by way of a slight amount of diversion, I put two things into the nest. One is just a cartoon of the top one right at the moment is Trump in his position and Elon Musk doing the work there. And then in the second one, it's just a link to the Taco Bell commercial. In case you've not seen it, it does involve Godzilla. So, John, there you go. There's a connection for you. I don't know how meaningful that is, but just remember that this is really about physics, because it's about Schrodinger's box and needing a bigger one. So, but anyways, I am going on too far with that, and it won't stay in the nest long, folks, because it really doesn't belong. But Taco Bell commercial, it is sort of funny as commercials get, anyways. So back to you, John.
Yeah, not just meaningful, but deep and meaningful, I think. Excellent, thank you. I wish I could watch it, but I'm co-hosting. So maybe I'll bookmark it and have a look later. What was I going to say? Yeah, your kind of arcane and confusing political process. It's got through the Senate. I think there's some kind of vote on forcing a vote in Congress. What's kind of the schedule on this, and when can we expect things to kind of play out and work out for those of us who are not American and don't really understand these things and are getting a kind of a steep learning curve on your legislative process?
Well, I'm going to start because I know CC can bat cleanup for me, and just say this discharge petition idea is one of the ways that this can be approached, and that is underway. I understand there might even be some foundational legislation work that's already been done that may be a basis for it. So the clock is already going, not needing to start now with a 30-day period. And the discharge position is against the speaker's will. And so there's a high cost for Republicans to cross the line and vote for such a thing. They would be isolated and probably marked, for definitely getting primaried, which means they'd be facing somebody in the next election cycle at the least. And these days, I'd also expect they'd be getting an extraordinary amount of personal and political pressure, because that's what's happening these days, is horrible things that should not be part of our democratic process. So, but the other way that this happens is that Mike Johnson faces enough pressure and puts it to a vote. They could also process it to death with things in the House and argue it and debate it before they get around to voting on it. So the discharge petition idea is really good. There are people who are on the bubble on the left. Toledo Rashid, Cory Booker are two that I can think of who probably don't want to vote for aid. But Cory Booker's down 22 points. Cory Bush. My bad. Cory Bush is down 22 points in polling. And right at this moment, people have a good deal of support. I don't know about her district, but a good deal of support for Israel. So we'll just wait and see. But Cece, please bat cleanup.
So yeah, just I mean, basically, from everyone looking in from the outside, just like sorted out already.
It's basically what I think. So, kind of, what's the timeline on this? And maybe we should lower our expectations, or just like, when's it going to be done? When's it going to be done? That's what we want to know. Just timeline on that kind of thing. CC, if you have anything on that. Thanks, James.
Well, because Speaker Johnson is being so obstinate, he doubled down, tripled down this morning. You know, no one's psychic into the future. It's just a group that is blocking, a group that's grown bigger and bigger and bigger, that's blocking this and become more and more vocal. So it really is, both the timeline and the outcome are really like, who's stronger and more persistent, right? Is it this group in here in this room talking with each other, and enjoying ourselves, or is it the people that are being that are rage farming and calling? It's kind of, it really is like a battle between good and evil, right? It's like, it really will be how many people, and I'm sure there's Russian bot farms who are writing too. So who will prevail with the pressure is because politicians really can be molded like clay. They talk a good game. They completely cave every time their constituents speak out, and you can see that with Mark Wayne Mullet, who just, his last name is really Mullins, but I like to call him Mark Wayne Mullet, who I think the defense industry got a hold of him in Oklahoma, and then he flipped for Ukraine, right? So you can really see, but then I'm sure that the Russian tendrils reached out and slapped him, because he was even on all over, Twitter and everywhere else, making these long statements for Ukraine. And then his last vote was no, right? So like the pressure that he gets. Oh, and we had all the oaths too. So it really just, unfortunately, there's no straight timeline. It's just how much pressure is there to make this go on and on and on, or how much pressure is exerted to put an end to them around and get this vote through. We're waiting right now to an answer to the question of which outcome it'll be, what James was just talking about, whether it will be wind up being a discharge petition, or if people will, like Kinzinger was saying, object to every rule and every other vote until they bring this to the floor, until the super hard pro-Ukrainers come up with what the tactic is going to be, which is, I believe they're in a meeting right now as we're meeting. It's just fully fund Ukraine as soon as humanly possible, immediately. That's the message, until we get our marching orders, because they themselves know how that body, most efficiently can work. And it's because the discharge petition is so difficult. So if you're reading like, why don't we do discharge petition, get it over with, that's not a good source of information. It's going to be very difficult.
Yes, it is. I think that there is growing pressure on the Ukrainian side. I mean, for people to support, but we do not use the same kind of pressure moves that are being, used here. There have been swatting calls. Swatting is, I don't know if it's only American, but swatting is a method where you say that there's a shooting, there's somebody shooting at people at a house, or you make some other claim like that. The police go with typically with their special weapons and tactics, or SWAT team, and they're quite ready to take out shooters. And quite often it can lead to someone dying whose really only crime was being swatted, and no crime at all, in other words. And so
yeah, unfortunately, I learned that on this platform, of someone who doesn't like my advocacy work, who was threatening to do that to me. So now I know what it is. It's apparently the hip new thing kids are doing these days. Unbelievable.
It's it's believable, because I think what we're seeing are some of the Russian operatives, and there are some people here. We don't need foreign operatives to get that kind of hate in this country. We've got our share of people who are willing to, murder and kill, and so it is a dangerous environment politically. But I think that the choices are pretty stark. If you if we falter now, it could be a lot worse later in terms of people getting hurt and dying. Much, much worse, because if somebody's willing to trade away lives in Ukraine, well, it's pretty obvious where that goes. It can come home here, and and there certainly are people like Trump who've visited that idea before about there be some people that he'd want to get rid of. He said it indirectly quite a bit. I don't think he's ever crossed the line to say it directly. So he's not really inciting genocide, but he's also immune to death, I would say, the death of others. He doesn't seem to care much, and it is very troubling that we're on the verge potentially of reelecting somebody like that. It just shows we are we're astray, I would say, in terms of our process here in the United States. We're pretty far astray, but these things happen. It happened in Germany, and it can happen again in any nation. And I know in Europe, you guys have got your share of bad actors who are there stirring up hate and trouble. And I just want to say that regarding stirring that up, it was masterful how Merkel really got hurt, and Germany really got hurt with the refugee crisis from Syria. And so, Russia started that all, and Merkel was there saying, we want to open our doors to the world. We want to make sure people are safe, and that's great. And then what happened was they got a bunch of refugees, and then Russia made up stories about little girls raped by the people who are coming to our country, and this kind of stuff catches on, unfortunately, and these lies take hold and get repeated, and they had quite a bit of division in Germany, and this is the kind of thing that is going on here in this country with the border dispute, with the Mayorkas being impeached for, supposedly not fulfilling his duties at the border, when in fact the border has been failing at the same rate for 40 years. So, and then they turned it down. So this is clearly political maneuvering to hide their own sins, and unfortunately, they get a pass in the press at that. So, Cece, well,
Yeah, my grandmother said, Cecilia, really will be your generation that saves us from repeating World War II, right? And if she's using my full first name, we're in trouble. Because she's called Cecilia too. So it really will be us that either pull this thing off or we don't. So it's the ultimate Schrodinger's. What if the cat is bigger instead of the box?
feed the cat, I think, is one step I know for sure. Feed the cat. If it is in fact Godzilla in the box, do not feed Godzilla. That's my understanding of how this works. I don't really know much more about the physics of it, except that the cat in the box is both dead and alive somehow, mysteriously, not unlike the Gerasimov guy and some of the other ones.
Because we really are holding that future right now, right? We're holding two futures simultaneously, like what can happen, and so that's why we have to weigh the scales with our action and break out of our normal habits. If enough people break out of and these are teeny tiny habits. If enough people break out of a teeny tiny habit of not calling, like, that's gonna be what changes the future. It's pretty mind-blowing that such small action to do that. So democracy.io, everybody.
Thank you, Cece. Appreciate it. We'll see, and I hope that there's other things we can do as well. I hope that we can change some of the narratives that I'm seeing that are so troubling. That the idea that Israel is committing genocide is so troubling to me, and that's caught on in these United States. Is another thing that I believe we're going to have to get straightened out and make sure that people hear what really happened and understand it, which means understanding international law a little bit. So yeah, you're right. We're the ones in the box, is what you're saying. Yikes.
I
So
am indeed. And if
oh
it,
boy.
we have a non-US working group too, if you want to DM me, if you want to be part of the smallest possible contribution of your time, will weigh the scales for non-Americans.
And it can, it's every call, as you say, gets logged, and they presumably tally up for and against. And if there's more for than there are against, then that's the basic calculus of it, isn't it? It's easy. It's as many people on the for Ukraine side as possible to kind of get these people worried about what's going on and make the right decision so that we are in the right state in the box. So yeah.
And it's really that they want you. I know this is weird, but they want you to call, like, unless there's the rare 20-year-old that's just tired of doing their job, which who cares, right? It's about life and the balance. But constituents, that's what they want. They want to be listening to constituents because that's what their job is, right? Their entire job exists. We are in a representative government, which Ukraine is fighting for. So you're actually doing something which, if they're doing their job, their office desires that you call. You're not they are literally working for you. You're not like some cranky customer calling who they have to put up with. That's not the attitude.
Well, I had to call my HSA, my health savings account provider, and be an angry customer yesterday. Oh man, can things get riled up with corporations sometimes? But enough of that. They are always pretty patient with me, and when I get to talk to somebody, quite often I just go into the mailbox, and that if you call in the middle of the night, that is almost assuredly what you'll get. But I have talked to staff people as late as 11 p.m. So you never know. 11 p.m. Eastern time here in the United States, that is. Anyways, please do call. And, Mr. Biden has that text number. He's also got an address, so you can write him. He's got an email function there on his on the White House page. Not that he needs reminding. He's there trying to lead this effort as well to get Ukraine funded. He's the one who is pushing a lot of this out. So if you're contacting him, it may be more to say thank you for what he's doing. And same for especially Mr. Langford and Tillis and Thune, who've done a great job. And to all the others who have voted for this, also good to reinforce. And if you happen to be in Toledo or Shebe or Corey Bush's districts, and please do take the opportunity to call and explain that the genocide law has to work for everybody. It has to work for Israel, and maybe Israel's committing crimes or not, but what is undoubtable is that the attack on October 7th was a genocidal attack. And if you can explain that to her, and that she's perhaps on the wrong side of history, maybe that'll help convince her. I don't know how well those things go, but she is down 22 points in polling, so she's perhaps in a flexible position. I don't know how much she really, this is her core issue. That would be a deciding factor for her, probably, if it was. But if it's not, then she may be able to be swayed. But what I found is takes no calls from me in any way, and she also doesn't let me email even. So anyway, if you do get to talk to them, try that approach too. But in any case, the other option is writing a letter for a local paper, and that's something I pledge I will do this weekend. That's when I'm seeing I have time to do that, but not long, but just to ask for it, and to make the basic proposition about this is a dangerous world. We do need allies, and democracy is in danger of slipping away from all of us, and then we would be part of terrible systems that grind people up and use them. And we're seeing what results from that in Ukraine, if indeed we're seeing that at all in our news. So, anyways, John, I'm rolling on a little long again.
No, that's fine. Of course, all very good, very important points. But it's also kind of interesting, I think, that finally the sort of Europeans seem to be kind of getting into gear a little bit on these kind of issues. I think Schultz was talking about just exactly how much Europe, the EU countries or NATO countries in Europe are committing to the defense of Ukraine. And this is something I think that's been quite prevalent in the United States, that Europe is kind of not doing enough, and why do we always have to bail them out, etc., etc. So it's kind of good to see this kind of pushback. I think Schultz was making statements earlier today. I think I heard Knocker saying that earlier, as I was kind of coming out of my evening nap. Not a good time to be napping. It's going to be a nightmare getting back to sleep tonight, but I've already said that. Also, also, I think there's what would you call it, an op-ed or something in The Hill by David Cameron, our foreign secretary, and he kind of ends it by saying something like, as Congress debates and votes on this funding package for Ukraine, I'm going to drop all diplomatic niceties. I urge Congress to pass it. I want all of us, the US, the UK, European and other allies, to support Ukraine in fighting against completely unjustified aggression. It is hard to think of a clearer case of one country being invaded by another without the slightest justification. So he's kind of weighing into that whole thing. I think Europe is providing a lot of stuff. It has been providing a lot of stuff. It's ramping up production, albeit a bit belatedly, but it's kind of, you know, getting with the program, if you like, and trying to move things forward. And this kind of cooperation is what we need to put Russia back in its box. Whether that's a Schrodinger's box or not is another thing. Yeah, put Russia back in its box. So whatever it takes. Just
I got another
Just
box for him.
get it done, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Get it done. Exactly right. I saw Olaf Scholz Wall Street Journal editorial. Very good. What I could read of it, paywalls. What can I say, John? Paywalls. But you know, and I do believe that that Olaf is meeting with Biden sometime soon, or is. I can't remember. I thought it was going to happen earlier, but what I've noticed is that many of the dates that have been set for meetings with the president and other staff have been changed, moved up, moved back, and I take that as a sign that there are many threats, and they're just avoiding those threats by confusing the schedule, and that's a good thing. I'm glad of that. But if it takes them longer to get together and they're safe, I am all for that. So I don't know what they're going to talk about. I do know that while some other bilateral security arrangements have been made with Ukraine, I do know that the United States has not completed that. And I believe that observers can look at this and understand why, with this position right now that America is in, where a good half of the country is sort of supporting no aid. And with that the case, and with Trump potentially being the next president in the White House, who is just going to say, oh, no, we're not going to aid Ukraine. No security guarantees for you. Thank you. With that kind of threat, what is possible to make in terms of a meaningful security guarantee? I don't know exactly, but my hope was that this was the point of Mr. Schultz and Mr. Biden meeting so that they could work out something that was complementary and provided sort of mutual coverage in case you can't do it kind of guarantees as well, which would be a huge burden on both countries, but would, I think, get around this issue of the sort of temporary nature of the will of America. Well, while the majority is solid, the leadership changes that we're potentially facing could turn it all around. So, how do we do that? Not sure. But I think that that's one of the things that they are considering is how do we make this something that, one of the two of us is going to get this done, whether or not, Trump gets elected. America is still going to help at some point to perhaps pay Germany back. But again, I don't know how this works because I'm not really a lawyer enough, or even how to play this out so that it's something legal that isn't just thrown away right away. So I don't know, John. A little bit confusing to me, but it's a difficult thing. So I hope this is something that they get to fix, and that indeed Ukraine gets a security guarantee until they get in NATO from the United States. It would be a good thing.
Here, here, absolutely. And yeah, I think it's certainly kind of there are kind of tremors. I think we're kind of feeling the effects in many parts of the world. I know that we're feeling it here in Asia Pacific region. It's kind of worrying to see the state that things seem to be in, and security treaties, security guarantees, all of these things. I mean, they're kind of built on trust, aren't they? Ultimately, and yeah. So please get it done so that everybody feels more confident in how we're going to tackle not just the Russian threat, but other potential threats and growing threats around the world. So yeah, definitely do that. Please, just do it. Just for God's sake, just get it done. Just get it done. Anyway, I keep saying that, but that's my heart, my internal monologue. Yeah, and of course, there's a Ramstein meeting tomorrow. I don't know how much you know about that. There's also the Munich Security Conference, which I think takes place Saturday and Sunday, and there's I don't know if you've seen the kind of the security assessment that they put out. Maybe we could talk about that a little bit later on. But do you have anything on Ramstein, or does anybody have anything on Ramstein? Please come up and talk to us. I love talking to James. I flatter myself that James loves talking to me too. But if anybody else wants to come in and join the conversation, don't be scared. Neither of us really bites too hard.
That's right,
So
not
please,
too hard.
Please, yeah. So please come up and speak if you want to. But James, you know anything about what's going on with Ramstein tomorrow? There's very little come out about it, hasn't it, this time?
Every month they get together and they do these meetings. And I have, at one point, I looked at the minutes and I actually read through the minutes. And an hour and a half later, I was like, going, wow, there's a lot going on here. But I have not been able to maintain that level of focus. It'd be ideal to have somebody who had a more military mind to come up and talk to us about that. But I have not seen what is on the table at this point. I am sure that they are also concerned with the United States position because it's a hole in the wall, if you will, that was intended to be there. And so, who's shuffling what equipment where is a lot of technical detail, and I imagine much of that gets worked out before the meeting, or at least there's preparations of lists of things that may be able to be done. Options are listed that could help, and then the meeting, I suspect, is largely to look at options and make decisions about what to do. And of course, Ukraine is there, and they sort of have a leadership role on the one hand, and they are also the main customer, right, of the aid, and so they frequently are going to be, I believe, deciding things. But I don't know more than that. I do know that this is also a good place to bring some kind of more secret, carry it in your head kind of information to share with people. So I'm sure there's things like that that go on, because what with the state of electronics these days, you can never be too careful. And so I imagine that in some cases they're having smaller conversations amongst themselves, to sort out some particular nation to nation issues, which I think that's sort of a regular thing that happens at any kind of conference where people are getting together. But uh, it is a big deal because this is where they're really deciding and firming up the military part. So at this stage, we heard a lot earlier, and I've heard less lately. And I don't know if less lately is because they're not saying as much about the details as they were, but we'll find out. And then Munich, tell me about that. I don't know what the purpose. This is a one-off. This is not one of these repeating meetings, is it?
Well, we can maybe if we come back to Munich in a minute, just sort of finish up the Ramstein thing. And well, I suppose they're kind of in some ways part of the same whole, parts of the same whole. But yeah, I'm kind of sensing a shift away from what can we do for Ukraine, and I think a lot of the kind of messaging that we were getting before, I think the sort of the explicit sort of communication about what was going to Ukraine and what they were going to get, and they're going to get these fantastic weapons, and we're going to do that, and we're going to make sure this happens. And I think a lot of it was to try and give, maybe the messaging was to try and give Russia the opportunity to kind of rethink what it was doing and sort of see the hopelessness of their cause, which is still hopeless, but they didn't get the message and they're still pressing on with this garbage. So maybe it's become a bit more kind of clandestine, and they're kind of keeping it secret because it's probably better to surprise them with this stuff rather than let them plan for whatever's going to arrive whenever. So maybe that's one shift that I'm seeing. But another shift is I'm kind of sensing, I don't know whether you sense this, James, is that it's kind of shifting away from what can we do to help Ukraine put Russia back into Russia, and more to a kind of a general shift to NATO readiness for further attacks on NATO countries, perhaps in the future. And what kind of weapons, what kind of cooperation, how can we set up our logistic routes so that militaries can move across countries to where they might be needed, and what kind of weapons do we need? And this, I think, the NATO Secretary General, I've forgotten his name, he was talking about the victory of so many countries being over 2% of their GDP allocated to defense spending and so forth. And it feels like a kind of a much wider kind of apprehension of the whole situation, and a much wider and joined up kind of coordination of how we're going to deal with this growing threat now that Russia has completely gone rogue. So I don't know, do you kind of sense that, James? And then we go to David after that, who has his hand up.
I do. I think that it's become clear since October 7th that the world has a lot of little hot spots like that that can potentially go off. And I'm sure that the threat boards are like, flashing red across and up and down. And so I think you're exactly right. And how do you wake up people, the citizenry, without over alarming them? It's a trick, isn't it? And I do think that we can better understand now why, we always say, well, they've got all these, they've got all those. Why can't they send them all? Well, there's a really good reason why we can't send everything. But I didn't want to go too far into this because maybe David knows more than both of us. John, I don't know.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Let's hope so.
That would be nice in my dreams. I think in some ways I put my hand up and then you said it all. The thing is that Russia's projecting. Okay, so Russia thinks that there's this kind of thing which is the United States that controls everything within, let's call it from the Russian perspective, the United States empire, and that's really not what the animal is. So there's a mismatch between what Russia thinks there is and what there is in fact. And a lot of this is to do with, you know, the fact that there isn't an American empire. So, you know, people like Neil Ferguson have said, you know, that basically if you look from space and look down at what we have today, then, you know, Japan, Korea, New Zealand, Australia, this is to all intents and purposes an empire because the defense of those territories are dependent on the United States to a large extent. But it's the wrong way of looking at it. Is the sound bad or is it okay?
Sound is fine.
Good.
You sound like
Yeah, I'm in a big room. Let me maybe go into a bit of a little room.
You're in a cathedral, are you?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so you know, there's a massive mismatch between what Russia expects from us because they think in exactly the same way that, you know, it's empires, it's blocks, it's the realist view of international relations, whereas, you know, what we have in the West is not that, and you can kind of make an analogy that it's like an empire under the auspices or under the protection of the United States military. This is a kind of a valid way of thinking of things, okay? But it's not really like that. So the Russian understanding of how we are as liberal democracies is vastly different from how it is in fact. And this is kind of the nub of the problem, if you like, because, you know, they expect to have discussions with the United States about what's going on in Ukraine. The United States has no idea what they're talking about, right? So that they have no clue that what's Ukraine got to do with them? I mean, Ukraine asks them for weapons. They get weapons, maybe, if they're lucky. From the United States perspective, what's going on in Ukraine is Ukraine's problem. And yeah, we can sell them weapons, we can give them credit for weapons, whatever. It's kind of by the by. And to some extent, that's what we're struggling against because the United States population in general doesn't perceive this to be a big deal. Because, you know, to be honest with you, it's not from their day-to-day life. Normal people, this passes them by because it doesn't affect anything, and that's the way that's where we are.
perception rules us, I think. So I have to say there's a lot of merit in the concept that perception isn't reality. And I'm going to hang on to what I really know. So Timothy Snyder, empire, his view would be America has emerged from empire largely very recently in the 60s. And that we still have some amount of confusion about why we're going overseas, vis-a-vis, are we going over there to protect somebody or get something? And there's a lot of drivers in America that want us to go and get things. And the last argument about Afghanistan that I remember being made sort of cogently was there's still $3 trillion worth of stuff here we could get. We don't want that kind of empire. What we want are neighbors who rule themselves, right? And that's who we want to support, people that rule themselves, carry on business, conduct life without attacking anyone. And we trust people who, in structure, look like us. Democracy being the structure, and our adherence to it is all relative. I think you guys would agree that there's no such thing as perfect structures or perfect adherence to them. Frankly, some of the things we've got as law are purely aspirational. But I think I'll leave it right there because you guys know most of this, and I feel like I'm preaching to the choir.
Yeah, I think David has hit upon a very important truth there. It's kind of a complete clash of cultures, isn't it? The way that Russia is seeing the world, and the way that NATO allies and the others connected to that group see how the world should work or how the world does work. And this idea of Russia trying to contact America to try and get some kind of resolution or freeze the conflict so they can reconstitute and start all over again in however many years it takes. I mean, it's just not the way that we would go about these kind of things, but it seems entirely natural to a Russian perspective. So that's a really interesting and important point, I think. Just quickly, as a sort of just to go back to Ramstein, just very quickly, a kind listener has sent a link to a tweet which I put up in the nest. It has apparently already started. Interesting to know that Sersky is there as overall commander in what do you call him? Overall general.
I believe they do call him the commander in chief. I think that's the title I've heard.
Right. Fair enough. Okay, so commander in chief of the Ukrainian forces there. Budanov's there as well, apparently, and they're expecting a productive meeting. So nothing concrete, but it has already started. And Bulterio, welcome up. Hello.
Yeah, hi John, hi James. Thank you so much for co-hosting, and hi David. Yeah, David, I agree with everything you say, and just it reinforces why it's so important to call and email House representatives at the moment. Absolutely. Look, my question was, right, I haven't heard anything recently about Orban and Sweden's accession to NATO. It seems to be completely stuck. Is that right? Or has there been any developments?
I've not heard of a development. I heard Blinken. It's now going on 6 weeks. He talked about how there will be a new member of NATO in weeks. And now I give him less than 2 months is still weeks. So I'm expecting that he was thinking this was going to happen by now. So the absence of news in that regard is something. But Orban, and is it not to some extent Turkey's Erdogan has already signed this in, I think. I don't know. You guys know more than I do, or at least my memory could use help.
I think it's just Turkey has signed it, and we're just waiting on Orban and Hungary. Orban, I think, has got his tail between his legs a bit after various shenanigans at the EU meetings, but I haven't heard anything, Bulteria, about where it's going. I think there was a plan to bring a vote, and then the Orban's party didn't turn up for the vote, and there wasn't enough there to take the vote, and I haven't heard anything since that. So that's as much as I know. Bulteria?
No, I think the last I heard today was that he was losing what I would call cabinet ministers, and he had some resignations. So maybe that will give him a little push in the right direction.
We can only hope that that is the case. Although I think, as I think Tim has said on many occasions, that Sweden is like in NATO but not in NATO at the moment, so it's not a huge deal. And Finland is the one on the border with Russia, and I'm sure Sweden will be there to help Finland if Russia does, decide to play silly buggers. So it's not a huge issue, but at the same time, it would be nice to get it done, wouldn't it? When did they first talk about accession to NATO? That was pretty much, was about May, wasn't it? After the invasion, the full-scale invasion. So I remember
That's
some
about
people
right.
at the time, some people at the time were saying it was going to take at least a year, and I'm thinking it's not going to take a year. Everybody wants Finland and Sweden in NATO. Who could possibly object to that? And here we are, nearly 2 years later. So there's some bad actors. Some bad actors. I'm looking at you, especially Hungary.
Hungary and Orban, and he must be facing amazing pressure. Speaking of pressurized pressure cookers, he must be really getting it from both sides hugely. And so, it makes you wonder, will they be brave enough to kind of raise up and say something, or will it take a bribe? And now that China makes up a much bigger slice of their economy, vis-a-vis banking, as I understand it. And again, please always correct me when I'm wrong. I appreciate it. But he's probably under double pressure, not just from Russia. And since we're talking about allies, probably all the allies of Russia are pressurizing him. So I don't know what you do in that situation. You don't get in that situation. People don't get tangled up in Russia. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, and I would imagine at Ramstein he's probably kind of sitting at the kids' table for many of the discussions. He's not allowed up with the adults. I personally would not trust him with any information that was pertinent to what's going on front lines with regard to weapons procurement and all those kinds of things. It's I would just leave him in another room or something. But we are joined by another speaker, James. Enter the NAFO. So you have something to contribute on this? Welcome up.
Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, just on the Sweden ascension topic. So, at least in Swedish press, it seems like the agenda that was set a couple of weeks ago has been foreshadowed by one of their top politicians giving free way to a known pedophile. So they have a bit of a parliamentary catastrophe going on. So at least according to Swedish press, they thought that the ascension point on the agenda would be kind of pushed until that was sorted out. And then, just as a side note, I mean, I think that for Sweden, the NATO ascension isn't fundamentally important right now. I mean, we're pretty much in it, but the Gripen is on the table. When we are accepted, it's on the table that Sweden might be sending it to Ukraine, and I think that's a pretty important thing to have in mind. Sorry, I'm walking in deep snow, so short of my breath. Thanks.
That explains that crunchy noise we could hear. It's good. It's always interesting to hear what's going on in the background of people. Sometimes when I'm cooking or eating, and I, have to open the mic. It's pretty noisy, but anyways, very enjoyable, and glad you're out on a good day. I take it for a walk in the snow. Sounds kind of ideal. The ascension to NATO, I just want to say this too. When you're on the outside and you're thinking about a guarantee, and maybe you're thinking about what happened to the Budapest Memorandum, and then you look at the Article 5 and you're going, yes, we want this level of coverage. This is the insurance policy we want. They want it. They need it. And yes, well, NATO's its own beast, and to have or to not have Orban, and that's the question, I think. And I don't know how they're going to break through, but this has got to be one of the main topics of both Ramstein and Munich, I would think, at least in the background. So you know what? I don't know what more I can say, but if you guys also know more about the Munich conference, if you want to start talking about that, John, or if there's more about Ramstein that needs to be discussed. I was thinking just now of the wonderful tweet that somebody put out there, and it showed the flags of the nations behind Ukraine and behind Russia. That is just a beautiful sign about that working group that is going to meet or is meeting, and it's reassuring to me that there are so many more in the one, and that's what's working here is the rules-based international order, as it's getting coined, is working. These, Article 51, Chapter 7 is working. People are helping the defender, and the few that are helping the offender are, let's hope they're getting diminished further and further. I know the United States changed their number one nation from China, away from China. And again, please, I take in my share of misinformation as well. So if, again, correct me if I'm wrong, or if it's just me being stupid too. But I think that's a real thing. I did read that at some point, and a big sign about the changes in the world. And North Korea doesn't scare me much because it's so enclosed. Once we start throwing ours, it's going to be a short war. And so I'm not afraid of that. But China is a big deal. They got so many people, but they've got trouble of their own. And I hope they realize that there are no-win situations, that greater force can often be overtaken by asymmetric means. And I wonder how it's going to work out. I'm going off on a tangent, though.
That's cool. I can use that as a donkey bridge. To anybody who was listening to Jana earlier, apparently a donkey bridge is the Czech term, I think.
Segue.
Czech term for a segue. Yes, absolutely. I love that. So I thought I'm going to use that. I'm going to call it a donkey bridge from now on. And I'm not going to care if nobody understands what I'm talking about. Yeah, you were just sort of talking about China and North Korea. So I can just give you a quick sort of 2-minute update on news that's been reported in the Japanese press over the last day or two. Sort of various diplomatic initiatives that are going on. First of all, again, North Korea was firing missiles over the Sea of Japan this morning. Yay. So we always love that. And that's actually the 5th this year. And it's only like, what, February 14th. So we're, 6 weeks into the year. That's already 5 missile tests. I guess they're tests. So I think this is interesting because we're kind of used to North Korea just like firing off missiles all the time, but they've really kind of upped that pace of these tests. So you got to wonder what they're testing, what things they're trying out, and also where this technology that needs testing is coming from. So that's interesting, slightly troubling. But I mean, the tests themselves don't, I think, actually worry too many people too much. But that's something that will probably warrant keeping an eye on.
And the second thing is that there is apparently a group of Pacific Islands, sort of nations, which meet periodically. I think they're meeting again in March. They meet annually, I believe. This includes sort of Japan and Australia, New Zealand, but also a lot of the kind of smaller island nations dotted around the Pacific. And the Japanese Foreign Minister Kamikawa has been having lots of pre-meetings with heads of state from these countries in preparation for that March meeting. And Kyodo Tsushin, the Kyodo news agency, was reporting about this. And you can also see sort of statements on the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs sites about these various meetings. But basically, just to kind of put it into a very short summary, is that everybody's worried about China. Everybody is unhappy with China kind of encroaching into various uninhabited islands in the region and trying to make it their sphere of influence. We're back to that way of thinking about the world. And that everybody should redouble their efforts and increase their cooperation to keep China within its borders. So, you know, it's all part of a whole, I think. Clearly, obviously on this space, we're focused on Ukraine and what Ukraine is doing, but China is definitely watching Ukraine. And if Russia manages to succeed in this endeavor that they've taken on, it's going to have all kinds of knock-on effects around the world. So for all of us, and of course that will then upset supply chains and start coming back on all of us and messing with absolutely everything. So I'm sure, as you said, preaching to the choir in this space, but these are also things that you can talk about with your representatives if you're in the United States, if you're looking for a fresh angle on this. Maybe that won't resonate with them so much, but definitely from where I am, that is another important thing to consider. James?
Yeah, thank you for the report from Japanese news. It's really nice to get these kind of targeted looks at different parts of the world, because they all really play in when we talk about, like, well, is this really a Ukraine related thing? Well, ultimately the world is connected. And we had that lovely reading from David of Sean Donne's poem, Ask Not for Whom the Bell Tolls, and, you know, we're connected with all mankind. And that's not just like a sentimental thing. That literally now is much more the case than ever. And it is often the case that the connections are very fast in terms of, you know, behavior and reaction from others. So, you know, ICBMs don't take an hour to get a long way. And that, you know, that's bad news. So we don't want to fall into this with our eyes closed. It is good to look around the world and understand what do our neighbors need, because that is the sort of thing, that understanding is part of a basis for peace, the trading process, to make sure that people really do get what they need. And sorting out need from want is almost impossible, but that's part of the process, I think, of sorting these things. We can't have Western companies abusing people around the world. That's part of the equation. We can't have countries having companies that make really crappy products and won't reimburse. We can't let countries around the world have thriving criminal enterprises that are based in cyber security exploits, right? We need to get member nations of the United Nations to work together to get rid of these systems of corruption that really hurt us all. And really, those special influence groups and super rich people, oligarchs, if you want to call them that, we need to make sure that there's a leash, and I don't mean to leash people. That's not nice. Controlled, limited. Yeah, let's say limited in their impact.
Guardrails on them, yeah, so that they're working within acceptable parameters, I think is probably the way to how I would describe it.
I like that. it lets them drive.
Exactly. And, you know, don't think this is necessarily particularly related to the space, but James, can I just ask? Because I see kind of things turning up on Twitter, and I get worried about misinformation. But is like the Cybertruck, is that a real thing, or is that like a joke?
The Cybertruck is real, isn't it? Isn't it cute? And the thing that went terribly wrong, but I think was part of the program, was that at the point when they introduced the Cybertruck, you know, he's up there, Elon Musk, on the platform, and I don't know remember if it's him or somebody had a pistol and was shooting at the side window, and you know, mostly the bullets are just bouncing right off, and that's the intention. And when you look at the whole thing, you're like, oh, you know, stainless, shiny, and it, yeah, the window smashed up, but no bullets got through it nonetheless, so it worked. But and you know, it's come with great promise, so it is a real thing. But the parts of it that are not real are the package for the self-driving, which is promising a lot, I have to say. When you look at the world's road networks, which go from dirt to gravel to, you know, all kinds of different surfaces now. Well, not that many, but a lot of enough. And then all the obstacles, all the ways that traffic are controlled around the world, what the rules are, what the speed limits are, understanding, reading, determining whether or not what you think is a shadow, is that really a wall, you know, that kind of thing. So I think that's another issue here, is that, and I don't think it's a decisive issue necessarily, but Musk has bet on a chip that uses information only from the visual range without a radar component, which is the radar component is a part of most of the other AI driven automotive efforts, right? So, and obviously you can see the military application. So this is really not a conversation that is too far from us in terms of its applicability. The promise of the self-driving stuff hasn't really happened and yet, but you know, breakthroughs happen. Um, but the vehicle itself is, you know, it's had its issues already, but it is there. And I really thought about buying one for a long time. I really liked the optional tent. You'd open up the long back cover. You've seen it, John, right? You've seen pictures of it.
I have.
That long back surface swings up, and then there's like a, you know, zippered tent that's there, and there's your tent. It is, you just hold up the door and put this pole under it and put the tent in, and you've got your little camper. I thought that was pretty cute, and I thought that the efficiency of the vehicle was pretty cool, and that it was electric appealed to me, and that it was a very strong truck with a long enough deck to haul 8 foot. Now we're talking imperial, but 8 foot by 4 foot pieces of plywood or other things like that. That it actually was a work truck as well, not just a ride to go to the grocery store. So it had a lot of appeal. I think it's now got some real competition from Ford, but Ford is maintaining the kind of regular Ford truck look, but they're not selling like hotcakes at the moment, as people are still questioning electric vehicles. Sorry, I've gone way off, but there you go.
It's all right. I think I'm kind of the one that's like sort of opening up these cul-de-sacs. Anyway, I'm sorry about that.
No,
Yeah, I think
it's very interesting. Anyways, I'm fascinated in it because I think we just have to face the fact, and less than 50 years, we'll be looking at most of the known resources being depleted, fossil resources, that is, being depleted. So we better think about the future because it's coming.
absolutely. And you know, I mean, like the other thing is that I'm thinking of kind of suing Elon Musk because I think he's lifted the design from
something I wrote, I drew back in elementary school. So yeah, maybe I can make some money out of that. Who knows? If I do make any money out of this, I will contribute it all to Maria Aid. So maybe let's get started on it. But enough of this nonsense. We have, I think we've got some people coming up to the panel, haven't we? Maybe they want to discuss Cybertrucks. Who knows? Yanis, I think you had your hand up. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, it's correct. Yeah. On this automatic topic, but still related to Ukraine and Russia, there was big shift and sanctions kicked in Russia for the Japanese cars, and a lot of people bought them despite everything. Yeah, and
Giannis, I'm
yeah.
going to interrupt you because you've got so much static. I wonder if you've got a plug that isn't quite plugged in all the way.
Yeah, sorry, I'm walking. It's a traffic noisy, so I will.
No, you're doing better. Keep going. Maybe just a little bit slower and louder.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, about these cars in Russia. So the Chinese cars were becoming very popular in Russia, and there is not only official sellers of those cars, but a lot of cars entered via parallel import in Russia, yeah, as well gray market. And there was a very interesting article in Moscow Times recently that a lot of those owners of those new Chinese cars were denied of maintenance and parts from Chinese companies because the cars were not supposed to be sold in Russia. So different regions and basically it invalidates warranty. so my point is just as is in case of these banana wars and attempts to smuggle chips via China. So China business with China is not so easy, and they act more like someone who tried to use the situation and get most of benefit rather than the trustworthy partners. So basically, those poor people are left with cars without parts, without service, without software updates because those cars should not be sold in Russia. That's it. And it's we discussed this massive jump in numbers on from Kyrgyzstan and this parallel import stuff, etc. Here are results of those schemes. Very costly. So yeah, problems. Another problem for Russia and good news for the rest of the world. Thank you.
So another resounding success for import substitution. Excellent. Chris, I think you have your hand up. Go ahead. Welcome up.
Thanks, man. I just wanted to correct a little information on that Cybertruck and being military grade. It's not.
Oh no,
it's just far from
I'm sorry.
it.
I
just want to point out
it was military. It looks military.
Well, no, just that you were saying that they shot bullets at the glass and it broke. It was that's kind of the misinformation. They throw the exoskeleton, the steel is bulletproof. They shot bullets at the steel and the bullets disintegrated. I think 9mm was the gauge. It was the glass, supposed to be Tesla glass. I think they call it dragon glass. They first did a demonstration of dropping a steel ball from a height on the glass and it didn't break. And then Elon brought his designer out to throw a metal ball, baseball size, at the window. And the guy says, "Are you sure you want me to throw it at the window?" And he says, yeah, go ahead. And he threw it, and that's what broke the glass. So it wasn't actually a bullet. And it's not bulletproof as far as the glass goes. So I just wanted to put that correction in there, that it was a steel ball size of a
Thank you very
baseball
much.
thrown by
Thank
a
you for
person.
correcting me.
Yep, no worries, thanks.
It's always good
Excellent.
to get it straight. Yeah, that's it's very entertaining in any case that that happened. But thank you. It just shows how bad my memory is, I think.
And I guess at least then you don't have to worry about, you know, like those little stones that get thrown up on the motorway and form little cracks in your windows. So certainly that's one way of dealing with that issue.
Yeah,
Nellis, go
that
ahead.
was the idea. Yeah, sorry, just gonna say that that was the idea.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm hearing we are continuing this automotive topic. Another interesting situation again from Russia. So they have this Aurus car, which was supposedly developed internally in Russia on Russian-based components, and it was like substitution to those old Soviet time ZILs, so government transport, those bulletproof limos, and etc., etc. And now it turned out that it's a thing. It's very similar from technical looks on it's something between range this Rolls Royce and Chrysler. and now there are some news that the guys, even in this Cortege official, they have problems with the parts, and the car is actually engine is developed by Porsche, so it's not entirely. And the gearbox, they were very proud of this 9-speed automatic gearbox with some they love to call no analogs in Western. It was just mock-up, but actual part put in car was just, I guess it's German ZF 9-speed gearbox. So yeah, it's so it's so ironic. I hope that those limo break down during parade of 9 May, and when Putin drives it, so it will be amazing sight. But yeah, just another proof that those authoritarian communist regimes, they cannot produce anything. Just stole from like some blueprints, etc., etc. So nothing new on this one, just as they do last 50 years.
Thank you. Sounds like a familiar story. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay.
Well, John, I decided to bring up, I think, a new speaker, Paul, and welcome, Paul, if you can hear us. And if you can raise your hand, do that, which, you know, that looks like this, of course. And if you can't raise your hand, then what we do here usually is just, you know, wave to get the attention of the co-host. But otherwise, go ahead and use the microphone button in the lower right, or pardon me, left-hand corner, and have your say. Welcome to MriyaReport. And if you're a longtime listener and I didn't know it, there we go. I didn't know. While Paul figures out where the microphone is, if that is the issue, you know, do try to come back up and get our attention. But in any case, we have another hand. So, John, let's go back to David. What do you think?
Sounds like a plan. Hi, David. Welcome back.
Hi. So I don't know. I'm a bit reticent to dive into Elon bashing, and basically I don't really want to bash him at all. Having said that, now I'm going to proceed to bash him as much as basically he deserves. I assume that he's South African and can take this kind of criticism. He's had it from me online for a number of years anyway, and there's been no response. So I assume that he's not going to sue my ass, as you'd say in the United States. So first of all, Elon is very good at getting things running very quickly. That might not necessarily be workable in the long term. So basically, and this is from my perspective, Elon's very good at borrowing a load of money for a crazy idea and suddenly getting that idea to kind of work. And he's basically been able to do that, and that's kind of his core skill. Is yeah, in some ways you could say he's kind of a con man, right? So I mean, he's kind of got some credibility built up through PayPal and what have you in the past, and he's got some kind of credibility with these guys that give loads of money to people, and he manages to get businesses out of it. Now, as far as SpaceX goes, then there's an awful lot of money there that goes in from the United States government. With regards to Tesla, basically the same thing. And interestingly enough, the Cybertruck, I don't know. I don't think that's ever going to see the light of day. It's kind of like the DeLorean. So I don't know. Honestly, if you look at it, does it look like a real vehicle? I don't think it does. So I don't know. No, that's kind of Elon's. I'd say if you want to build cars with Elon, the vehicle you're going to end up with, and why would you do so? That's kind of my take on Cybertruck. With respect to the autonomous driving, again, this is the kind of thing that Elon jumped on and made a big noise about, but it's completely insane. So he's got the Boring Company, which is building holes in the ground for people that don't need them, apparently. He's got SpaceX and he's got Tesla, and a load of money that he inherited from his family's ruby mines or whatever it was in South Africa or Namibia. And yeah, it kind of is what it is. And I don't want to completely discount what he's done, because he's kind of pushed automotive in a way in an area where it needed to develop much faster on one hand, but on the other hand, autonomous driving, for example. So this is the kind of thing that you would want in an airport, right? So you want kind of a vehicle that picks you up from the curbside and takes you to the airport terminal and comes back. There are lots and lots and lots of applications like that where you can implement autonomous driving very, very easily, because you've got some kind of constraints on the complexity of what you're dealing with. Then you take this into kind of completely free driving with humans in the loop, and this is just kind of exponentially more difficult. And so as I said, I'm in the automotive business, so, and also in the kind of hard real-time control system business, so it's something I know a little bit about. Kind of an aside, I've had conversations with people that have said Tesla is very much like the most Nazi company that we've ever seen, and that's coming from German people. Okay, so German people generally don't tend to refer to the Nazi terror, as you would call it in, let's say, German polite company. So within his organizations, he has certain kind of cult of personality way of dealing with things. It's kind of, you know, as I say, it is what it is. It's kind of okay. It's you know, if you don't want to work for Elon, you don't work for Elon. So it's a private company. So from that perspective, I don't have any problem with it per se. But yeah, there are kind of limits, and I think he's kind of running up against them right now. So he's, yeah, I'd say we've reached kind of peak Elon. That's my perspective. I don't recommend buying or selling shares on that basis, of course. Just a comment from my side.
Thanks, David. I largely agree with that. And there's other limits that we've run up against, and that's my limit. Not hanging out with you, but rather the next co-host is here to take my place until I come back later, when hopefully we'll have another great conversation. And I thank you, speakers who did come up and make many good points, bring information and opinion. And it's always interesting, and I always learn a lot, John, and especially thanks to you for making this easy and enjoyable on what is a beautiful morning into which I am going to enter the world and go out and get on my bicycle and take a spin while it is sunny. So anyways, you guys, have a good one.
Thank you, James. As always, a pleasure. Been really quick 2 hours actually. So the time has flown by. Thank you, James, and I'm sure I'll see you again around soon. I think we'll be bringing up Tracy. Will be taking over from you, and I will also be ducking out and going back to bed, I think. Oh, and Christopher will be taking over from me, I think. Hi, Christopher. How you doing?
Excellent. I recommend naps. Naps are good. Back to you.
Yeah, I've done the nap thing already, but you know, it's the middle of the night, so I need to get to bed and go into work tomorrow and pretend to do something. So that's kind of where I am. Thank you very much, David, for that appraisal of Elon Musk's skills. I think personally, I think, you know, the place for him to start is to stop echoing Russian talking points and you know, getting with that whole kind of load of garbage that's that he seems to be pushing out. He's really kind of shifting further and further into the Russian camp as time goes by. So I don't think I'll be owning a Tesla. I don't see very many Teslas where I am. I'm sure they're fine automobiles, but you know, more to the point, just, you know, stop using the platform that you have to enable genocide. Who had the hand up first? David, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd just say.
Although, sorry, David. Before I go to you, I just welcome up Tracy. Hi, Tracy. How you doing?
Hello, John. I'm doing very well, thank you. Hello, good day, everybody.
Okay, so it's all my fault, but we're kind of talking Elon Musk, Tesla, and cyber. David, go ahead.
That's okay, John. Don't worry about that. No problem. Sorry, David. Please carry on.
That's all right. I don't know how quite I carry on from this, but basically, I think all I was going to say is that, yeah, Elon's positioning on Moscow is, let's say, completely opportunistic and completely inconsistent. So I don't think he really knows what he's doing. It's my perception, and he's kind of just a useful idiot. It may be that there are some interests there which we don't know about, but kind of who cares? You know, if Elon Musk is enthralled to the Kremlin because there are lithium deposits in the east of Ukraine which he can get his hands on, then who cares? It doesn't really change our calculus in how we deal with the situation. It's just, so what? If so that would mean if Russia wins, then, or if Russia succeeds in controlling the territory in eastern Ukraine that they've kind of pegged out, then Tesla would be more profitable because they could get cheap lithium from eastern Ukraine. I mean, it just doesn't add up as a business equation, to be honest. So kind of who cares? So all I'm saying is Elon Musk might think he's important. He might make out that he's important. An awful lot of people might think he's important, but in fact he's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, he might think he's getting it at a cheap price, but by the time he's paid all the bribes, I'm sure that will inflate it. Okay, so having dropped this metaphorical hand grenade, I will power out now and hand over to Christopher. So I've got to drop down now. Everybody, thank you very much for everybody who has spoken on the space. Thank you again to James. Thank you to David. And thank you to everybody listening. And really, I would encourage you to come up and speak if you have something to say, you want to contribute to the conversation, and come and say hi. Tracy, I will say goodbye and drop down and welcome up Christopher. So bye, everybody.
Thank you so much, John. Goodbye. I hope you enjoy your sleep. And of course, thank you so much to James as well. You both did a grand job, as always. We have very capable co-hosts here at MriyaReport. And of course, all you wonderful listeners that we choose to come and spend our time with every day, so we can all help Ukraine in the various different ways that we do. James, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm still on Elon Musk, sorry. But anyways, I'm not sorry at all that he is feeling heat. No, the point I wanted to make was especially about Germany's, opinion of him vis-a-vis, looks like, smells like a Nazi kind of thing. And I appreciate that. The thing that popped in my mind was the quotation from some witness somewhere who said first they came for, was it the trade unionists? That's the one I want to focus on. First they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't do anything. That kind of thing came to mind about Musk, because he's not very good at, or with his employees, and they could use a union. But he's there to bust that, I'm sure, and isn't going to put up with that. So that's what came to my mind, David, was that idea that he's carrying on an old tradition.
Thank you very much, James. Well, old traditions or not, I think now if everybody's finished making their comments and points, we can move on from this metaphorical football that you left us. Joking aside, if everybody has finished saying what they want to say, I would like to move on, because I don't want to give fools any more airtime than they deserve. So it seems that everybody has finished.
You're smart. You're really smart that way, Tracy. That's good planning. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much, James. Of course, we have to talk about these things. I do get that, but like, we have to be careful, don't we? Talk about them, examine them, and then don't give them the airtime. It's kind of like propaganda, isn't it? You've got to be very careful to inform everybody about it whilst not highlighting it at the same time. But of course, this is one of the things that we all work together to do here at MriyaReport. And of course, my capable co-hosting partner, Christopher, is one of those people. Good morning, Christopher. How are you today?
I'm getting into the co-host chair, so I may blip out for just a moment. That's all. I'm a little bit under the weather. I stayed home today instead of venturing out into what is crashing into minus 6, 8, 10 degree weather towards the afternoon. So it had big snow, and then it melted, and now we have a spate of chilliness coming our way. Back to you. I will go attend to the nest. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Yes, of course, we've got melting today. What else have we got melting today? Oh, it wouldn't be a Russian Black Sea Fleet melting into the ocean, would it, by any chance? You ask? Well, of course it
Well,
would.
yes, and you should see QB. QB has honored that with a QB post.
Yes, I just saw that message. Thank you for that, Christopher. I noticed that. I was just quickly having a read of that before we came on co-hosting. So QB is doing his usual thing today. It's rather funny, so go and have a look. I've just reposted that if you would like to have a look. And QB is there under the sea. Well, he's gone to visit Neptune, hasn't he? He's heard a rumour that another of the Motherland ships has been sunken to victory. And so the Motherland provides Neptune with many, many new souls for under. Very generous indeed, I think. Sorry.
Talking to a muted mic. Yes, generous indeed of the god Neptune, except maybe in what was the little fishy movie? There's a couple of them. Being the ogre, the father that didn't. Anyway, but Neptune, yeah. I'm curious. I haven't heard any. I sort of tuned out of anything social for the last 12, 14 hours plus. Ever since we had sort of a change of a slight change, a tact in direction last night, and I at that point shut down because I was tired, and I think I was getting sick, and so I took that opportunity to because of the change in tact to shut down. Anyway, so I'm anxious to hear what people think about the latest, what appears to be accident. Back to you.
Yes, indeed, the latest accident. So, of course, we have had this confirmed by the GUR. They confirmed this morning. So there are various videos and pictures out there for you to see, which I have, of course, posted on my account for you all to have a look at. So we have definite confirmation as well now because well, there's an intercepted phone call. The GUR, phone call. It's not a phone call, is it? I don't know. Some kind of radio call. They intercepted the radio communications of the Russians from the site of the destruction of the large amphibious assault ship. I like saying it like that. The large amphibious assault ship, the Caesar Kunikov, which is now, well, it's not an assault ship anymore, is it? It's an assault submarine. And this call indicates that there is an oily stain, and that's all that remains from the enemy ship after the attack by the special forces of the GUR. So they had a KA-52 and Mi-8 helicopters out as well. They were trying to perform visual inspections. I believe there's possibly one person was rescued. I would have to double check on that information. But the military transport aircraft was also out trying to observe the wreckage. So apologies, I keep giggling away here to myself. But of course, if they weren't invading Ukraine and committing a genocidal attack on Ukraine, then I wouldn't be feeling this way. So all they've got to do, if they do not like this, is take their Black Sea Fleet home, where it belongs, to Russia, because it never really belonged where it was anyway, did it? So of course, have a look at those videos because I think it's fantastic. Have you had a chance to see any of the videos yet, Christopher? I bet you haven't.
No, you are absolutely correct. I haven't. I did see, while I'm pruning the nest, I see some Bahovna. And I'm curious about that. But yep, I'm getting to it. I'm getting there. Coming up to speed.
Well, when you get a chance, you have to watch the video. Poor Mockers, the video came out this morning and she was co-hosting and couldn't watch it at the same time. I felt very sorry for her because, of course, that's the thing that we all want to see. So we've got no hands up and there's been a lot going on today. So let's bring you up to date with all the headlines and everything that's happened this morning. And then Christopher and I We'll talk about some interesting things, unless you have anything that you would like to bring up. Of course, now is your opportunity to raise a topic if you would like to, or come up to the speaker panel. If you're not sure how to do that and you're new around here, it's dead easy. You just press the microphone icon in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That raises a speaker request and we bring you up to speaker. And then you just use the emojis to put your hand up like this, and then we will call on you in turn. And if you're not sure how to put your hand up, or you're on a PC and you don't have the hands up, you can give us a wave and get the attention of the co-hosts this way. And whilst we are transitioning and doing public service announcements, I am going to tell you about our very important Refugee Relief Blitz fundraiser. Now, this is finishing very, very soon. So if you've not donated to this yet and you feel like you have an opportunity to and you are able to afford to, please consider donating to this fundraiser, because you know, refugees is not something that stopped. I don't for one minute think that you all think that that has stopped, but I think sometimes there's so much going on, you know, we have to keep so much information in our brains, and there's so much going on in Ukraine every single day. Things do go to the back of your mind sometimes. So it's not that you forget about them. We understand that, of course. So we're bringing it to the forefront of everybody's mind now and talking about relief for refugees, because, of course, there's many millions of refugees that have had to flee Ukraine because of Russia's genocidal invasion. And there are many internally displaced people also. And of course, they all need a great deal of help. And I cannot imagine what it's like to be in that position. The only way I can kind of get some kind of perspective on it is to imagine a situation I was in once when I had a house fire and I was standing in just the clothes I was wearing. And of course, it's not the same at all. And I'm not trying to make it about me, but it's just a way that I try to use that incident that happened in my life just to try and imagine what it's like for those people that are standing there with literally nothing. I mean, it's hard to imagine when you've still got things there, but just do try to imagine if you were just stood there now outside your house and you've got no house left even, and you're just standing in the clothes that you're wearing. And of course, that's a lucky situation, because that is the situation where you may not be injured. So if you can afford to donate, please consider this campaign. It's very important. I mean, they all are really. There's none that's more important than any other. They're all as equally as important. And of course, that's one of the great things about MriyaReport that I love personally. We help various different charities that we work with on a regular basis, and charities that we've been able to vet. And that gives us the opportunity to be able to help in many different ways, as you all see, whether it's drones or mine detecting equipment or technical combat pants for the special operations Alpha unit, the SBU, or many of the other things that we have helped to purchase for Ukraine, you know, electronic warfare for one. So get in whilst you can, because this is finishing tomorrow, I believe, is the last day. So you only have 24 hours left. So go to MriyaReport.org, check us out that way, have a good look at the website. Consider setting up a monthly donation as well. You can do it for as little or as much as you feel like you're able to, but please only consider donating what you're able to. We don't want you to be feeling guilty or donating what you can't afford, because that's not what we're here for. We have a wonderful community of people here, and everybody does what they can together, and that's how come it makes a big difference. So no matter how small you feel like your donation or contribution is, it's really not small. It really is a huge contribution. And of course, part of that contribution is doing exactly as I am doing right now, and reposting and retweeting that card, the first one in the nest, for our Refugee Relief Blitz fundraiser. So thank you very much for listening, everybody. Gunnar, welcome. I'm pleased to see you today. What do you have to say about the sinking of the Black Sea Fleet?
Yeah, hi, mate. I was in bed hungover, so I missed this till I got up. Nice way to wake up. It's bizarre. I just don't know what she was doing there. So we know an RQ-4 American reconnaissance, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was up over the Black Sea last night, looking around this general area. So derive from that what you will. I know what my suspicions are here, but we're just not allowed to say it. Third party targeting. So a Rapusha 1, batch 1 class,
a few miles off the coast. Probably not fully darkened ship, I suspect. So when at night, when you're running on a warship at night, you do something called darkened ship routing. So any airlocks up to the upper deck will be red lit, obviously, so your eyesight can adjust. The bridge will be in the dark. If you need a light over the chart table, you'll actually have a curtain round it, so no light is reflected out the bridge windows. You don't use torches or anything like that on the upper deck. Looking at the footage, although it's thermal, it's thermal imaging coming off the Ukrainian uncrewed surface vessels. I suspect that they weren't fully darkened ship. Wouldn't have made a lot of difference in this case, but it's probably a good indicator about discipline on board. So if you look at the footage, she's got a bow, her nose is pointing east, and she's barely moving. So that's the first odd thing. She was marking time. Why she would do that, I do not know. She must have had somewhere that she was supposed to be going to. If I'd been a skipper, if for some reason I was told, look, you can't head up, there's a threat off to the east or something like that, I would stay in a box. I would probably get a maximum speed, and I would just do a kind of wandering zigzag box pattern. Because I know that this is a high threat environment. She wasn't. She was marking time. I couldn't see if she was at anchor. She might have been. The best footage is from the starboard side, and her anchor's on the port side, I think. So I couldn't really see if she dropped the pick. There were people up on the bow. Now that could be either something called cable sentry. So if you go to anchor, you want someone watching the cable, actually eyes on, with a walkie-talkie up to the bridge, so that if the ship starts to drag the cable or something like that, someone could tell the bridge, and then you can start taking remedial action. Or it could have been upper deck sentries, upper deck weapons crews, a couple of heavy machine guns up in the bow. That would make more sense. Her air search, surface search radar on the mainmast wasn't in rotate. That's interesting. They're clearly worried about using radar, thinking that they're going to be intercepted by electronic support measures. But to be honest with you, if I was a skipper and I knew that there was an RQ4 up to my south somewhere, he's going to be tracking me anyway. So whether I use radar or not is immaterial at that stage. I would rather be emitting on all my sensors, looking for stuff like these small uncrewed surface vessels, and take the risk. I've got a bit of land in between me and Ukraine, providing me with a measure of protection. I'd have probably got in closer to the coastline if it had been me, got in as close as possible. And I'd have put my radars on. They don't seem to have done that, which ties in with that Tarantul corvette getting sunk as well. Doesn't look like their radars were on either. So they're clearly really, really concerned about being intercepted, electronic support measures. But the trade-off, as you can see here, is if you're not transmitting on radar, then you really are down to optics only for looking out for these kind of threats. Do they have good thermal optics, good night vision goggles, stuff like that? Probably not. Probably all that kit's ashore, gone to army units. So really, at night, it's going to be looking for the wash or the wake of uncrewed surface vessels making a final run. And it doesn't look like these were moving particularly fast. They kind of snuck up on her. And if you do that, and it's a low observable small craft, it's going to be very difficult to see at night. If it's crawling along towards you, maybe 4 or 5 knots, you're really going to struggle. So first run in wasn't seen. Second run in, they knew that they were under attack. There's some small arms fires. She's got decent firepower, two twin 57mm guns, multiple rocket launch system. Neither of those were put into effect. So, this really was lastminute.com attack. The hits, looking at the ship plans, at least 2 hits, port and starboard side in the main machinery space. Looking at the plans, probably the bulkhead between the main machinery space and a compartment forward probably went in the explosion. You can see a lot of damage to the upperworks in some of the footage. So that tells me that these uncrewed surface vessels are going through the side. So I think they've got some kind of capability to get through a ship's side and then go off. And then the subsequent blast went up through what we call uptakes and downtakes, because you've got if you think about it, you've got your funnel, but all the engine gases, etc., all your ventilation goes up and down through that funnel and through vents on the upper deck. So you've got trunking. So I think what happened was there was a blast in the machinery space that opened it up to what we call free surface, which is uncontrolled flooding. The blast vented upwards through the uptakes, downtakes, and caused all that damage to our upper works abaft and around the funnel. They were probably very lucky the after 57mm magazine didn't touch off. As a result, lots and lots of flooding. Probably opened up the tank deck, which runs fore to aft. Once that happens, even if there's just a slight sea, what you'll do is you'll get all that flooding. The slight roll will be induced. That'll get worse as the water side of sloshes from one side or the other. Think of Herald of Free Enterprise disaster. Some of you might remember that many years ago. Plus, it looks like she was going down by the stern as well, so probably compartments aft were starting to flood as well. And then, yeah, she went down by the stern and rolled over on a port side. So just not a fantastic performance by them again. I don't know what she was doing there. There's a couple of news reports are she was alongside somewhere 10 days and then sailed. So, of course, the question is, what was she carrying? I think it's too much probably to hope that she had embarked troops on board, although we might be, well, you say lucky. If she was, it would have been fucking awful for him. You know, this would not have been a pleasant way to go. Maybe she was carrying stores, or maybe she'd just done an offload, something like that. But really, really bad, silly decision to be knocking around that part of real estate, virtually stationary. Probably no rotary wing, which is what I'd want. I'd want a helo up doing sweeps during the day and at night, if possible, looking kind of outside of 2 miles of my ship to try and give me a measure of protection against this, because that does work. If you remember a long time ago, there was some footage of Ukrainian USVs trying to do a strike on a warship on the horizon, and a HIP got a good visual on them and started firing at the uncrewed vessel, which never even got near the Russian warship. So that kind of thing does work as a force protection. Probably wasn't in company with anyone else. The final footage, no indications of rafts going over the side. I'd have expected to see a lot of life rafts kicked over. And then reports from this AN-26 pilot saying there's just an oil slick, some wreckage. Yeah, that's to be expected. One person rescued potentially. Well, temperature was about 9, so let's assume that they don't do sea survival suits like we do. That temperature, you're going to be unconscious in 60 minutes, maybe 90 minutes at a push, unless you can get into, a raft or something. You'll have been deaded by morning. But I think probably about 3 hours is a fairly good bet. So, yeah, a lot of people would have gone down with her. Not particularly pleasant. In the pitch black, stuck in compartments, trapped. Hull goes over. Lots of screaming, water coming in. Not exactly wonderful. Upper deck crews, maybe bridge teams, stuff like that. Anyone who managed to get on the upper deck, probably, inflate your life jacket over the side you go. And if you can't get in a life raft, well, you're going to have a very cold couple of hours, but then you won't know much about it. So, yeah, bizarre. I just don't know do not know what they're doing, what they're thinking is here with this kind of thing. There are lots of precautions that you can take. Even give her a Raptor, one of small fast patrol boats. Give her one of those. That probably would have done the trick, and then just put that to seaward. And their other problem, of course, is even if they were dark and ship, if the coastline's lit, If all the lights are on ashore, then you've got an Operation Drumbeat scenario knocking on the east coast of the States, where the coastline was brightly lit, the vessels were running dark, but of course, if you're against a brightly lit horizon, you're actually even easier. So I'd have gone in a lot closer. I've been transmitting on radar. Just put it on sector blank and transfer a Raptor to be a mile, 2 miles to seaward of me. Maybe rotary wing, and maybe I'd have got away with it. But like that Tarantul, and the other Rapusha killed off Novorossiysk, just absolutely shit drills by him. I just don't know what they're thinking.
Cheers, Gunnar. Very much appreciated. A couple of things. I wonder what your opinion is about why they didn't seem to be shooting. Do you think that they just, like you were saying, they didn't see it? Or I was wondering actually about even if they had the ammunition to fire. And then something interesting that Mockers had said this morning, she reported that apparently it's come out now that I'm not sure how much these guys are actually trained on there or how skilled they are, because it seems that apparently the sons and daughters of officers, probably mostly sons, I would imagine, have been paying for the privilege of going onto these ships, and therefore you don't have to go to the front line and you don't have to go in dangerous areas. So I wonder what your thoughts are about that, Gunnar. And also, did you see the second video, which from the GUR, which is it's difficult to understand what's happening at first. I had to watch it 2 or 3 times, and then you realise it's sort of through a lens looking down into the ocean, and it shows you an explosion. So there is an explosion from the ship once it's sunk to the bottom.
If that's the daylight one, I don't think that's connected, to be honest, because there's
No, it's not daylight.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's connected. That's a rescue tug there, but I wonder if that's actually detonating a mine or something like that. Different footage. I'll have to have a look. Look, these things aren't hard to train. If I'm the skipper of a Rapusha, I've got a couple of rigid inflatable boats. Right? What I do is at night, somewhere safe, at anchorage or something, I get all my upper deck weapons crews. I put a few blokes in the ribs and I run it as a local exercise. I do approaches with the ribs, and I teach my upper deck weapons crews what to look for. There are some very basic things like for people who've been at sea at night in particular, never stare directly if something catches your eye, look off to the left or look the right, because actually something in the corner of your eye, say a very, very faint light or a wash, you'll actually be able to see it better if you don't stare directly at it. There's a little trick there for if you're ever doing lookout on board a ship at sea. I would do little things like that. As I said, I'd have put revs on. I wouldn't be marking time in the water. That's just making it easy for the opposition. I know that there's an RQ4 somewhere to the south because it's on Flight Tracker app. So if that's the case, I'm under direct surveillance anyway. The Ukrainians know where I am because there's a fucking RQ4 down to my south, and he's looking at me. So the cat's out the bag as to my presence. Therefore, if the enemy knows I'm there, what do I need to do? Well, I need to mitigate that by going active on all sensors. Maybe they've got a problem with maintenance, and maybe spares for radar systems are just not there anymore. That's possible. Maybe the onboard SMEs, the subject matter experts. So for us, it would have been the radar section at the weapons electrical department. Maybe all their SMEs have gone ashore to work with ground units, and there isn't anyone to maintain the radars. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. I'd be a bit surprised, to be honest with you. Or maybe there is just some kind of weird conviction that by staying under what we call MCON, emission control, that they can somehow hide. Well, that's great, but you've got to be a lot closer into the coast for a starter. You're well within the threat area, which is 400, 450 miles for USVs. You could periodically transmit on radar. if you're moving, you could go active for say 30 seconds and then shut down the set, and then sort of 20 minutes later maybe go active again. That's an option. But the radars weren't, from what I can tell, the radars weren't even in rotate, which seems to be another weird Russian thing. So if we're under emission control, what we'd be is turning, not burning. So your radar antennae is going round, because it takes a few seconds to start a radar antennae up, right? But you're not emitting on there. And then at the flick of a switch, if you come under attack, you can go to transmit, you can do 3 or 4 sweeps, and then you can shut the system down. They don't seem to do that. They seem to be locking the radar antennae in something called park, and then just leaving it there, which again does that indicate there's a operational defect, an op-def problem, that their radar systems just aren't usable? I mean, the main air search radar on the MOSFET appeared, for really difficult to tell, but that appeared to be locked looking forward. I think it's top pair, the big air search radar. Anyway, it looked like it was locked in park mode. The radars on the Tarantul, apart from the drum tilt radar, the fire control radar, which was looking hard aft, they seem to be not rotating. The assault ship killed off. Well, she wasn't sunk, but she was she was a constructive total loss, probably. Her radar seemed to be in park mode. We just keep seeing this all the time. So they've either got a real problem with the kit's not operational, or they really think that emission control is the way to go on this, and somehow you can remain invisible. And surely now they must be fucking learning. It doesn't work like that. Just about the small arms fire, the second boat was taking small arms. I looked at Sky footage, and then I went to Navy Lookout, and I got the full kind of thing. So the second boat was taking incoming fire, fairly accurate. Looking at it, not bad at all. I do wonder if the Ukrainians have put maybe some Kevlar on these boats around the front, over the top, etc., etc. The weight penalty wouldn't be particularly that bad. I don't know how much Kevlar how many inches of Kevlar you'd want to put on there. There would be some penalty in terms of payload or something, but they carry over 300 kilograms HE. So, and what was really interesting is they're going for the same spots. So despite there being the whole of the length of the ship there, they're going for the machinery spaces. So they know where to hit. This was another example of the perfect placement of the weapon system. In this case, they went port and starboard and probably did the machinery space on both sides. So whoever is controlling these, I suspect, has probably got a book, some kind of publication, so that in case they run into something, a target of opportunity, they can just open the publication, have a quick look, and go, yeah, this is where we need to hit her. And the machinery space was a perfect placement for these weapon systems, because one, it gives you a mobility kill, which is what you want if you've got follow-on attack to be conducted. So that's gonna put a, well, she wasn't moving this time, but that's gonna stop her in the water anyway permanently. You're gonna lose power probably. So your generators, everything like that's going to trip. So you're going to lose your fire control. You're going to lose that 57mm fore and aft, all that kind of thing. You're probably going to kill the lighting on board, at least temporarily, until they can reset all the breakers, if they've got that capability. So the ship's going to be thrown into darkness. That's going to cause panic on board. Fantastic. That's what you want. You want people running around trying to do damage control in the pitch black. Just makes life incredibly more difficult. And then they did the machinery space on both sides. It looks like from the plans as well, just to make sure that it was fully open to the sea, and the warheads seemed to be going blasting upwards as well. So you've thrown a nice sort of set of fires into the mix as well. So if you think about it, if you've got a compartment, one of the ways that you get into a machinery space is from up above. Right? If you want to get in there, or you want to start doing establishing a flood boundary, the compartments adjacent, normally you will go into them from above. If there's blast and fire, you're not going to be able to get into those compartments. So you're going to have to write off those compartments completely and just assume that they're open. And that might be 3, 4, even 5 compartments that you can't even get access to. So I would imagine for the skipper, probably thrown out of his pit, knowing them, because they're stupid. He was probably in his cart, probably the first lieutenant equivalent had conduct. I think very quickly he'd have got up top to the bridge and gone, nah, we are not in a good position here. But interestingly, no life rafts visible, as I said. So, yeah, an all-round bad performance by our friends. Next question, what was she carrying? Was she in transit empty? Kind of hard to tell from the footage if she was in ballast or loaded down. What was she shifting? Was this on her way back from a run, or was she moving something? I think probably on her way back, probably running light. I think if she'd been pointing the other way, she'd have probably just made a run and gone alongside and then offloaded as quickly as possible. But, you know, the 2 questions, what was she carrying and why was she marking time in that box?
Thank you very much, Gunnar. That's very interesting. And thank you very much, everybody, for your patience. Welcome, Hopsy. Please go ahead.
Sorry about that thick finger in night. Well, I had a bunch of questions for Gunny, but he, of course, in his thoroughness, answered them already. It looked like it was a low C state, so he that would have maybe made it harder to see, you know, the low freeboard that these things have. I'm wondering what he thinks about that. I was wondering if you could take a minute or two and explain to sort of the people who don't have the depth of naval experience how speed really complicates the targeting solutions and the lines of approach. And I'm pretty sure even with the dash speed of the drone surface drones, that they would eventually catch the target one way or the other. But I'm just blown away by the no pickets or helo support, and I ask myself why, and then I start thinking maybe they just don't even have, you know, the competent chief petty officers and senior NCOs to run a picket boat, or they can't talk them into it. You know, and the drunken skipper down, not in his sea cabin, but, you know, down below decks, probably didn't leave poor Ensign Petrovsky the proper instructions. So, you know, if you could just talk about LOAs and dash speed and how they relate to the sea state and effervescence, maybe, Gunny, because you can do a better job on that than I ever could.
No, I just like the sound of my own voice. Stephen's going to come up, and yeah, Stephen, you're right. There's a life raft. Looks like deployed alongside. So, first point about that is should have been more survivors. One sounds very, very strange. Or maybe they deployed the life rafts and the order to abandon ship was given too late, and that made getting on board the life rafts quite difficult. It is actually quite difficult if you're scared. You're a conscript. You know, when you've been in the Navy, everyone trains to get to a life rafts. It's not the easiest thing in the world. Jumping in the water. You know, if it's extremely cold, you'll get that initial cold water shock as you go in. That can kill you if it's cold enough, or if you're a fat reservist, it can actually induce a heart attack. Simply jumping off the side of the ship, people get injured jumping off if they don't assume the correct position, enter the water, and then you got to swim towards the life raft. So yeah, not sure what's going on there. So speed, you know. I mean, a Rapusha can do what, 16, maybe 20 knots. So it's not going to make an awful lot of difference. I think alongside kind of upper deck lighting, that kind of thing, I think it's more indicative of poor training and discipline and not kind of thinking that you're in a threat environment. As I said, you and me, we'd be screaming for rotary wing. That's the first thing. Because that's going to be our best chance for early detection. All right, it's going to need relays of aircraft because he's only going to be up for a couple of hours. maybe there weren't the assets there, and he did ask for it, and he was simply told, "Fuck off, you're not having any. All the helicopters are tasked." Oh, okay. So if I was a skipper, right? First of all, I want to be in the box. If you're going to make me stay in this position, I want navigator officer to watch. I want you to create a box, and I want us to do a very random course and speed for this, and assume that there's uncrewed surface vessel threat. It's not going to make an awful lot of difference, but it might provide a measure of making targeting us a little bit harder. Sea state's good, right? I want a picket boat out. I want both my ribs out. A few guys with AK-47s. Yeah, but it's cold. Don't give a fuck. Get out there. Maybe half a mile to seaward, 500 meters or something like that. And their job is just really early detection. To pair of walkie-talkies, start shooting at anything that looks suspicious. Didn't do that. Radar's not on. Searchlights. Well, I'm being observed. I know that I'm being watched. Therefore, I might as well take all precautions that I can. Start switching on my signal lamps, things like that, doing occasional sweeps. The chances are you're still not going to be successful, but why not? I've got 75 blokes, 80 blokes on the ship's company here. I've got a strategic lift asset. I might as well do what I can, and that might mean just something as simple as using searchlights and doing sweeps. What's the worst that can happen? Well, oh yeah, but everyone will see you. That horse was bolted long ago. My concern is something with 300 pounds of HE coming inboard into my machinery spaces. So no, I'm good, thanks. I will do everything that I can, and they just didn't do it. All the classical mistakes, isn't it, Hop, that we see every single time. All the stuff that really even an amateur would go, well, why are you not doing that? And they're just not learning the lessons here. And with something like this, which is a strategic lift asset, and that clearly are regarded as priority targets by the Ukrainian Navy. I've got Raptors in Sevastopol. I've got Raptors in Novorossiysk. I can forward deploy them into Fedosia. Why not allocate a Raptor to every single vessel that's cutting about off the coastline? What do I lose from it? It's a difference between me having an LST this morning and not having an LST this morning. And they just don't seem to be employing their brains.
Go ahead, Hopsy.
Yeah, and I, having done plenty of visual searches from aircraft or sensor searches more precisely, the last thing you're looking for is anything on the visible spectrum. You don't care about that. You have so many other spectrums you're looking on, both electronic and IR type stuff, that if somebody's shining a light, it makes zero difference. As a matter of fact, I can tell you from trying to look, for surface submarines and things like that in the middle of a fishing fleet, the smart skippers would show lights for two reasons. One, because it confused the crap out of you if you didn't have a good IR angle on them. And two, so little shit doesn't run into you. It doesn't make any difference. You'll hear plenty of escort skippers in their books and things like that post World War II saying that the Royal Navy and the U.S. Navy were a little too into darkened ship. It when they were coming and going from port, it was a tremendous risk that didn't matter. So yeah, the showing of the lights and the not having the emitting and having your surface search radar on and relying on your they have to have ESM cuts from the drone observation. They have to have an awareness that they're occasionally that their PRF is peaking and then they're being looked at. Well, I say have to. You oughta is probably maybe more the way it ought to be stated. But yeah, it's nothing to put on the lights. Anybody that can see the lights already knows where you are before that.
Thank you very much. Bearded Brit, welcome. You were next. Would you like to contribute here? Okay, maybe not ready. Stephen, welcome. Please go ahead.
Many thanks. So, Gunny, I guess you had a look at my latest post, did you? Which is why you mentioned the life raft. I'd be interested if you think that is a life raft. It looks like one to me. And if it is, given that it's the camera, I'd say there's nobody inside it or around it. There's a very small light source in the center, which would be an IR source, which I'm guessing is the deployed internal light that you then stick on the outside of the raft when you get inside. I'm guessing that it was automatically launched, given that there doesn't seem to be anybody around there. So that's my first little point. You mentioned Kevlar, just being a kind of glass fiber sort of guy. You can make boats out of Kevlar. Like it's possible that the actual whole hull of those drones is actually Kevlar, a Kevlar layup. Pretty light, very strong, does what it says on the tin. I was just interested in what you thought of my observation about the tank, forward tank deck cover. It kind of looks glowy. I wonder if there's a fire in the tank deck. And one question as well, another question. You talked about radar not turning. I mean, I only have experience of small radar sets, but they tend to take at least 60 seconds to warm up, and they tend to be turning when they're doing so. So would that be roughly the off locked to ready to transmit warm up time? Thank you.
Yeah, so 996, 1022, 1007, 1006 radar, the ones that I used. You're going to rotate first, so you take out a park, rotate the aerial, and then you would warm up. Then you would either leave it in standby, or you could put in something called sector blanking. So you would put in where where the radar you don't want it to transmit necessarily. Energize the entire system, and essentially you could go to transmit immediately. Now that's I assume that they're at least at that kind of level. I know that their radars, some of their radars are still in the world of cavity magnetrons, which is quite odd. That's really old school technology. Certainly they're massive air search radars, top pair, top sail, etc. Used to use cavity magnetrons, and I think Moskva on a pre-deployment review by Black Sea Flotilla Command, there was reportedly a problem with a main air search radar, and that was one of the issues highlighted. So the fact that the radar isn't that air surface search, I can't remember what it's FREAT or something like that. The fact that that's not in rotate says to me that it was cold system. It wasn't energized or anything like that. Because as you say, if you've got to do a cold start, you're looking at probably a fairly substantial period of time, which is why we would keep it in rotate, strangle it, and then literally flick of a switch. Then you can start generating a radar picture. The raft, she's upright and fine. The raft is alongside. That says to me that's a manual launch of it. Rafts can either be launched manually, or if they're on a hydrostatic release, what happens is the ship goes under, and then the hydrostatic mechanism at predetermined depth releases the raft, pops up to the surface, and then auto inflates. So I think somebody probably kicked the raft over. It went into inflate. I can't see a Jacob's ladder or anything like that for embarking onto it, because you don't want to jump in the water unless you really have to. Once you're in the water, then you start entering the water hypothermia. So we would, where we could, we'd drop nets or a Jacob's ladder and then start getting the boys off that way. So everyone keeps dry, best option. No sign of that. So I don't know how many people got in there. Maybe someone panicked, kicked the raft over, and the skipper said, "Stay where you are, comrades, fight for the motherland," etc., etc. We're not done yet. Bad move. Probably someone was thinking they should have got on that raft not long after. Yeah, bright glow. So we haven't got a date time stamp on between first, second hit and then her going over on her port side and going under. But yeah, I would agree. Probably that tank deck, it's an awful, these are awful places to get a fire. And if I suspect the blast went through uptakes and downtakes, depending what was on board at the time, you may have as well have had an uncontrolled fire on the tank deck, which would have gone fore to aft very, very quickly. If you don't crash stop your ventilation, the ship's going to fill with smoke, as we saw with Moskva. All the indications are there, but there was no smoke boundary. The smoke went all the way down aft. A lot of people would have been killed by that. Might explain why not many people got off. It would just be nice to see some footage from after the second hit to see how long it was before she went under. Something catastrophic might have happened. She looks superficially intact as she's going down, so not magazine explosion or onboard ammunition, any stores, anything like that. I think they've just left it too late, mate, to be honest with you. Clearly, whoever was OC of this attack, he's kept at least one uncrewed surface vessel around again to do a BDA, bomb damage assessment. Absolutely spot on, right? So the same with the Tarantul. They knew she was going under. They didn't waste them on another attack because they knew that these things are done. So they just kept an additional, at least one additional USV round, one to do the assessment, and of course two, if you're lucky, the Russians will send another grey painted war canoe out to do search and rescue and then kill that as well. That might be why we're not seeing proper search and rescue attempts using other vessels. You could use civilian ships, and to be honest, morally, it would be extremely questionable for the Ukrainians to go after one. Fishing vessels should have been out there in a couple of hours looking for people. Not seeing any indication of that at all, are we? So probably no one wants to go out there, and they're not gonna risk another grey painter to go out and do search and rescue. So they're just going to use aircraft. And as we saw, an AN-26 went over, and probably in daylight. And if they weren't in a raft, they'd have been dead by then. And you just reported oil slick and wreckage. So it seems for our Russian friends, if your ship gets sunk and you go in the water, don't expect anyone to come and pick you up anytime soon, because they're really not asked whatsoever. You just better hope that you can stay afloat till morning, and then maybe they'll send a helo out to pick you up or something like that. Pretty grim. So if people are paying money to avoid going to an infantry battalion, and they're paying money to get themselves a draft on board a warship in theatre, I think that's a questionable use of your money, to be honest.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on. We've got lots of hands. Thank you for waiting. Stephen, did you just want to follow up on that?
Yeah, very briefly, Gunny. I just put up another photo on that little post of mine. Be interested in your opinion as to whether what seems to be in the red box looks like bottom pink, which would seem to tally with your suggestion that she was unladen. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Just a little bit of news coming out of the Ramstein. The member states of the IT coalition have completed the signing of the cooperation agreement. The participants were Estonia, Luxembourg, and leading countries as well as Belgium, Denmark, Iceland, Italy, Latvia, and Lithuania, the Netherlands, and Ukraine. This is the first such agreement, and in addition, the UK has completed the process of joining the IT coalition by signing the Declaration of Intent. So we'll dig into that in a bit more detail later. But for now, we will carry on with this. And thank you for waiting, David. Welcome.
Yeah, no problem. Gunny, isn't this a case of kind of combined Occam's and Hanlon's razor, in that there is a distinct possibility that this could just be a boatload of people that don't know what they're doing?
Well, yeah, I mean, clearly, because of all the things that we've laid out there. They didn't do anything sensible. What was she doing there? It makes no sense. That's a high threat area. And if you've got a strategic lift asset like this, which these are, and your opposing force are clearly very interested in sinking you, probably safer to be alongside. Not by much, because we've seen one of these got sunk alongside. But you're certainly going to be safer to some degree than being at sea. If you've got to go to sea, all right, you do a speed transit. Just crack on full speed and get to where you need to be going. Don't sit off a coast. This wasn't a radar picket. One, they're not really equipped to be a radar picket. Although that's one of the things that they should be doing if they're really worried about Crimea. And they may be doing, they may be using warships to kind of push out the air picture somewhat, but that's got its own risks, as obviously, as you've seen with this. So she wasn't a radar picket, and she was just sat there, which makes no sense. And if you've been told, look, sit there, do some local precautions yourself. Bollocks to orders about not going live on radar and not using searchlights and not putting picket boats out. Do everything you can to stay alive. So there's just no initiative by the CO. You've got to start asking yourself questions about what a watertight integrity was. You know, were they closed down for action? They should have been. I would have been. Every hatch closed. Might not necessarily prevent you being sunk, but it's going to buy you some time when you do get hit to get everyone off the ship that you can do. So we can probably safely assume that she wasn't closed down for watertight integrity. That means that they probably don't have a handle on doing smoke boundary, because smoke kills ships just as much as water and fire. Just none of the sensible things. It's pure incompetence. But where a navy got caught out, God knows, we've all had that experience. HMS Sheffield, 1982. You know, a ship was lost that shouldn't have been lost, caught out because stupid things that happen by people who should have been. So, you know, all navies experience this, but they're 2 years in. They're losing ships unnecessarily because they're putting them in harm's way. And when they're putting them in harm's way, they're not doing the basics in order to try and mitigate the threat. And if there's an RQ-4 knocking around to the south of you in the Black Sea, sure as eggs is eggs, you are in someone's crosshairs. Fuck that. Crack on the revs, engineering officer. We need to get out of there and head east as quickly as possible, or get to the nearest protected sort of anchorage where we can go to anchor properly and have a pair of Raptors out to seaward and a modicum of air cover. Just none of it, was there?
David?
Yeah, which leads me to believe that basically they're filling up boats with people who don't know what they're doing. And that, you know, I'm coming at it from a slightly different angle from you, Gunny. You know what you're talking about. I don't. But I do know what I'm talking about when it comes to Russia. And so my suspicion is that they just don't have the people to man the boats, and they're just filling up the boats with whoever they've got. And you know, in this case, maybe it's people that have actually paid for the privilege to get there, because the alternative would be, of course, going to Avdiivka.
Well, yeah, maybe, but look, anyone can get a ship alongside or sail it and go from A to B. That's not rocket science, right? Despite what people think. driving a fairly large vessel to and from and not bumping into anything. You know, most people can do it with the odd exception in NATO, obviously, which we won't talk about. Warfighting is completely different, but there should be, with every sinking, there should be an after-action report. God knows, the OPFOR are providing them with footage. So if you've lost a ship, we're at the bizarre stage where if you want to know what happened for the Board of Inquiry, just pop on a Ukrainian website and they'll show you where you went wrong. It's bizarre. So they must be doing the after action reports. There's going to be a lessons learned thing here. And the lessons learned thing is clearly just going straight in the bin because they're not learning the lessons. What that says about Black Sea Flotilla Commander and his staff and how they're doing sort of day-to-day operations is a damning indictment of them because they keep making the same mistake again and again and again. I don't know what kind of dysfunctional command system they've got in place. I don't know what their operations team are doing. And it's wonderful insofar as they're going to keep doing this until somebody switches on. But entirely in keeping with the other two arms of the Russian military, isn't it? It just zero fucks given. Keep losing kit. Keep doing the same thing because no one's either got the competence or the courage to say, right, we need to alter what we've been doing. But for me, the main question remains: what was she doing out there? Was she empty or was she fully loaded? If she was fully loaded, what was she up to? And obviously, this was known about because the Ukrainians put some assets in place to mug her. Same with that Tarantul corvette. So the Ukrainians have got good, clear information on ship movements. They're probably getting good intelligence from ashore when these things are sailing. They're probably getting good intelligence from NATO about operating patterns, and the Russians love operating patterns. You know, they just keep doing the same thing again and again. And if they keep doing this, knowing that they're under surveillance all the time and knowing the Ukrainians know shipping movements, they're just going to keep losing vessels until they smarten up. One of the first things, if I was them, I'd start killing RQ4s if they can do it. They've got MiG-31s. They can probably get up there high enough. We think we've seen one or two chase before looking at the flight paths. It's an unmanned aircraft. No one's going to go to war over an unmanned aircraft. I would go after those RQ4s and start playing hardball with NATO intelligence aircraft over the Black Sea, because they're the probably the primary component in this. But they won't.
Why aren't they doing it then?
I've no idea. I'm not competent to say.
Thank you very much, everybody. Ukraine War Update, welcome. Hello. Please go ahead. Thank you for waiting. Did I catch you out now because we kept you waiting? Apologies. Okay, maybe Ukraine War Update is driving. We'll come back to us shortly. Brian, welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. What Black Sea Fleet doing? So, Gunny. So essentially, if you're on the staff or you're the admiral in charge of this whole shit show, you're going in, you're cracking heads. Okay, these are the things we're not going to do anymore. And my understanding is that what you're saying is that the real problem here is that they're sailing in waters where they're at risk, and they ought not to be sailing where they're sailing. And if what they should be doing is going after these RQ4, I guess, drones or aircraft that are feeding the targeting data and target intelligence information to the Ukrainians so that they know where to go. And so if you're not going to take those out, then you need to just not be navigating in those waters, right? Is it that simple? It's not a seaman ship. It's not a, hey, you suck at small arms fire. You should be able to neutralize this. It's that you shouldn't even be there in the first place.
Did we lose Brian?
Yeah, sort of zipped off.
We lost your audio there, Brian. Do you want to try again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Yeah. So, Gunny, if you're in charge of your cracking heads in the after-action reports, am I understanding this correctly? That this is primarily you should not be navigating there. You should be not in those waters to begin with. It's not a small arms fire thing. It's not a seamanship thing. It's that you're just in the wrong place. You should know better than to go there. Am I oversimplifying it?
Yeah. So, first question is what my task is. So, what am I? You're hot micing, Brian. As well. Yeah. So, first of all, what my task is. So, what higher command wanted me to do. So, my surface flotilla. One of their jobs is firing missiles at apartment blocks. Great. All right. Well, that's not phenomenally complicated within itself. They do a transit. They go to the launch box to the west, fire off the missiles. Are they trying to bang out their air defense using warships as radar pickets? What we call a radar picket. So what you do is you put the frigates primarily out to the west around Crimea, and you try and push out your recognized air picture in the hope that it will give you a better chance of detecting incoming raids. Right? It's easily done. The problem with both of these is there's the uncrewed surface vessel threat. Stay out of range of Ukrainian anti-ship missiles from ashore. Your two threats are uncrewed surface vessels, and if the Ukrainian Air Force decides to put together an anti-shipping package and have a punt at you flying low level. They haven't done that so far, probably for various reasons. What are my taskings with the transport ships? Right, well, I need to run stuff from here to here to here to here, war stores, personnel, etc., etc. Great. All right, what's the threat? Primarily uncrewed surface vessels. How do we mitigate that? Convoy system, potentially. Run 3 or 4 Rapushas together, and then give them a screen. So at least one, maybe 2 escorts, maybe Raptor class patrol boats, that kind of thing. Don't have the assets for it. Okay, then. Are there alternates to moving it by sea? Air, land? No, we need to use these Rapushas. Okay, well, let's just allocate them some Raptors, and then let's move them as an element together. So 2 or 3 together, run them close to the coast, give them A50 or IL-76 AWACS cover, allocate a couple of rotary wing, and then do it that way. No, we can't do that. Well, I tell you what, just keep doing what you're doing then. Have them marking time 3 miles off the coast, barely moving, silent on radar. And hope to God that there aren't at least 3 uncrewed surface. Well, that option's clearly not working for them. So if I was Black Sea Flotilla Commander, I would be. I think my priorities would be 1, individual ship defense. So hammering it home to the skippers what they need to do in order to mitigate this threat. I'd be demanding, if I haven't got enough already, more rotary wing assets to provide some kind of overhead cover. And I would be thinking about grouping ships together, because there's always strength in numbers in this kind of thing. But certainly upping the training and knocking on the head this bizarre trying to be covert all the time. Just go active on everything. Just go active. You're not going to lose anything, and you might get lucky with radar. Even 2 miles is better than 200 yards. 1 mile is better. 1 mile, if I'm closed up at action stations, I'm going to be able to start getting 57 mil on target. I can use my searchlights, right? It's really old school, but if we're talking target and indication, and you're not using your radar's not good enough to pick these things up, stick a couple of big searchlights on there. There's your target indication. Get the searchlight beam on target on one of these USVs, and then fire your 57 and your small arms, etc., in local control. Start getting rounds down. Even just blanket it with MRLS. They've got a couple of mobile rocket launch systems. assuming that they can lay them manually, just get them. Getting a lot of rockets on target. It's going to be a lot better than what's happening at the moment for them, and they just aren't doing it. They're being run ragged, and they're giving it on a plate, and I just don't understand. It's great in one way, but pretty shit if you're in a sealed compartment that's rolling over and you're neck deep in water in the pitch black screaming. It's just needless.
God. just naval malfeasance is what it sounds like.
Thank you very much. Ukraine war update. I'm glad you managed to be able to rejoin us. Thank you for waiting. Welcome to the panel.
Kindly thank you, Tracy. Hi, Christopher. Thank you for the space. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I really appreciate it. No, I did have a question, but I think it was basically answered. I was really confused about, like, was this ship by itself? What was she doing out there? Right? It just makes no sense. But then I started thinking a couple of other things, and I was wondering, if you guys bounce around some of these ideas. One is that there's still submarine fleet that they have in Black Sea area, and I was wondering if it's possible, for that type of, essentially cargo transport ship to provide some kind of either logistical support or some otherwise to maybe some kind of, submarine, maybe, doing stuff on, under the water. And the other two things that really popped into my mind, and this is something that I think a lot of us forget, is in summer of 2016, Putin ended up sacking a lot of high naval commanders. It was unprecedented, basically, and a lot of people drew parallels to the Stalin era of purging generals and commanders, right before World War II, I think, or during the beginning of the World War II, something like that. But, I remember reading a lot of those articles and some of the analysis, and the damage that he basically did was multi-generational. And I'm sure that's probably one of the reasons why the Russians have such a hard time learning, the lessons and really just deploying things. So that's one point. I was wondering maybe somebody can comment. And the other one, so at some point I did have opportunity in my life to work with some of the Ukrainian Navy and some of the NATO and partner countries. It was 2015, so it's after 2014. I had opportunity to speak with some of the finest naval officers Ukraine has. And they talked about their personal experiences during the annexation of Crimea, right? And I couldn't help but notice there was a lot of unease, right? Because some of their comrades ended up staying and basically joining Russia. But I was wondering how much of that was really long-term investment into some covert, basically, operations that Ukraine would be able to put later. Basically, because, those people, they're highly motivated, extremely loyal, well-educated, right? They know what's going on. And the fact that some of them decided to stay back, I'm wondering if they basically said, yeah, we're going to be the guys you call on at the 11th hour when you need drastic changes. And to pull an attack like this requires a lot of intelligence preparation, I would imagine. And I couldn't help but think, like, how much. I'm wondering if Ukrainians have a direct access to some of the key people who make decisions. For example, where a ship should be, what the ship should be doing, where it should be stationed, and ultimately getting, making Russians make those orders for the ship, knowing exactly where the ship is going to be and target this. And this is not something that hasn't been done before, because during the was it Chechen War? I think it was a Chechen, maybe first Chechen War. Russians were taking a lot of casualties on the ground, but turns out some of the field commanders, they were getting paid by the Chechens to basically deploy like smaller armed formations of Russians into certain sectors where Chechens would be waiting for them. So the commander gets paid, the Russian soldiers get slaughtered, Chechens get win, essentially, right? It didn't turn out well for them. But yeah, just some of these ideas just kind of really, I'm brainstorming as I'm trying to comprehend this type of attack. That's awesome. Really happy that it happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have anything to add there, Gunnar?
Well, no, look, Crimea is not a benign operating environment for the Russians. There are a lot of people who will be sympathetic to them, and there are a lot of people who will be certainly unsympathetic, and that means in every single harbour. I think we can safely assume that Ukrainian SF are on the ground to one degree or another, probably, but there's going to be phenomenal overhead coverage. The minute you let go and go off a wall and go to sea, the Ukrainian high command will know. Right? That's essentially their biggest problem. You can't sail out of the harbour without a pair of eyes clocking you and telling someone who tells someone who gets it away by signal or whatever, or satellite overhead. You know, you can pay now to get satellite overheads of Russian naval bases as a civilian. So if it's there one day and it isn't there the next day, then it went. But they're probably far better informed about movements than we've seen any time in history. If it comes off the wall and it's at sea, it'll be known. Operating boxes will be known. If they're active on radars, there's going to be ESM, so they're going to be cross-fixed that way. If they're trying to sneak around with their radars off, they're getting seen anyway. Moskva, you know, probably silent on everything. Still took 2 missiles up the chuff, no dramas. And there is a third party involved, which is sympathetic to Ukraine, who is filtering all of this information down to them. So they're screwed in that way, but they just, as I keep saying, they're compounding their errors. The operations team in Black Sea Flotilla is just making this far harder than it need be for them by allowing skippers a degree of latitude in how they're operating individually and not doing some very basic stuff. Yes, some of it might be down to lack of assets. Maybe there's a lack of rotary wing. Maybe there aren't enough people to man all the Raptor class boats, which for me are kind of one of their solutions, golden solutions to this problem. But the other stuff, just the basic day-to-day running of warships, the kit is clearly not up to speed. If the radars are on, they're not detecting anything, which they should be doing. Even with 1990s level surface search radar, I would expect to be seeing these things at least 2 miles, probably. That's a fair assumption. We used to detect rubbish bags thrown overboard at least a mile. So you know, you could pick up quick reaction marker buoys, stuff like that at 2 miles. So the kit's not working. The upper deck weapons crews sometimes appear to be pretty proficient. They're getting rounds on target, but they're not getting enough rounds on target. So the control of gunfire is poor. The local directors, which are absolutely key. So the you know, pair of binoculars on a site connected up to your guns to fire them in what we call local control. It's just not working for them. They're not getting rounds on target that way. All very basic stuff for every single navy, really, and the skippers just seem to not be doing them. Why, I don't know. Is this rigid control? You will do this, you will do that. Here are your operating orders. Crack on. Great, carry on with that. Every ship that goes down is a cause for a bit of a celebration. Or is it that the individual ships, COs, first lieutenants, and warfare officers are just thoroughly incompetent? Thorough incompetence mixed with poor kit, mixed with poor operational doctrine, makes for people in the sea in a life jacket extremely cold. That's where they are. But they're not learning lessons either.
Thank you very much, Gunnar. It's interesting, this not learning lessons. I find this something that I ponder quite often because they don't seem to learn, but yet they do seem to, I don't know, it's as if they learn things, but from my perspective, it seems to me like they don't learn things, like they just copy other things that they see other people doing. If they see the Ukrainians doing something successful, they may try to copy that, for example. But of course, we know there's a big difference between copying something and learning something. And something you said that I found interesting, the Ukraine War Update, you made me think about the SBU documentary for the Crimean Bridge one that we both watched. I'm wondering if you remember during that where Vasil Maliuk showed the big manual of the bridge and all the engineering documents, etc. Because I thought that was very interesting. I was thinking about what you said then regarding intelligence, and also Gunny had mentioned earlier maybe having some kinds of instructions, or what were you saying, Gunny, when you were talking about targeting, when they could maybe look at something and refer to that? And I think possibly that's a consideration. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, the 2 missiles that hit Moskva, short of hitting the main magazine, you couldn't have put them better. Obviously, Ukrainians used to have an old Slava class cruiser, so they had access to plans and everything. The 2 missiles killed her ops room and what we would call main machinery control room -HQ1. And any chance they had of saving the ship was dead the minute that missile came in through the side, because they lost all semblance of damage control immediately, all of their command team, and really saving the ship probably went to the most senior officer surviving up on the bridge. It was perfect. You couldn't have wished. I'd have been praying to whatever God exists to get those 2 missiles into that part of the ship, and that's how they did it. Perfect targeting, almost too good to be true, let's say, because the Slava is a very big cruiser. There's hundreds of feet there, and yet these 2 missiles went into exactly where I'd have wanted them to go. Inexplicably good, let's say. But you can pick up the deck plans of a Slava class cruiser online. People got access to a Black Sea Flotilla readiness report. And imagine that. The readiness report as part of a PDP, PDT, pre-deployment training and assessment, was out on the internet. That's an OPSEC breach of exceptional, breathtaking stupidity. And if it was out in the public domain, that means that it was probably known by certain key individuals long before. The minute that she let go off a wall, someone knew her operational state, knew what was working, what wasn't working, probably knew what her tasking was, probably knew what her operating box was, and then just sat there and went, there is no way they're going to do this. Oh my God, they are doing it. And then the orders went down to the battery commander. The RQ4 was up watching. Bish, bash, bosh, job done. So in terms of OPSEC, we can probably assume that this is the same across the board. So there are going to be really good sources. There's going to be a lot of intelligence coming in. But again, you do a security clampdown. If you're a Black Sea Flotilla commander, you do a security clampdown on it, and you put all the measures that we've talked about in place, and you say, hey, it might work, it might not work. But at the end of the day, what we're doing now is pretty fucking awful. We're losing holes every couple of weeks, and we're getting no return on it, apart from the odd foray into the West Black Sea to launch some missiles to try and hit a hospital. So therefore, I'm not winning here. I'm really not winning. I'm not achieving the stuff that I want to achieve, which is securing the airspace over Crimea, providing good air defense, and the ability to project power into the West in relative safety, maybe convoying ships through the Dardanelles, picking them up on the north entrance. They're doing that okay, but I don't think the Ukrainians have really been going after Russian merchant vessels with any kind of real enthusiasm. I think they just want to hit grey painted stuff. But yeah, he's not doing well. Probably him and his entire command team need to be shit canned, and they need to get some fresh faces in there, probably from Northern Fleet. I think that would be their bet. There were rumours that certain key individuals were being shifted from Northern, the old Red Banner Fleet, down into Black Sea Flotilla to try and shake things up and sort out how they're doing operations. But I don't know of anyone else. I'm just seeing no indication of it. A corvette out mincing around, barely underway, getting mugged by an ambush line of uncrewed surface vessels. No overhead coverage, probably on her own. Nothing she could do. A Rapusha knocking around off Novorossiysk, barely making way, lights on, radar's not transmitting, getting stumbled on by a pair of uncrewed surface vessels. Another one today, last night, barely underway, radar's not on, cutting about off the coast, achieving the square root of fuck all, running into an uncrewed surface vessel ambush. You know, the Russians aren't asking the hard questions there. How do we stop it? And that's always the key with warfare. Precautions, defending against a threat, missiles, torpedoes, uncrewed vessels, whatever, it's better to kill it before it can get to you. So I would be asking questions like, where are these things coming from? About 400, 500 miles range. That's probably an underestimation. How are they getting across? How do you know where to put this picket line of uncrewed surface vessels? How did you work out where she was going to be at that time? And with such warning that you had time to transit these uncrewed surface vessels from somewhere and then arrange these ambushes that my ships are walking into. These are the sort of questions that they want to be asking. Where are the breaches coming from? How do you know what my tasking is? How do you know I'm moving stuff around? All right, NATO is supplying some stuff. What am I doing that's predictable? How am I setting patterns here? How can I mitigate the threat? What can I use? Overhead cover, Raptors, that kind of thing. How are my ship's companies performing? Well, the enemy are very, very friendly and giving me some footage of the attack. Look at it. What went wrong here? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Ops officer, get your fucking ass in my office. I want this sorting. Get a grip of my COs. Let's get a working program together and let's start training up the flotilla and start looking at how we can defend against this kind of thing. Just not doing it. Not the first NATO world, as I said, to be caught out. Won't be the last, probably. But for them, in the meantime, again, I just keep saying they're just not.
Thank you very much, Gunnar. Just a couple of bits of news before we carry on. One of these is having her processional back home to her hometown. So, of course, we offer sincere condolences to all the friends and family affected by this, well, tragedy. Really, what do you call it? It's just despicable, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. So that's happening. And then in terms of air defence, it seems that Canada is allocating, let me see, what was the amount now? I think 44 million towards air defence. So that's going to be going towards training F-16 pilots, going towards providing the things that they need for that, including weapons, ammunition, that type of thing. So that's definitely good news coming from the Ramstein format meeting. So let's have a look. Specifically, what they're saying is that we will go towards F-16 pilots, equipment and materials for these fighters, weapons and ammunition. So thank you very much. Please go ahead, Ukraine War Update.
Oh, you're welcome.
Ukraine War Update. Okay, maybe we lost him again. He's been popping up and down today. So I don't know. You're giving me an emoji, and maybe you can't hear us, or you're having difficulty. Ukraine War Update. So please hang around and just join us whenever you can. Thank you, Marcus. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying you're welcome, since I'm choosing to be the representative of all of Canada. So that 44 million was for me.
Well, thank you very much, Marcus. That is very generous of you indeed.
I wrote on the
And
check,
of course,
blank. Ukraine, you fill in the box, but I guess the government capped it.
dearie me, never mind. At least you tried, Marcus. Okay, that was some wonderful conversation there that's taken us along nicely. So as we have a pause in the conversation now and no hands, I'm going to just bring you up to date with a couple of bits of news that are coming out. And of course, feel free to pop up your hand, raise a topic related to Ukraine, of course, or ask any questions. So let's have a look. President Zelensky's been having a meeting with the military and defence industry to provide Ukrainian soldiers with new modern weapons and enemy reconnaissance drones. So it's proposed to introduce a systematic approach from identification to effective use of electronic warfare and weapons. The president also ordered the creation of a comprehensive system that would unite the army and industry. And therefore manufacturers will know exactly the needs that are required at the front, and the army knows the production capabilities in all the regions. I actually think that's a really good idea. I mean, you know, I don't know why I keep being surprised by, well, not surprised, I guess. I don't know what the right word is, because of course we see how intelligent Ukrainians are and the incredible things that they do. Very, very clever indeed. So it doesn't surprise me that they do very clever things like this. And of course, President Zelensky's put many very clever things in place. The peace plan, for one, I think was fantastic. The way that he broke that down and made each country responsible for the parts that matter to them. So let's have a look. Looking at Russian ships. Ooh, did you know there have been 27 successful attacks on Russian ships since the beginning of the full-scale invasion? Oh, that's good to know, isn't it? So let's see. 25 ships of the Russian Navy and the Ministry of Emergency Situations have been damaged. The Novichokirsk, the Caesar Kunikov landing ships were hit twice. Yes, because we saw in the video, as you were saying earlier, Gunnar, that very clever. It's like they hit it once to make a hole and then put the second drone in the hole. Actually, I wonder if anybody has any comments regarding that, the drones, because we have heard some reports of the possibility of these sea drones having the capability to just hang around in a place wherever they're stored at sea and then be activated when they want them to be activated. So I think that's something pretty incredible. It makes me wonder if they've got somewhere hiding out at sea a collection of all these drones waiting to be activated, or even hiding around like mines. A Ukraine war update?
Thank you, Tracy. Again, I apologize for bad poor connection. I hope you can hear me better now, and thank you for the patience and the opportunity to come up. Can you hear me a little bit better now, I hope?
Yeah, we got you now, Ukraine.
Okay. No, actually, I do remember that. Apparently, they put him kind of inert state in an area, and that allows Ukrainians to activate those ships if required, right? When the target presents itself. And one of the things that I thought was pretty incredible, you know, watching the videos was the quality of the picture and the fact that the sights that they have on those drones are, you know, they have thermal images and probably some maybe FLIR in addition to regular camera and stuff. I thought it was really impressive because that requires a lot of you know, connectivity from the network side of things, right? Because you have to transfer that signal, you have to transmit the signal, and it has to be encrypted and all that stuff as well. So there's a lot of really interesting technological elements to this. But I did hear the fact that Ukrainians indeed can deploy those things in certain areas and basically let them loiter inactively. And when time comes, they just activate them and off they go. And I think if that is the case, it's pretty incredible because that's like a smart mine essentially, right? That you know, really changes the warfare and battlefield of this stuff. But yeah, I did want to provide one more comment about the stuff that you mentioned earlier for the SBU segment when General Maluk was showing the manual for the Crimean bridge, right? And that's just we have to understand that's no regular bridge. It's a strategic site that is heavily guarded. And what Maluk had in his hands, and he showed it to everybody else in that video, was not some kind of photocopy or, you know, maybe downloaded PDF version of a manual. It was the actual legitimate manual that was designed for distribution among only certain people to have. And I think he intentionally showed this manual for everybody to see, but specifically it was a message to the Russians saying, look, this is how much reach we have inside of your organizations. I literally have the same manual that most likely your only high command had access to, a very, very narrow, very specific group of technical experts. And guess what I do? I have the same copy. I wouldn't be surprised if those things were actually tracked by special like serial numbers or whatever, and he probably had one of those things. But I also would imagine if that is the case, he probably showed it only knowing that his assets that they use in Russia were probably safe and far away from being suspicious. To be suspicion for spying for Ukraine and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's a really good point, Tracy, that you brought up as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I completely agree. I think he showed that specifically on purpose to make a point, like you say, that we can reach in here and get this information. Because, as you say, it wasn't just any old manual. It was like the design, architecture, all the different strategic points about it. And I mean, did you see the size of it? It was absolutely huge. It was like some big, massive encyclopedia. So, of course, all the details coming there, all the engineering details, all the details. And of course, as he explained, that's what they used to work out what was the best place to hit the bridge. And as he explained in that documentary, the SBU documentary about the Crimean Bridge, they have those, what do they call them? They called it like a brush, didn't they? They said that under the pillars, they have big bits of metal going out the way that a brush would if you flatten it, and the bristles would spread out. And this is what they have underneath these pillars going down into the seabed to obviously keep that structure secure and to give it strength, I guess. So that's why they attacked that specific part there, which I thought was very interesting. And as you say, it does show that they've diligently looked at this information, and I think that's very, very clever indeed. Ukraine war update?
Yeah, thanks. No, 100%. And I couldn't help but when I was watching this particular video, and I recommend for people to watch it. I mean, you're going to be sitting at the edge of your seat basically the whole time. And it's not only one, but I couldn't help but think that was a rehearsal, Tracy. It was Ukrainians rehearsing a couple of things. One, interoperability between different agencies within the security forces, right? Because the people who make these types of mission happen, right? It's the Navy, it's the SBU, it's other intelligence services, right? It's just incredible the fact that they have that level of interoperability and ability to share and integrate different assets and share intelligence is just phenomenal. And one of the other very interesting bonus things in that particular video was they really shed a little bit of light on because there was another target that presented itself. I don't know if you remember, Tracy, as those sea drones were approaching the target. There was the bridge. There was I can't remember which ship it was, but it was one of the combat ships patrolling the area, and they were like, okay, well, we have enough assets to try to take out both, but they were not sure whether or not they should proceed because there's other elements involved into it, right? As far as interception, chasing her down and all that stuff. And ultimately they make a different decision. But it was really interesting to kind of see, and you could almost feel the excitement across the screen, right? Because the way that we're talking about this with passion, right? And they're like, we kind of figured something out here, guys. We can create so many different dimensions to this weapon system that's just going to be incredible. And I bet the stuff that we're seeing today, this is just the beginning. And it's just going to get so much worse for the Russian in Black Sea and probably that bridge as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Ukrainians already figured out they have technology and ability to take this thing down, to take the bridge down. They're just waiting for the right time, because a lot of these strikes, a lot of these hits, it has to be timed properly. And there's many different things. You don't want to just destroy something just because you can, especially if it's working to your advantage. And again, there's so many different things we don't know. Like, for example, when Ghani was talking about this ship that was destroyed last night, we don't know what he did. And that's probably one of the reasons she got, destroyed. And I don't know if it was just a target of opportunity, but it was probably a lot more complex. And I can't wait to see the documentary on that as well. But one more last point, Tracy, I apologize. If I'm talking too much, just interrupt me. one last point that I wanted to make again to some of the comments the guy was saying, because yes, Russians just incapable of really learning things from the mistakes. They just can't. And I'm not trying to be facetious or mean, right? It's just they literally don't have that type of mechanism that allows them to adapt the lessons learned and integrate them into their operations, because it requires a very specific cultural approach that takes a long time to develop inside military organization and structure. And the Russians don't have that, because for them it was never the priority. For them, it was something that it really never valued. For example, in the United States military, when there's a unit that's training and they come back from the training exercise, and a lot of times these training exercises would be observed by some higher elements, higher leadership, right? And if the leadership, as soon as the unit comes back and the leadership wants to talk to the unit, right? Remember, it's like really high leadership. They would not be able to. Somebody who's gonna go, yeah, you guys have to wait. They do an AAR after action review right now after doing this training, so this way they take maximum out of this training. And guess what? Those high level leadership, they're going to say, yeah, okay, that makes sense. We will wait. Let them finish doing this AAR because it's part of this, element that enhances training exponentially. We understand what it is. And that's the culture that I'm talking about. It's the ability to recognize at the highest possible level the value of these lessons learned. And Ukrainians do a phenomenal job about this. One of the other units that I always talk about is the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade, formerly known as Azov Brigade that defended Mariupol. They videotape every single assault, and then they use that to learn from it, and that's what makes them so effective and against the Russians. Sorry about talking for so long, but I really appreciate it. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you very much. Ukraine War update. That's okay. It's very interesting indeed. You always have very interesting things to say, actually. And just a couple of things about this. Apparently, the GUR are saying that it was loaded when it sank, but they're not specifying with what. And something else that I thought was very interesting when you talk about in terms of planning, because have they followed this ship for a long time? Did they know where it was going? There's been lots of hacks recently on the Russian Federation on various different systems, some very successful hacks by Ukraine and by the hackers that work for Ukraine as well, or that are helping Ukraine. So, of course, there's a few different groups that work with the GUR. So that's an interesting thing, because coming to this point here, it's very symbolic that the Russian officer after whom the ship was named was actually killed 101 years ago exactly today. So that's very, very interesting. In 1943. Is this something that was planned? Because this is an operation that has to be planned. It's not something I would think that you can do on a whim. But of course, we don't know that. As we say, Ukraine War update, those drones are hanging around out there, waiting to be activated. It's possible that they could have been waiting for this opportunity, but how would that have happened and the timing for today? So it seems that it's something that was planned diligently, which is what we have come to learn the Ukrainians do. So I think it's very, very interesting indeed, and very intriguing. And thank you for waiting, Marcus.
Oh, you're welcome. So here we would have like a DRM, digital rights management type embed, right, in a document that you want to track like that. The other way I've dealt with it, not because I don't have access to the U.S. military's level of sophistication and funding in my everyday life, is only using paper copies, which sounds crazy, but as soon as you give a digital copy of something, you have to assume that it's on the internet. But yeah, I know in the music industry, when they sent previews of songs or stuff to my father in radio, and in like the 2000s, there was his information was encoded in the MP3. So if it leaked, they would know where it leaked from, for example. These sort of things, I would be shocked if they're not done at a governmental level for all of this type of documentation. That anything that's not print only. But for the Russians, I mean, come on. I'm sure somebody was invoiced for that type of technology, no doubt.
Well, if there is somebody to invoice, Marcus, yes, I guess that would be the case.
Being a Russian military vendor would be awesome, dude. It's like, oh yeah, for sure, it does that. Give me the money.
Thank you, Marcus. Okay, so Christopher, you had your hand up, but you've popped it down now. Did we cover what you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, no, I was just waving, and I didn't wave. I put my hand up.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I will wave back at you. Hello, Christopher.
Hello, Tracy. I'm just I'm puttering around in the background with them. So back to you.
Beavering away. Christopher is always beavering away in the background. You know, the amazing Christopher, everybody, does paid work, editing work for MriyaReport, and also co-hosts at the same time. So I am not that fabulous. I cannot do all these things at the same time. But nevertheless, what I can do is bring you all the news and bring you up to date with all the details of what's going on. So let's see if we have any more news from coming out of the Ramstein meeting. Let's have a look. The Prime Minister had some very interesting things to say, I noticed. In fact, actually, it's had quite a lot of interesting things to say the past couple of days. So we can go into some of that. He's had the first meeting of the Steering Committee of the Multilateral Coordination Platform of Donors, which is a little bit of a mouthful, but support of Ukraine's financial stability through direct budget assistance and external needs. The financing this year is to come to $37 billion. That's a staggering amount, isn't it? And that's, of course, not even everything that they need. This is just, you know, what they really cannot manage without. So they're continuing to expand the platform by attracting new members. Norway, Netherlands, Sweden and South Korea. They're providing a coalition to strengthen the role of the platform of the Secretariat in Kyiv. So, of course, that's regarding economic development. No more updated news from Ramstein just yet, other than the news from Canada donating that 44 million. The Prime Minister has been visiting frontline positions, though, which I find very interesting, Christopher. That's not something I've seen before. It's usually, of course, you know, your generals and President Zelensky very often, but I've not actually seen the Prime Minister visit frontline positions
I was
before.
confused when I saw that, because I didn't understand that it was actually somebody different than a formal military person. So I was expecting to see a formal military person speaking with the troops and handing out citations, and otherwise doing a round of got to see what's going on, and at the same time thanking and patting people on the back, which is always appreciated, I'm sure, especially since many of these individuals have been there for a long time, and some of them for, you know, a decade. So yeah, but I was confused. What is his role specifically? I'm so ignorant. Pardon my ignorance, please. Back to you.
Who, Denis Simhal? He's the Prime Minister of Ukraine. So mostly when you see reporting from him, it usually involves like economic things to do with the grain corridor, you know, those types of things. As I say, it's interesting that he's done this. I'm wondering if it's just because President Zelensky wanted this particular brigade to be visited, and of course he can only do so many things and can only be in so many places at once. And of course Ukraine's a very big country as well, so I was wondering if maybe that had something to do with like the distance. But he's visited the advanced positions of the soldiers from the 10th Separate Mountain Assault Brigade, Edelweiss, of the ground forces, and he's given them awards. So yeah, I thought that was just something very interesting that came up. Not something I've seen before. So let's see if we have any more news from Ramstein. Not quite just yet, but we do have the General Staff report. So let's have a look at Avdiivka. In Avdiivka, in that area, goodness me, that's increased, hasn't it? I mean, it was in the high teens before. Of course, we know that it's very difficult in Avdiivka right now. 3 more attacks in the north in the Novelsky districts. Maryinsky direction defense forces continue to restrain the enemy in Krasna Rivka and Novomikhailivka. And with the support of aviation, the enemy tried to improve their tactical position more than 20 times in the Maryinsky direction. So increased attacks there as well. Kherson direction, the enemy does not give up its intention to knock out Ukrainian troops from the bridgeheads on the left bank of the Dnipro. And during the day, Russian invaders made 7 unsuccessful attempts to storm the position of troops here. Defence forces during the day, the aviation struck 10 concentration areas of personnel and also 3 anti-aircraft missile complexes. And units of missile forces inflicted damage on 6 areas of personnel, 5 artillery vehicles, 2 warehouses of ammunition, and 3 electronic warfare tools of the Russian occupiers. So there's some interesting things to go on to the morning general staff report there, Christopher. So 3 EW tools already. So hopefully that means lots of special equipment for mockers in the morning. Did you see the numbers today, Christopher? We had some incredible numbers today. I think maybe that's an opportunity to segue right into the numbers.
Oh, that'd be lovely. No, I did not see, but I would love to listen, please. Thank you.
Okay, dokie. So let's bring you the numbers for today. Like I said, some very interesting numbers for today. So where are we? Let's have a look. Here we go. So, of course, we like to see this attrition going on. Ukraine is doing an incredible job at attriting all the enemy equipment, and today is no different. So today, I believe we have a leader, another leader. Let's go through them. So, 1,060 eliminated invaders, 9 tanks, 39 APCs. Are you ready for the number of artillery systems, Christopher? Are you sitting down? 66
Sitting down.
artillery systems.
Okay. Can we just pause for a second? Oh, wait, no, keep going through numbers, then I'll ask my question. Sorry.
Thank you, Marcus. 66 artillery systems, 3 MLRS, 4 anti-aircraft warfare systems, which I'm pleased to see because there's not been too many of them the last few days, 39 UAVs, 39 vehicles and fuel tanks, that's a coincidence, and 5 special equipment. Marcus? Now Marcus is not talking to me. Marcus must have some work to do and will come back to us in a moment. So whilst we wait for Marcus to come back, I will also tell you the demining figures for today from the State Special Transport Service. Of course, remember, you all contribute to this on a daily basis because we helped with our fundraising campaign to provide mine detecting devices and can, well, give them the tools to do the incredible work that they do, saving Ukrainian lives every day. So how many lives have we all saved today together? 360 explosive items were removed. So that's at least 360 lives saved. And we've all done that together. Of course, Ukrainians are doing most of the work. We're just helping to raise the funds and buy the equipment. But nevertheless, it's a big help. So 216 hectares of land cleaned and examined as well. So, of course, that's just in the one particular area, Kharkiv, Sumy, other regions have their own totals. So that's just the state special transport figures. Marcus, are you ready to speak now?
Yeah, I was going to say that I think the mounting improvement in counter battery results. I don't know if we can say fire if they're out of ammo, right? Or they're hoarding ammo. Might be the result of a particularly effective drone that's getting past their electronic warfare. Because 66 in a day is ridiculous, right? It's beautiful. It's amazing. I'm high-fiving you virtually, but it's got to be. It presumably is indicative of a change in their abilities, right? It's not because they suddenly have ammunition. But this will happen again, right? As soon as they have enough 155, the Russians will have crept their 152 shooting stuff closer under the assumption that there isn't enough counter battery fire capability, and then all of a sudden the Ukrainians will have the 155 available, and it's going to be like in 2022 when they suddenly got the M777s, and they were just destroying all these units of counter battery fire, presumably. So we'll see.
Thank you, Marcus. Yes, you make a good point. And actually, talking about ammunition, I was just quickly looking at some information a moment ago, because it seems that the Russians have been showing some pictures and evidence of what it seems like the fragments from the GLSDB. So they're showing some debris. So it seems like the ground launch small diameter bombs have been used. So it's looking like they were used for the first time in combat conditions to repel Russian aggression. So that's definitely very interesting. Apparently in the Luhansk direction, I think, by all accounts. And something also very interesting, I'm pleased to say, I never really liked Grant Shapps. I always thought he was a bit of a wet lettuce, a bit of a yes man. But whoever he's listening to and taking yes from, I am very, very pleased about it, because the UK is doing a great job. We can always, of course, do more and do better. But today, Grant Shapps has told the Allies that they must spend more, donate more, and produce more aid to Ukraine package ever, because we know if we don't, the results will be unimaginable. The world's dictators are watching, and the West must not show any weakness, which I think is an absolutely fantastic statement. What do you think about that, Christopher? We need more of these, don't we? And
I was
action
about
to
to
follow
say,
up.
you took the words right out of my mouth. We need more of those affirmative and forceful, to the point, and non-waffling. No waffling in the statements, please. Keep it clear, concise, and unambiguous as to our intent. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Christopher. Just like the questions for our guests. Ivan, welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. One question. I'm not expecting you to answer, but you can comment. Atash will probably know what kind of equipment Caesar, the one that was sunk. Would you expect that among these 60 artillery, they count artillery on board? Or is it and the same with the crew? What do you think about that?
Well, the GUR reported that the ship was definitely loaded, so it had something on it, but what they haven't specified. There's a second video that the GUR released of the explosion of the ship once it's under the water. It's very dark, so it's limited in what you can see. It's on my profile. I think it's quite near the top, actually, yeah. So the first video that you come to, if you look on my profile, is the one where the second video that the GUR released, where the occupiers confirm the destruction of it, and it's regarding an intercepted call. Though if you scroll further down, there is a video that was released separately, and that shows the explosion from underneath the water. Of course, as I said, it's difficult to see because it's dark, and it's kind of like tunnel vision. You're looking through. I had to watch it a couple of times to understand it, actually, and then the second time there's some kind of a lens you can see. It's as if you're looking through some kind of a telescope or something. It's almost circular, but definitely there is an explosion when it's under the bottom of the sea. So what that explosion is, of course, we can't say now, and I'm waiting for more information coming out from the GUR to confirm that. But it is able to carry up to, I think it was 85 passengers or 85 crew, should I say, when I looked at the information earlier. One person was saved, and we've not heard anything else about anybody else being saved since then. The GUR did say that the rescue operation was unsuccessful. So up to now, Ivan, that's about all we can say for sure. Does that help?
Yeah, I guess the artillery pieces on that ship. So we can assume, I will assume that the 60 lost is on the battlefield, not on the ship. So yeah, that's my assumption. But I don't know how they count. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Yeah, I don't know what was on that ship that exploded. And of course, it's difficult to see because how deep was it? You know, it's hard to tell the size of the explosion when it's coming from under the water. And of course, I have no technical, it's hard to tell, but nevertheless, there is an explosion that comes. I would think there's not a great deal of ammunition there because I would have expected to see, even in my limited knowledge, a much bigger explosion if it was loaded with quite a lot of ammunition. So it will be interesting to see what was loaded on board, but certainly something exploded anyway. So let's hope for more explosions of the Black Sea Fleet. Is this the... We're doing pretty well. All these ships that they're taking out, Christopher, and then I believe, what was the average, Marcus, with the oil depots? Was it like one every 2 days when you worked out the average? So Marcus is busy working. He will come back and tell us when he can.
Somewhere
But yes,
I had it on my Twitter timeline. Somewhere there's a poster with ships with X's through them, and I can't seem to find it at the moment. So that would have told you the.
I can recall they have lost 4 of these Project 775. So according to what I saw on the poster, there's only 2 left in the Black Sea of these kind of ships.
So I heard Mocker saying this morning that they had, I think, 4 of these particular ships or 4 ships. So I guess what she meant is 4 ships. But yes, that's very interesting. Thank you for that, Ivan. I'm just looking for that picture, actually. I've seen that graphic somewhere. And actually, talking of losses, lose 13 times more equipment than the Ukrainian Defence Forces. And this is based on visual OSINT data. There is a nice graphic out there that I've put out in English for you. So please feel free to go ahead and repost that. Post everything about Russian losses. You know, we have to highlight these things and laugh at them. I've posted all these videos. There's several came out throughout the day. So get posting those and see those Vatniks crying. Apparently, Russian Telegram is whining as well, Christopher. Apparently, they're blaming Italy and they're blaming the UK. Because, of course, Ukraine would not be able
No, I mean it just such an epic fail, and of course, but Russia's strategy is not dissimilar in that it is almost certainly thinking about the countries it could get away with swallowing and what it would boost their capacity by in terms. Obviously, they're thinking of human meat as they do, but also industrial capacity, military capacity. In that sense, Finland might be one of the